beat you in WPT Prime. This particular battlefield has been a scene of constant chaos, with $1.16 million up for grabs. The winner today will be the one who controls the chaos, the one who keeps his composure in the eye of the storm. I'm David Lappin alongside Jesse Sylvia, and we are super pumped to be bringing you Cards Up coverage today of what is a momentous occasion. Jesse, talk to me about this very special tournament in the context of this very special festival here at Wynn Las Vegas.
This might actually be my favorite tournament. Obviously, it's so much fun to sweat the main event, and there's a lot of good events going on. There's some really fun high rollers. You just win so many buy-ins.
That's it. It's
insane. And when you look at it from the point of view of maybe some of the professionals still left in this field, or someone like our 21-year-old who's still in the field, and you think about what kind of level of life-changing money that is for a $1,000 buy-in, it's so much fun.
Yeah, we dwelled on this yesterday as well, just the 1,000 buy-ins effect in a situation where maybe people have satellited in, also 1,000 buy-ins where you probably have all of yourself, whereas maybe in a 10K you're already dealing with maybe rich poker players who have money anyway. And, you know, let's be honest, a lot of us swap action, sell action. We don't have all 1,000 buy-ins to ourselves.
Exactly. I think that's exactly. I almost didn't want to say it quite that way, but when you watch somebody win $1 million in a 10K, you don't know how much they have.
Sure.
And something like this, like, he's probably got a nice chunk.
It's the first hand off the deck.
Exactly. Here we go.
Yeah.
Firing in that 3-bet right away.
Got a 3-bet him.
I think it's safe to say
Yeah.
the dynamic is going to be Kevin's chip lead will be opening quite wide, and when players do have good 3-betting
Everything's
hands,
30 seconds.
they'll be playing a high 3-better fold strategy for the most part.
For sure, and this was very out of line right out of the gate from Kevin here, Jack 6 suited. Clearly trying to apply that ICM pressure, which is basically peaking right now.
All-in moment, hand one.
I feel as if the bigger the field size at the final table, the more you really want to open that first hand, because there's that many more buy-ins up top, and everyone has that much more of like the jitters inside of them. I don't know. I don't have any real data to back that up, but it's a gut feeling of mine.
Well, yeah, people who win the first hand at a final table, how often do they go on to win the tournament?
Only go up from here.
I wonder if that stat could be compiled by somebody who has a lot of time on their hands.
I bet there's somebody out there who's done it. There's a lot of people in and out of the poker world who love delving far too into stats.
Well, let's see if we have another loose open from Kevin. Oh, ace-8, tempting. No.
Somewhat interesting, right? That he opened the Jack-6 suited and the ace-8 offsuit hits the muck. I feel like once you hit the ICM conditions that they're in now, you really want that blocker in your hand.
Yeah, it just becomes so important to have that ace in hand, as you say. James is going to open this one up in the cutoff with the Queen-8 offsuit. Actually, Queen-9 offsuit was the hand we were talking quite a bit about before we came on commentary. Obviously, it was one of the hands of the day yesterday.
No, I lied. I bagged two. I bagged two.
Oh, you have a bunch.
That guy right there. You can't see it, but he's
Joseph, I believe, is 21 years old.
Wow.
Could you imagine?
20 time extensions.
And how many days?
You got 20
I don't have that information yet, but I'll see what we can do.
Oh my.
Oh shit.
God.
You gonna combine those?
That is crazy.
Justin giving this one some thought with the Jack 10. Looks like hand over here. Yeah, nice pickup from Joseph, who played tremendously well yesterday, it must be said. Also great to see a rail. We had a little sprinkling of a rail right at the end of play last night, but obviously people have had the opportunity to fly into town, drive into town, I know as well. On the Steiner rail, there was a big card trip, there was a big road trip to Vegas earlier today.
He's based out of Arizona, I assume? Yeah, that's a drive I've taken several times from here to Phoenix. Scottsdale area, great city.
Staying within the speed limits, how long does that take?
Kind of soda? It's a fun game.
I have no idea.
I don't like playing like hours and hours. Like,
If you catch my drift.
it just gets
Ashley was driving, so we did not.
like
Well,
once
she
every
likes
half
speeding?
hour.
She's
On the poker table,
she
certainly.
doesn't like taking a long time to get there.
Fair.
She does some speeding on the poker table. Maybe a little less than yours truly. We used to play a lot of heads-up matches against each other, and every match would end with me bluffing it off and her picking it off with a pair. I'm like, how can you call there? And she's like, well,
Was this in your early courtship?
Yeah.
Feel like a jerk.
This is how I won her over.
Was it money on the lines or apparel?
Mostly just trash talking rights. There he is, the chip leader.
Too many beers I can carry.
Gotta do a nice Americano. What up? Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
Rail beers.
Beers for the rail. Caffeinated beverages for our players, so far at least.
2 waters, please.
I'm interested to see how Zach proceeds in general here. He showed up in town for the NAPT 4 weeks ago, won the cup just right away, fired one bullet,
Can I
won
get
the
a water
cup,
and a
easy
chamomile
game,
tea with honey and lemon?
Wow.
and has been enjoying a purple
Unbelievable.
patch of late.
That's such a fun run to have.
What's up, boys? Thanks for coming.
Colin looking down the lace jack suited.
Good. A flop. Maybe.
Just calling. How do you feel about the just call here?
I'm okay with it. I think in the small, certainly these very playable suited aces, it's okay. Obviously, functions nicely as a 3-bet sometimes as well.
That's all in my range.
Yeah, I would have to imagine that being solidly upper middling stacks and being this deep, you want to pot control pre-flop a lot more often than maybe some of the other stacks would like to.
Absolutely. These guys, not the top stacks, but kind of in that second tier, in that middling tier. I think maybe sitting in third and fourth, something like that. They really can apply almost the same amount of ICM pressure against one another and are probably very disincentivized to create a big pot. Although, I think we may be seeing certainly a larger pot now.
Yeah, that ace of spades is quite a turn card.
Nothing too greedy as of yet. Zach probably aware that there are some ace-X here. Will be emboldened to believe such now. Can maybe go quite large here on rivers.
Yeah, such a tremendously difficult spot for Colin. If he were to show up with something like ace-4 suited, maybe some heroic fold could take place, but with ace-jack, you can easily convince yourself that you're just beating value hands.
Yeah. Would not be surprised to see something around the pot here. Zach, you can see his chest pounding right now.
10.2 million. 10.2.
Yeah, here we go. Pot size.
Well, if you're Colin, you hate seeing this size. Obviously, your opponent can be bluffing, but he's unlikely to choose this sizing with ace-10 or worse.
Sure.
So now you're just somewhat purely bluff catching, I would imagine, unless
Same
you,
hand, maybe.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. I think it becomes a lot easier to decide that your opponent is somewhat polar here. And now you have to decide how often he actually has the bluff side of that.
Yeah.
Not having a spade, obviously, not your favorite thing. But again, that said, you expect Zach to c-bet a lot when he has the flush draw.
Do you think Zach would have been better served here? Although it looks like he has got paid, so well done to him for that. Do you think maybe on balance, though, better served to target all of the ace-X there and go for something a little less greedy, 60%, something in that region?
Sure.
A kind of a catch-all. Like it worked out this time. He did happen to have his opponent sort of top of range, but...
Yeah, I think against his entire range that plays that way, maybe 60% finds far more calls.
They didn't do anything rash with those hands.
You also have the issue where you're not incentivized to bet that large in general under the ICM constraints that they're under, especially against another, as we talked about before, upper middling stack. So...
all skill,
yeah, I spend a lot of time crunching hands with Darrow Carney, as you know, and in his ICM book, he has a terminology for this. He calls it downward drift, where sort of larger bets become smaller ones, even smaller bets become checks. There's a kind of a downward drift of action when you're in a high ICM environment.
And you could also say, hey, I'll just bet big when I have a really strong hand. Obviously, your opponent now can sniff that out, and if he does, that becomes disastrous because you miss value with all of your best hands. Kind of a fun game, like little miniature sub game in there.
For sure.
With things like that, but
What's that?
nevertheless, he gets probably around the maximum in the hand. So.
For sure he did. No, it was a very nice takedown. A big pot already in the context of this final table. Is probably joining the chip leaders now, there or thereabouts.
Yeah, that might put him in second place, I believe. I don't think anyone had 60 million.
I think we had one player with around about 60 million. Yeah, confirmed. James took 64k with him to this
Okay.
final table, although he lost a little pot, so he's probably hovering around 60 now. Malik. Favourable, but
certainly. Raising it up blind versus blind as well. Just choosing to play aggressively with the weaker ace.
Yeah, and something we saw from Malik yesterday, often choosing quite a small sizing out of the small. That happened a couple of times on feature table, and again here.
Will you call if I do 2.4?
Maybe.
Okay.
I don't mind the smaller raise size out of the small blind quite often. I
really-
don't
I
know if
heard
Kevin is the
6.4.
player that you want to do it against. He tends to be quite sticky, which is obviously very good in position in poker tournaments, especially when your opponent's going too small.
I don't raise.
Yeah,
Malik.
that became very apparent
Dude is
right out
dangerous,
of the
man.
gate. Kevin was on our first feature
Strike,
table
right?
yesterday and was very keen to play
Kevin,
suited
how much was
connectors,
that?
maybe at a stack depth where you would think they fall away from the range a little bit, but he still wanted to be involved with those hands.
what I started
Was
with.
very sticky out of his big blind, was very happy to take flops
Yeah,
in
I just
position
lost
as
my
well
four,
with
but
that sort of, you know, maybe some Broadway offsuit combos, maybe some suited stuff as well. He really does fancy himself to play down the streets against these guys, it's very clear.
So thank you for
Kevin is a cash game player
That
at
was
heart.
awesome.
Okay.
He's played live cash around town
Take a
for
walk now.
many years, and I think he feels extremely comfortable in the post-flop situation, and I think he likely expects his opponents who mostly play tournaments to feel a lot less comfortable in some of those situations.
Look at this.
This could play out in a lot of different ways.
It could actually, because James may be not incentivized
This is
to
ace.
bloat here. If he does 4-bet, obviously he's committing himself.
Almost.
And Joseph won't fancy facing a 4-bet here either, because it's going to be putting him potentially at risk.
Just kind of one of those classic spots where you certainly can 4-bet your hand, but once you do, you're not excited
No.
as to what you're up against if your opponent continues.
No, which, like you said, means that we're often going to see a flat here and get to play down the streets where maybe one of these guys can steal it from the other. James was savage yesterday with one particular bluff spot, worth noting. Yeah.
Something like a river.
Oh, he just
raise or-
turned second pair into an absolutely ferocious turn,
Nice.
river bluff.
Love seeing stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, slight advantage Joseph here with the ace of clubs in hand. Either player relishing this texture.
If you're playing as James, certainly enough to stick around with, having the club in your hand especially. Obviously, ace-king is a bit under-repped as it is, but
Yeah, this does feel like a call once situation and maybe give up unimproved on a later street.
sure.
Club could make this quite spicy.
Yeah. On turn or river, really. I could see some check, river club, check, big bet shenanigans.
Sure. Stacked about ratio now, just 1.3. Joseph clearly a little uncomfortable here. Maybe.
Oh, we might get it.
Well,
this is interesting from James's point of view as well. I think both players are highly incentivized to just see showdown with their particular holding.
Yeah.
But you never know.
This is a fun one. Obviously, James could have a hand like, I don't know, pocket tens here, and Joseph maybe been thinking, how often could I get him to fold something like that?
Yeah.
But in the end, happy to take
you blew it.
a showdown here. And they're getting a bit of stick there.
Chop, chop.
I'm a donk. We both had ace king. I'm a donk.
I don't know what I am if that makes you a donk automatically if you're trying to show down ace king.
I think it's okay. I don't think he should beat himself up here.
Yeah, you can ask.
But it certainly did present itself as an opportunity, which was fun. And in fairness, Jesse, you saw it coming.
Do we need this here?
Well, it does feel like one of those spots where, and I would need to,
Oh, if you are, okay. Then we're not this
you know,
bad.
look at it further away
More of a sweat at
from the
first.
booth, but it does feel like one of those spots where Joseph is a little more incentivized to bluff as the big blind, but I can't put my finger exactly on why.
I'll make it folding a pair once I check the pair.
But both of them, you know, expecting to
Here,
beat
you
the
can use
same
that
type
one.
of hands.
No, it's not for me.
Oh.
Ace jack suited stuff, some ace queen offsuit,
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
king queen suited.
No.
Ranges will be quite tight
No, he got the
from those
I haven't
positions.
ordered yet.
Hey, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Steiner, I think our second shortest stack, or maybe equal shortest.
Almost knocked this over.
Looking to make stuff happen.
Yes, please. Can I do a
Steiner had one of the most
Oh, sure. When she
absurd
comes-
stats
oh, yeah.
in
Where
his
do you guys
bio that I've ever seen.
Yeah, extraordinary.
Back-to-back Arizona State Poker Championship winner.
If you don't, then it's not a big deal.
I believe that's a
Coronas,
tournament
Lagunitas
with
or
like
nothing?
1,000-player
That's your beer?
field every year.
No,
That's
I don't even like
incredible.
Lagunitas
To
that
win
much,
that
but the rest of the
back-to-back is
selection
really
very
wild.
good.
Okay.
And
Yep.
then a person more informed
Said the
and
other day,
smarter
like
than
Scott.
myself let me know that
On break, I might go to the.
he won
there's a
both of
bar,
those
like,
in less than 3
2 minute walk
hours.
away from here.
The
Yeah,
final tables?
I spoke to him earlier today, actually. I was sort of taking a look at the obviously massive WPT 5 million free roll, which was getting down to its end game. And suddenly from behind I heard Dave, and I did a sort of double take because I didn't recognize him immediately, but then obviously after a moment remembered all of those victorious flips from last night. And
King,
he
queen,
told me
all
that
day.
he
Gotta be king, queen.
finished both tournaments out in under 3 hours, and in one case he came in 8 of 9.
All right.
He said he won almost
I
every
should've
hand he
rechecked my
played
card.
on both final tables, and knocked out about 16 of the combined 18 villains he faced.
Coming in 8 out of 9 and being
If I
told
beat you in a pot, and you
ahead
wanna
of
see my
time,
hand,
It's
I'll
going to be
hey,
over in 2.5
yeah,
hours.
you'd expect to
Just turn
take
it
8th or 9th, right?
You sure
I
would.
thought that was like
Yeah,
because
he's the
we
last
kinda watched
guy.
That's some wild stuff.
Yeah.
I played either one of you guys in this tournament. Everybody else I played with.
Yeah, I just say I think you're the only one
I'll ask.
I played with.
I'll definitely ask.
But no,
Justin
it's,
rocking this Santo
I did it
onesie?
my very first table.
Looks like.
Just because like I pulled off the big bluff and the guy didn't
Might
believe
actually
me.
be a bulldog
I
with
was
a
like,
Santa hat.
tell you
I'm
what,
not
from now on, you can
100%,
just
but
ask
this
and I'll show.
looks.
We are in the festive season.
Not that I bluff, 'cause
Yeah.
I don't. But hypothetically.
Do you have
No, I
any
think
novelty
it's a
clothing?
Westie in a Santa hat. What's that?
Do you have any novelty festive
wasn't
clothing
in
for
this
like a Christmas jumper would be the Irish thing?
Nut pedal.
Christmas jumper.
Yeah, so a jumper. I don't know if that is a word here. A gansey or a sweater, I guess. For you guys, a little
okay.
woolen.
I've got a onesie pajama setup. It's not Christmas themed per se. It's actually called a tuxie.
Oh, so it's
Supposed
like
to
a
be like the
formal onesie.
tuxedo of onesie pajamas. It's a bit too hot. I don't ever really wear it because I overheat when I sleep in it.
Yeah, there will be no danger of overheating in the cold schoolhouse that I'll be in Christmas morning.
Cold
this year.
schoolhouse.
Yeah, my family live in a converted schoolhouse that is very drafty and big.
Wow.
5 points tonight.
A lot of bedrooms, huh?
A lot of bedrooms and one very big hallway where
That sounds
Christmas Day
incredible.
will take place. Yeah.
I feel like a series of children's novels could be written about
Good
your
luck, bro.
situation.
It would be a nice location. Ralph
Ralph.
all in here, 11 bigs, looking to start his
Oh.
engines. Well, this is close.
Yeah, this
What
is
is it?
very close.
Sorry.
Obviously, if
he's
we're not
cheering
at the
for him
final
over there.
table, James calling all pairs against the 10 big blind jam.
No, I was cheering for this guy.
Passes.
Nice fold, by the way. I would have seen 2s in the muck, maybe 3s, but I didn't
Yeah, look at that hand.
expect 4s.
Beautiful.
Let me feel your heart.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
feels
look at
so
that.
cuspy that you
Nothing.
just know it's not really making much.
I am
Yeah.
That maybe you
freezing.
just kind of go, I kind of like
Freezing.
my stack at
Wim
60
Hof.
million here.
Huh?
This is kind of a good spot. I want to continue from this point.
Also, maybe
my
some
rail over
insight
there?
into his
Like, is it
confidence
that?
making that
Uh,
fold.
that's
I
just
don't
a little
need,
bit.
All
these
all
thin
curly. Raise your
margins.
hand.
No.
These guys.
I've got a great handle on the
Or can you
table.
give this one to
The
them,
margins
too?
I'm
No,
looking
I don't.
for are quite thick.
I just ordered it for them.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is that the play? Order
I
for the
guess
rail?
that's the play. I didn't know.
Yeah,
Okay.
not super
Please
surprising to see
get
a
my
little bit of
friends.
edge passing
So,
at this
good
particular
looking people.
juncture.
if they're ugly,
9
don't
left,
take
8
their word.
left.
And if we didn't have enough reason to root for Justin, he is now also ordering a beer to go with the Santa onesie. This is borderline perfection for poker table etiquette.
I was arriving to the booth yesterday afternoon to join Ashley, and I had 2 lemony mint teas, one in each hand, and
Both for you.
one each. And in the corridor, I bumped into Angelica Hale, obviously does tremendous work here for WPT, and she expressed extreme disappointment that it wasn't, as an Irishman I think as well, particularly that it wasn't 2 alcoholic beverages. At which point I had to remind her that I was going to her WPT commentary booth, and I didn't know
Yeah.
if that's what she wanted, but now I do know that it's what she wants. Apparently that gives us free reign too.
It does
After this,
feel
you won't need
like
to steal anymore,
if
right?
we get late enough into the night, perhaps we can,
Why I said you
Imbibe.
yeah, you know, come up with an excuse for imbibing. Zach? Slightly wide open, really dependent on stacks behind though. Maybe quite standard with the players that he has, but the other non-chip lead large stack behind him makes it a little difficult.
Yeah, and James quite capable, as we saw yesterday as well. Oh, hello.
decisions are pretty easy with this.
Yeah, I like this. I think maybe
If I was you, I'd be
Joseph,
nervous.
on top of this
But how
being
do you play
just
without
a
chips?
close to a call anyways, I think Joseph might have some idea that Zach has been opening wide if he's gone back and watched yesterday's coverage.
And
Also, Zach kind of just looks like a poker player who
He
might
sure
open the
does.
button wide.
Now, a little bit of a strategy point here. Given the situation we find ourselves in, some of the 5x and 3x are going to fold pre. So does that sort of
5.9.
concentrate the sticky range around the jack a bit more in the eyes of Zach? Clearly not, because he's fired away again.
Yeah. No, I think you make a great point. You have to be a little more careful on the turn. Although when the 3 comes off, maybe now you're thinking, all right, well, maybe he has a few more jacks, but he has a lot less 3,
Sure.
which is actually somewhat helpful for me.
Well, poker is back in America, in case you didn't know. WPT Gold. You can sign up today using code YouTube, or YouTube, as I know you Americans like to say. ClubWPTGold.com. Go take a visit there. It's a sweepstakes model. You can play poker in America once more.
Was there a difference between the first and second way that you said YouTube?
Yeah. YouTube.
I'm not
You didn't hear that
I'm
difference?
not catching anything. It might be my my sheer American ignorance here. But
I guess I would say almost like it's a CH and not a T.
oh, you tube.
Yeah.
Is that how you say it?
Yeah.
Ah, okay, okay. I'm learning.
On a
tough
break
with
or
these,
something. If you
like,
guys
like
are interested,
this.
I could like give you the just like.
And
top
can I
10,
just
like,
take this opportunity now that we're,
like,
you know,
2 a.m. finishes.
segueing to
2 a.m.
nonsense?
finish is really tough because
We
we
were-
were a few hours to unwind. Yeah.
Yeah.
You get home.
Keeping an eye on the chat
still.
yesterday,
Yeah.
and I'm very grateful to the chat for their kindness, because I did expect to be
One of the
abused
biggest
for my
things is
Irish
I have
accent
these, like,
and
glasses,
actually
like,
have
that
it
are even more
inaccurately
tinted. They're,
assumed to
like,
be an
red
English
actually,
accent.
that I'll wear at night,
Maybe
like,
people
hours before I wanna
conditioned
go
to
bed.
the
Just,
likes
like,
of
throw 'em
Henry
on when I'm at
Kilbane
home, like,
on streams
from
such as
watching
this.
TV, or if I'm,
But
just,
nobody
you know,
had an
whatever,
issue.
even like in the
Wow.
kitchen.
I have been using
like,
my
just around
phone
house,
voice.
We have all these artificial lights that like just naturally.
Perhaps
they
we're
mess
becoming
up
a
our
little
muscles.
more intelligent
Yeah.
as a
We
community
literally
if we
can't fall asleep.
can finally differentiate the Irish and English accent, which, by the way, are not
That's a big thing.
not that close.
Okay, good.
Let's be real.
Well, also not close is the decision to 3-bet these queens.
Hey.
Malik very happy.
How much?
And going for a very large sizing versus the under the gun, I guess it's a sort of situation where you kind of think strong range versus strong range. I can go a little larger, but this is extremely large.
Yeah, this is. He's almost saying, "I want to play for it." I mean, we know he is saying that, but
Throw
it's
in a plug when action's on you.
Now, Justin, point of note,
Just feel like
didn't lay down too often yesterday. Every time he opened and was 3-bet, he was fairly rapid fire with the 4-bet. Sort of that option was removed from his arsenal there.
yeah. I was almost a little sad to see the large 3-bet
Yeah.
because I really wanted to see if Justin just kept the record going.
Plug deserves it so much, but
Super
Well,
entertaining
if
was
you had a
Justin
coach for
yesterday.
marketing, I don't know.
Played a style that was very much, I'm going to get the last bet in.
Yeah.
And it had a real effect on his table mates. We observed this sort of in the last maybe 15 or so left. Nobody wanted to 3-bet him light anymore because they were like, he is just going to put it in my eye here. So it was almost like he forced them into a corner. He forced them to play honestly. With that sheer aggression. And then he had this great read in another spot where he had opened the king 2 suited. The one time he did lay down, he was up against kings, and again up against queens there. So good instincts, maybe some live spider senses too.
Maybe.
most people do.
He's been playing live poker for a very long time. If anyone were to have that going on, I could imagine it was Justin.
Yeah, super decorated resume. High rollers, 6.5 million in live tournament winnings.
2.4.
No hands.
Yeah, bear with us here, guys. We're going to get the graphics. There they are.
I was
Oh, hello.
hoping to play a fun little guessing game here, but
Well,
Looking
Kevin,
classy.
who
Thank you.
Very classy.
certainly would be
Had to keep the
one
hat,
of the
though.
loosest
Has to be
players
luck.
Yeah, for
perceived
sure.
by everybody, will be very disappointed with that return.
Plus, my bald head is too much glare for the lights. You know, it's way too much glare, right?
wow.
That's why I hide it, bro. Look, the glare is coming on my head, bro.
That was brand new information.
You respect me still?
Brand new information.
Sorry,
Even more.
did Malik just heard him go, wow, you're
I
bald?
started losing at 23.
Really?
It is what it is.
One time, many years ago, Lucky Chewy and I were trading
Wish I could
our
have known that when I was doing
player
my research.
You
profile
guys are pretty
reads,
funny, man. I ain't gonna
Okay.
and I said any guy who is
No, bald people,
jacked.
they play
You're
different.
cracking me up.
like
They
full
play
on,
different,
like
man.
They do play different.
big
Really,
arms,
I
but
don't
also
know.
ripped, right?
Or
Like
wrestling.
low body
I can't
fat.
tell you, man. I'll tell you after.
Always
Too
in
much
it.
brain power burning
Always
off
in
the
that.
air.
If you have the discipline to go into the gym 3 hours a day, every day, eat nothing but skinless chicken and rice. You have the discipline to sit in cash games and just fold your hand over and over again. And Chewy said, if a guy's bald, he's crazy.
Oh,
That was his reason. Like, every bald guy I've ever played with is just blasted off at some point. And so then we started debating, if you have a jacked bald guy, how does he play? We never quite solved it.
Taro Carney shared a read with me many years ago, which was that if you meet a person who wears clothing with Disney print on it, they have poor self-control.
Yeah, that checks out in my experience for sure. I'm thinking of one reg in particular across the years who played pretty out of line. Love wearing Disney attire.
Hey, nice shirt, man.
Also check their ID, maybe.
Look at that.
Guys, we want you to share your best live read tips in the chat, please. I will read out the best ones, I promise.
I knew you had more than one person.
I can already imagine the trolls coming in.
I'd like them to be niche, though. Nothing kind of obvious.
He likes high energy people, you know?
Keep with the theme.
Keep it out of the gutter.
High energy.
I met Yags this summer.
Twice through the blinds already. Nothing.
You know Henry Perlman, too?
No problem. Nathy.
He's like a Colorado guy. Like cash game PLO player, Colorado.
No, I never heard him.
That's how I met Yags.
I think Kevin should have to take the hat off every time he scoops a pot. We should make that the first unofficial rule of this final table. Knowing Kevin a bit,
I don't like you on my left, man. Shit.
I don't even know if he would be against it. He's a pretty
Both of you guys,
fun,
I'm so happy.
easygoing guy.
I mean, I got him on my left, but I'll take that, I guess. I'm easy. Very
No, you're not.
Frustrating start
You were
for
on my right
Steiner.
yesterday. I like that.
He has drifted back to sub 10 bigs now.
It's always frustrating to start a final table that way because it's nerve-wracking. So if you have to play on 8 to 10 big blinds
minimum
for multiple hours and then you run up a stack, it's almost like your emotional side is cooked a little bit.
Yeah.
And you feel far more drained than if you were just chilling on 40 big blinds or something.
Leaves. Gotta get one. Can I get one pot just to see? I just want one pot to see.
If you want to win one, I would suggest playing one.
I wish you could have seen what I've
Yeah,
had.
you're so locked in.
not saying you-
Every
you've gotta
chip
play
is so
well.
precious
1.6?
that you
Yeah.
really do kind of double down on your focus.
And every jam is so important that you are, every time you get dealt a face card, you're sweating that second card super hard. It's just, there's an extra element to every hand and every deal.
4.3.
Oh, interesting here. Malik taking it upstairs.
So it is 30 seconds post, yeah?
Top pair. Poor kicker. Kevin with the ace of clubs in hand. Some backdoor potential. Straights and flushes.
Oh, Malik, man.
Looks like he is
You're a
going to
tough guy.
lay down though.
Tough player.
Kind of an informational
You can see it
bet
online.
in that sort of old school sense there from Malik, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Shit, check that.
seems like it.
Guy
Maybe
fights like Muhammad Ali, man.
he
really
kept
is
it
a
very
fighter. I
small,
played the
which
one
I
yesterday.
like.
Oh,
If you're
You guys
going
were going
to
at it yesterday, man.
He always had it.
raise all
He
of
always
your
had it.
kings there, especially the ones with the worst
Tried to trap you
kickers.
with that aces that
I think
one
going
night.
quite
know.
small is nice to
That was
keep
sick.
as
But
much
he
of
did
your
trap me.
opponent's dominated
Luckily, the
range
other
in
guy
there
went
as
all out.
possible.
Yeah,
to make the
exactly.
play a
I
little more
raised. That was
profitable.
What did
But
you have there, that hand? Where the other
yeah,
guy
it felt
had tens,
it felt
right?
like
Went all
that
tens?
information-y
And
type
you
of
busted him with aces?
move that we've seen
I
in the
think I
past.
want to dump him up because I was getting a pretty good price.
Dylan Smith was trying to win
Okay,
two
we've got a few
back-to-back
live
WPT
reads.
titles.
Do you want to hear them?
Double block.
Anyone wearing a dog Christmas sweatshirt 4 bets a lot.
That would have been pretty sick on
All right,
That guy's
all right.
sick, though.
I can't say that I can
So hard to do in
confirm or deny that one on my own
Impossible.
experience.
There's some American sports references. I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure I follow
3,500.
completely. But if he dresses like a New York Jets player,
No, it was the 3,500.
Huge
minimum,
fish.
But yeah,
people they had though.
yeah, I'm not sure. Either.
It wasn't 10,000 people.
No.
Over
At huge fish at poker or at
Florida?
rooting for a football team?
if he's 60 plus wearing a golfer hat, he's tight but can randomly blast off.
They said over 60 and wearing a...
Over 60.
Okay, that's fair. Because there's a lot of younger guys who wear golf hats, I've noticed, that
I think it's
are actually quite
no, it was
good.
for sure less than 2,000.
Probably my favorite one here. If they wear Dallas Cowboys gear, they are resigned to losing.
Yeah. That's like
only 700.
5 mil.
Thanks
maybe
to those
like,
guys.
Maybe like 1,500 players, 1,200, 1,500.
What was the buy-in? 500?
I remember
3,500
Ryan
minimum,
Reese
yeah.
getting heads up in the main event.
They're, honestly, man,
And
WPT in at the Hard Rock is like
I forget which one, but a
probably
very
the best
famous
3,500 like anywhere in the country.
sports commentator
Better than
tweeted.
Texas. I heard Texas.
He was wearing a Lions jersey, and they tweeted, "This is easily the best thing that's ever happened to the Detroit Lions."
In the winner's enclosure. Malik going for the min raise again, small blind versus Kevin's big blind.
That's more than
Sort of hard to fold anything versus that action. Kevin does make the call with the napkin 4 deuce off here. Connects though.
Wait, what happened?
I think there's 2 cards.
Maybe I'll play the main.
There's a card under the 5 of hearts. For sure.
Really deep.
I wonder if
Oh my god.
Expose it now. You can't just.
if we can assume that our opponent is min raising nearly any 2 cards out of the small blind. We don't know that, but if we did believe that,
Good eyes.
and we have this nice chip
eyes.
lead,
Wisdom.
I wonder if 4 deuce gets in there with a 3-bet every now and then.
Oh.
Because, you know, you generally like to have a blocker, so something like queen deuce might be a lot better. But if you're starting to peel everything, you might get a little tricky with that 4 deuce offsuit and some similar type of hands. And also, maybe not, and I'm completely wrong. Kind of a weird situation that you don't see that often.
Pocket 5s is so mattering.
Because generally when you're at a final table and you're in the small blind and your opponent is the chip leader, you're trying to keep the pots as small as possible. So if you do raise, you're kind of saying, oh, I have a pretty strong range here that wants to raise. I'm going to make it a lot bigger than a min raise. So we don't actually see this situation come up too often in final tables.
3.4.
Delay c-bet here from Malik. Not quite sure.
I don't like the way this hand was played. That flop was played.
About this one, but Kevin obviously put on pair no kicker. It is very hard to continue on a texture like that.
Pocket 5, no. That would be brutal. Yeah.
How do you feel about the delay c-bet there?
I could see arguments for both, I suppose. We saw here, he actually got the better hand to fold,
Yeah.
which might be one of the arguments. You might even occasionally see bottom pair fold, but something like Jack 7 call that you're beating. So a little bit of that going on. Generally, I would assume you just want to check and try to get the showdown.
Yeah.
With the ace-8 high especially. But I used to feel more strongly one way or the other in these blind versus blind situations, and the more I study that spot, the more I realize I don't know anything, and it's probably very close between the two.
It's certainly the area of poker, as the solvers informed all of our games over the last decade or so, where there are so many situations where everything is allowed.
Yeah.
And it gets very tough then. Frequencies become very important.
One frustrating thing about the solver era is trying to get better at heads-up poker.
Yeah.
You realize that you don't actually study it in terms of, oh, we bet this and we don't bet this. It's more like this one bets 1/3 of the time and this one bets 2/3 of the time, and that's I don't know. As a person who likes kind of a finality with the answer, it leaves something to be desired to me. But it makes the game a lot more difficult and elegant, for sure.
First real interesting situation here brewing, in my opinion. Justin has opened this one up with the ace-6, and Kevin definitely has a 3-bet candidate there, but understands that Justin follows through so much, decides, let's just lay this one down. Actually quite like it on balance anyway with the ace-3, but it was a tempter.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting how
I guess he doesn't.
if someone else were to 3-bet the ace-3 off out of the small blind from those positions, we might think it's quite out of line, but just having the chip lead changes so much.
Yeah.
Big blind with, That way next time.
I watched the stream last night. I know what kind of dog shit you play.
I know. I heard
Question in the chat, are they playing down to a winner tonight? They absolutely are. We will be here till the bitter end.
I think I played
should
really
be
good.
very
I just
sweet
have
end
very poor
for
eyesight.
a person
Yeah?
who is in the winner's enclosure.
I misread my
$1.16
hand
million
all the time.
richer.
Not even that bitter for whoever takes second, to be honest.
No, but
Yeah, we won't
I did something similar
cry
this
any
morning.
tears for that
Okay.
either.
Yeah,
Okay.
got some traction.
How many of your dollars are in the prize pool?
$2.
$2? Wow.
2,000.
I gave you a discount.
Two buy-ins. I arrived in on the last day.
Not so bad.
So I gave as much as I could.
Ah, okay. That was very noble of you.
Mm-hmm.
I was just pondering, if we don't cry for second place, who do we cry for? And I was like, well, Lappin might have a couple buy-ins in there.
Did you play this?
I could not, actually. I was in the booth for all 3 of those 3 days of those cash games.
Oh, of course you were,
Yeah.
yes. Some great streams.
Oh, it was so much fun. I've never seen the Squid Game in action, so I was having a real good time.
Yeah, if there's anyone here tuning in tonight and you want to go back and watch some really fun streams, go check those out now on the WPT channel.
Yeah, you may even catch Mr. Justin Young, who's at this final table, taking a horrific bad beat versus Matt Berkey.
That was nasty.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
Twice.
Yeah. He had some other tough hands. That was just sort of the cherry on top of the whole session.
Got some power to your hand too.
Well,
I warned you.
we're getting tested out in our blind v blind knowledge here, Jesse. Ralph.
Oh, Zach finding a raise. I like this a lot. I think this size may be a bit small. I'd really prefer to see just like 3.2, 3.4, 3.6, something in that area. I know obviously you can go
Still the same
smaller.
cards.
I like
didn't
it
get it?
because
Getting it
he's only
done.
got 10 bigs.
I thought it would.
I think it just
Oh,
is
I'm
enough
sorry.
to push him.
I did not read the
Okay.
stack size of Ralph. Yeah, that's very fair then.
It's just a little bit of a
Kinda
pushing
almost
Oh, you got a lot of
the guy
support,
around
baby.
sort of moment.
Yeah, I take it back. I'm completely wrong. Great size. Zach has shown a lot of intelligence about a number of different aspects of No Limit
Absolutely.
across the last 2 days. I remember watching him play 1 or 2 hands yesterday when I was watching the live stream. Great job, by the way, on that.
No, thank you. Yeah, and it was, players were the stars of the show.
Well, you guys were fun to listen to as well. But I watched him play maybe 1 or 2 hands. I was like, I think this guy might be good.
Yeah. Yeah, very composed, very studied, concentrates. Also has a bit of fun with everybody, which I always think is good because you can get some information if you're willing to, drop your own guard. And
Oh, yeah.
here comes Steiner. The moment we have been waiting for, I think. Not sure we can pass a 7 big blind spot here, +1 with the blinds, and Andy's about to come get us.
8.7.
Yeah, I mean, what are you waiting for if not ace-10 with 7 big
We
blinds?
get good card.
Steiner now just hoping this one gets through. Could potentially get called by someone in late position
I'll take
with
a couple
worse,
Coronas.
but not too many worse hands.
Please.
So more so hoping that this one folds all the way around. So far, so good.
Yeah, that should do it.
I think you're going to get this through.
And I expect a little ripple of applause from the rail.
Let's go! One for the good guys. We got one. We needed that. We needed one.
You were for him?
All right.
He was.
Yeah, I was, for sure. For sure.
Team Steiner.
I wanted everyone to fold.
I mean, if anyone should be cheering
All right.
for somebody winning a pot, it's for the shortest
I think I was
stack, right?
that more than
Oh, now you're all in big, big trouble.
They could use the support.
Yeah, he was going to get called.
You're in trouble. Look at all these chips I got now.
I like his attitude.
Yeah, he is absolutely tremendous value there, Ryan Stern. You see him there, 10 big blinds now, having picked up blinds and antes for 1 orbit. Ralph Marquez now on the short stack at 9.4 million. Let's keep an eye on those guys. Obviously, all of these middling stacks looking to outlast them in particular. That's where the ICM conundrum lies for players like Justin Young. If he is even thinking that way, I have a feeling he's more of a going for the win type of guy, though. You only see what they're playing for, 1.162 million. Incredible stuff. 114k, of course, locked up already. A nice little 30k ladder jump imminent. Jesse, how are you approaching a final table such as that, if you are one of those guys sitting just above the two shorties in that sort of 20 to 25 big blind zone?
You know, it's so difficult because, yes, you want to wait them out for sure and get those pay jumps, but there's such a big difference between third and first.
Sure.
Relative, or second and first even, relative to the difference between 9th and 8th or 9th and 7th. If you have something like 30 million and the chip leader only has 70, I think risking it, I don't know, the risk to reward in my mind is there a little bit.
Sure. Obviously, there is some pushback on that ICM model these days. We think about future game. Very hard to model exactly how that impacts, and I think, you know, even supercomputers struggle to, you know, figure out a framework that pushes back against the ICM conundrum. But, you know, certainly would be foolish not to take ICM seriously to some degree.
Yeah, and I'm certainly not above trying to play sort of how the solvers have told us to under ICM constraints. But like you said, there's issues with it, right? And I think one of the big issues is how it doesn't value chip lead high enough in future games, because we just can't really model out that many hands. And you know, it really seems important to take some risks at a final table, especially if you're at the type of final table where you know your opponents will respect that ICM model a little bit. If you do take chip lead, like, there's just so much good stuff that can happen for you.
Three bet here from Joseph to 9.2 million with the Django's.
The Django's?
The Django's.
Started with like 40?
I would have guessed that was Jack's, but...
So Django's, historically in Western movies, are the cowboys. It's the character name for the default cowboy in a Western. In that sort of spaghetti Western tradition.
Good hand.
That makes so much sense.
I've spent a decade trying to popularize this phrase.
I like that.
Thank you.
Yeah, water, two Coronas.
Some criticism here in the chat of the raise size there with the Kings, obviously going to 9.2 million over a 2.4 open. You do want to go bigger out of the blinds there. You're going to be out of position. You do want to charge your opponent in those spots. Do you think he could have gone a little bit smaller?
No, it's less than 4 times the raise. I think between 3.5 and 4 is very reasonable. The big blind especially is where you want to be going your largest size. Generally, you're pretty polar, and you're so incentivized to just call with most of your hands that your value range is going to be quite strong. So you can kind of do whatever you want, but you're generally picking a large size from there.
Yeah, I think that's something we've really adjusted to over the last maybe 4 or 5 years in particular, is understanding how those 3 bets out of the blinds have to be that little bit chunkier.
Yeah.
I think we did used to maybe as a default do a 3x or a 3.3x, and actually they don't really charge the in-position player enough.
Oh, I cringe sometimes when I go back and look at sizings that I was using back in the day out of position. And then I was getting frustrated that somebody called me with a bad hand and got there. And it's like, well, you know, he's getting a great price. He's in position. Why not?
Well, it's Zach's turn for the Django's now. Kevin has opened this one up +3. The A7 of clubs. These two guys sitting, I think, 2nd and 3rd in chips right now, or maybe even 1st and 3rd.
I wonder if Kevin gives him any resistance here. He has a suited ace. He might expect Zach, of all people, to find some light 3-bets. And a 4-bet puts him in one of those impossible spots where he just sort of has to have it, because you can't 5-bet to any size other than all-in, really. I mean, there is a little bit of room, but not much room, and most people just play fold or all-in for the most part. So yeah, if Kevin were to 4-bet here, I would not fault him. Obviously, his timing would be disastrous.
Does let it go on this occasion. Very interesting, though, and I do appreciate what you're saying there, Jesse, that if he'd somehow found that sort of 19 million 4-bet there and sort of leveraged
Clap,
his
clap,
opponent
clap,
for,
clap,
for
clap.
the rest of it.
Yeah,
He is basically going to get an honest response.
absolutely. Back in the day, we used to do, I'm sure you remember this, we had a lot more 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet wars.
Oh, it was click wars galore.
And just finding that threshold where they sort of have to play honestly is really nice. The wider your opponent's range gets, the nicer it is, right? Because the more of their range they just fold. I had a couple times where some very tough, intelligent players just said, I don't care that I have to play honest, and piled it in with the 8-7 suited or whatever against me, and that was probably a highly profitable play against me back in 2011.
Dreamy here for Ralph, playing just 8 big blinds. You'd love to be able to just open this one rather than shove it, but I think anything other than shove will look too suspicious.
Probably. I mean, the top level players almost definitely develop a small, very small fractional min-raise range, but for the rest of us humans, it's going to be aces quite a lot when we min-raise off 8 big blinds.
Apparently.
Yeah, and you really just don't want to spook the guy with 9s behind.
Yeah,
Like, that would be the disaster.
absolutely.
No.
Steiner, the other short stack.
I'll take this one, Justin.
Justin, probably going to let this one go.
Did Ralph just say, I'll take this one, Justin, when it got round to him? I think he did.
Oh, is that Ralph?
I think it
that's
was
some
Ralph who
sick stuff.
piped up himself, yeah.
I'd have to imagine Justin folds here. There's too many kings that dominate him. He's not getting the price that he'd like to if this were not a final table.
Yeah, to keep the festive theme up here, I think this would be a present. If he was to flick in a chip right now.
Oh, David Lappin. Nice stuff. Can I call you David Lappin?
Of course, that's my name.
All right. Justin's really trying to talk himself into some way to call, but
Nice hand.
like I would not be loving King Jack off there, if I'm honest.
yeah.
That would be the cuspy one
Yeah,
for
that
me.
feels like the line.
And King 9 got the full tank. Might have even cost him a time bank chip.
You're 5-4?
That's not
sure?
cheap, by the way, losing a time bank chip.
No?
That's what my driver's license says. That's what the driver's license says. All right. I have official documentation.
Oh, I know, dude.
What suit did you have? I had 4-5. That's how it hurts.
You should have let him say suit first.
Yeah, I know, right?
He says 5'4" height.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
I
no,
believe that.
Seemed like it was.
Oh, you had cards 5'4".
You look like you
I
had a
was
tough
not
decision.
not just messing around.
No, it didn't look like you were posturing.
Fantastic fold. Fantastic.
Really?
For you.
Notch away.
Kevin choosing to let go of the 8-7 suited.
I will.
A little bit representative of him changing gears slightly as stacks flatten out. I think him and Zach
Well, I'll tell
are
you guys what
quite close
hands
to
I'm
tied.
considering
Zach may
going
have
with.
taken a slight chip
But
lead
yeah,
on him
you'll
even.
show any hand.
And his 2 to his
Yeah.
left, so that's never the
I have
movement of the
pockets the only
chips
so far.
that you'd like to see.
Also, in I can't think of the word right now, but if I be
Joseph gonna
near the last fold, I'll show you.
start
You
us
will
off
know
here.
this,
I think
but
King
will
Queen
give you
suited.
that. I'll give it back to you. Well, you got to remember to ask, though.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Obvious.
Colin now, who has taken somewhat of a body blow already on this final table. Came in
8.8.
in a much
8.8.
better position. Gonna 3-bet the 10s here against the cutoff open from Joseph. And Joseph's got one of those hands that,
I was about to
Could
say,
go a few different ways.
Because they're all there.
I wouldn't be shocked if Joseph is,
You know?
in theory, playing. Oh, wow.
Show one, show all.
That is quite the
But
fold.
look, you're sitting so close, it can just be, look. I'll tuck it in the mouth.
Didn't want to give
I mean, we're not talking,
None of these heathens get to see.
you know, +1 versus low jack here. That was
No.
cut off big blind. King, queen suited.
I imagined all three possibilities actually, because maybe you make that specific read to Colin as being one of the tighter players at the table, and you make a bit of a,
Yeah, I saw that.
you know, nitty fold. Maybe calling because it's a pretty beautiful hand to just see a flop and maybe proceed that way. And it is one of those hands that could find its way in on occasion too.
Yeah.
If you think your opponent is capable, of course, which maybe would have been
Oh, you did.
the lowest frequency assumption in that scenario.
Against that specific player, even.
Yeah.
Most of those guys are.
I do feel like king, queen suited is a little too much hand. I know it's first the big blind, and there are players who just never 3-bet the big blind light.
Giving it away.
But he was getting a great price.
Suited too.
And
Juicy game, huh?
he's flipping against some of the value hands. It's really easy to not even talk yourself into a call, but just
Feel like
flick
it's
it in and
standard,
never feel like it's a bad thing. And I'm the world's biggest hero folder versus a person 3-betting out of the big blind that I haven't seen do that yet.
This is. Sorry. What?
Just fine. Just bank it right. You're good. I know. He had different money.
Justin now playing 25 bigs here, facing a hijack open from Joseph, who has opened back-to-back pots now. Looks like he's going to get this one through though.
It's funny, if you were unfamiliar with Justin and you were watching this final table, you might think he's milking it a little bit or just taking too long to fold, but having spent many years at the poker table with Justin, he legitimately hates folding hands.
Oh, I'm back to you, Malik.
He does not have any
Just like every other chip.
sort of nit in him.
Where
So
my assassins? You know, like everybody goes all in.
if it were
on
someone else, I
get
might
him
be
now.
like, all right, buddy, let's get the hand in
Yeah,
the
nobody's
muck.
called anybody yet.
But with Justin, I almost respect it. He's trying to find ways to play more hands.
I wanted action.
No, you did not.
I think I did.
You're the big?
Yeah.
No, I
No,
don't
no,
know.
no.
You're first.
Yeah, I was no.
Yeah.
He didn't start the clock yet though.
So after almost an hour of play, with no bust out to, could be said that these players are being cagey or circumspect, but actually the truth is there's been plenty of action. It just hasn't resulted in a bust out as of yet. I was very impressed by the standard of play yesterday, I gotta say. These guys all bringing their own particular flavors.
Yeah, for a handful of players we are unfamiliar with, aside from maybe a couple. Some really aggressive, fearless play
No, we did some
with 2 tables left. Not what you would generally expect from the final 2 tables of a tournament that start with 10,000 players. Generally, people tighten up quite a bit, are really concerned about making any sort of mistake that might cost them their tournament. And in that fear, avoid bluffing it off and calling it off light. But yeah, these guys were battling.
Steiner has found another spot here. Hijack ace-8 qualifies. 7 bigs once again.
Yeah, ace-8, a very welcome sight in the hijack when you've got 7 big blinds.
I think this is a pass from Colin here. 2 players to act behind. I think he's going to call that one maybe in the big blind, but it's a little dicey.
I haven't licked yet.
You know, Malik does some very non-standard things from what we've seen, but calling light is not one of them so far, and I can really appreciate that if you're doing.
That's a good face he made. Let's go.
First
You're
one was
doing
good.
a lot of non-standard
let's do
stuff. You want it to be on the aggressive side because people will misread it and fold too
Right
much.
back in it.
Any card.
Great point.
The best shit.
Let's just you and me go heads up. I think we would have like a really good.
Oh, the rails.
The rail would be amazing. Like, can we sign up for that right now? And you in? You're in for that, right?
Everyone else agrees. I think that's.
Justin's like, yeah, I'll
I'll
subscribe
take
to
third,
that
then. I
one.
agree, but
All
I'll
right,
take third. Then that guy gets third. He gets third. You and me heads up. I love it. Sign me up. Sign me up.
I'll take this one, boys. Yep. Okay.
All right, I did my part.
So far,
to
so
give
good.
you a
All
walk.
right. Stick to the script. Okay.
So far, so good.
Okay. Aura.
Yeah, we'd have a good rail.
Nine
Rowdy
something
rail.
left.
Thank you.
Oh, 10 left behind.
I assume she's back
She
there,
got
right?
swallowed, or she left a while ago.
Or she might have
Either one's
left.
fine.
So yet again, a blind versus blind battle.
Hey!
There she is.
Kevin with the chip lead, unlikely to have too many folds.
13.3.
11.7, baby. 11.7 ain't no thing. I
think this is
He's
versus,
just gonna-
yeah, this is versus Ralph. He's just putting him in. Oh, and this will be a fun decision point
We
right
split
here.
together?
That one's mediocre. Mediocre at best.
So you have to match?
It doesn't have to match. I'm not greedy.
What's your cutoff of a Broadway hand
Yeah,
to
I can
call
only
with?
split with you.
I think Queen Jack feels okay.
Fair.
Maybe
Fold.
Queen 10 is tempting.
All right, let me get some rail finally. First hand. Woo! Pop the cherry at the final table.
What a smattering of
King 6 is
applause
good.
Well, they're not getting
The
drunk.
queen,
That's why.
having the queen
Actually, a couple are
in your
drinking.
hand seems important because I could see worlds where Kevin just
There's
rips
my Yegs back there.
Queen
Babu.
6 offsuit, Queen
AJ,
5
Brian,
offsuit, but isn't
Chad.
doing the same with
my
Jack 5
girlfriend.
offsuit, for instance.
That makes
He
sense.
left you.
She left me already. She's like,
He
he's
may
not winning
also
this
rip
shit.
Jack 5 offsuit, I don't know, but
I mean, if he is, he's not winning the next half hour. She would
feel a bit
be some
better about
hurdles.
it.
Fair point. And I would not blame her.
Yeah,
In the least bit.
either.
No phones out there. It's like, it's so boring. Not that it's strictly enforced, I don't think.
I doubt they
With
do.
the phone issue,
But
yeah.
still.
In 2024, have you ever seen a more present group of people, though? Like a present, like they're just, they're here.
Yeah,
No
that's
phones.
true. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's nice.
it's actually kind of cool.
Joseph going to step out here with the pocket threes in early. He's playing roughly 40 big blinds. Gotta say, these are the kind of hands that fall out of my range from early position.
yeah.
These high ICM environments. Ace 3 suited all day long. Pocket threes, no thank you.
For good reason, right? You are generally going to play post-flop pots where both players are incentivized to keep the pot a little bit smaller than normal. So the value of making a set goes down a little bit. Whereas with Ace 3 suited, you can make some top pairs or some flush draws and
Double.
They read the
just get to showdown, or with the flush draw, maybe win the pot.
And I look, I do it again.
I always like to think of things as
A sick individual.
the more the ICM
You know, we do
factor,
little things,
the
but
higher the
we don't
ICM
even know we are
factor,
doing it,
I
you
know.
know?
the more you
Just
care
aware,
about
but
winning
I-
the pot
I
right
just
now.
mistaken.
Yeah.
And so you sort of think about what hands you want to play in that sense a little bit. And then, of course, you know, three's not really blocking any relevant hands as well.
Yeah, that's a lovely heuristic, actually. Well explained.
Either way, Joseph getting it done.
The invincibility of youth. 21 years of age. You just open those pocket threes, I think that's what happens.
I'm trying to think what I was doing at 21 years old, poker-wise. I think I was building up and busting low four-figure bankrolls while skipping class.
I was not playing.
Really?
Maybe a kitchen table game with the friends at the weekend, but I didn't start playing properly until I was about 24.
Wow. Late bloomer.
Late bloomer. I envy all the people who took it up younger, because I think there's never been a time in poker where you didn't wish you had started a few years earlier.
Yeah, it's true. I remember at the final table of the main event, when we were three-handed, they were talking about our age. And Jake was 21, Greg was 24, and he announces that I'm 26, and my rail's like, old man, old man.
That's so sick to have three 20-somethings in that spot. Wow. Poker is a bit different these days in terms of the demographics.
Steiner.
I know. That's good.
Having to fade a call once more.
Thank you. I get to look.
Another really nice hand selection here from Steiner. Hasn't put a foot wrong here. He doesn't have much playability with his stack. It's got to be all inner fold for the moment for him. And can he get yet another one through? Ooh, this is interesting.
Kind of doubt James is folding this particular hand.
I got to agree.
The nut king just seems a little too good.
Yeah, and it's exactly the hand Steiner doesn't want to see here.
So many broadways that you dominate. You're not doing too poorly against most of the ace highs.
James folded the fours earlier. We saw that he was maybe disinclined to take these, maybe thin enough spots. This one doesn't feel as thin, though. I agree with you, Jesse.
Yeah, if you start working it out, there's just enough broadways. You might even talk yourself into your opponent shoving king-jack offsuit. I don't think he does from this position too often, but some players definitely find this jam, even at a final table. And then just so many suited broadways you're beating. Not that much you're dominated by.
Oh, let's go! Wow, that's a huge moment for Steiner here.
59 more of those.
He was in big trouble there. His opponent only needed about 40% to call with the king-queen suited, which had Steiner dominated.
Yeah, not a huge chunk of his stack that he'd be risking.
Also that, yes.
Feels like
people like, give me a
you play a lot closer to
3.
You were close.
Chippy V in that situation.
Ace 4.
Pocket jacks, yes.
Ace 5.
No sweat.
No shit.
Way worse than that.
So much better.
You were gonna call me light, weren't you? Don't call me light.
Yeah, better.
Oh, way better?
He's not thinking of ace 4, I promise you that.
Now he's getting trash talked after making that fold. Oh, you hate to see it.
This guy? Yeah.
This guy?
He's a lot closer than you.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
The disrespect is so real.
I feel like Justin's stirring the pot as well.
Yeah, I mean, Justin's not going to miss a good spot. If somebody's going to go after another guy and get emotions moving, Justin's not going to not stir the pot. Justin just kind of loves it, too.
Yeah.
He's a fun guy to be around. He's a great human, and he likes a little controversy, a little goofballness. Goofball isms.
Let's hear guesses.
Sure.
Guesses.
Is that
You may have made a new word up, but I like it.
all right? You come from the part of the world where the language was invented, so I'm gonna take my W.
Well,
If you're letting that one
in
through.
Ireland, we like to say that the English invented it, but we perfected it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel that for sure.
Absolutely.
Gotta win one. Oh my God! Now that's a rail.
What I'm shoving with. Like,
Yeah, the rail is increasing.
Yeah,
We're going to
hold
need
on,
standing
sorry,
room
sorry.
tickets soon.
pretty funny. It's pretty funny.
In fact, that point is already passed.
What a silly life we live, huh?
That's true.
Justin has had a number of hands, but they've all been under the gun, which is not really where you'd like to be dealt some of your better hands, especially the middling hands like ace-queen that sort of shrivel up a lot when they're 3-bet and they've raised under the gun.
Now, this is exactly the kind of hand that Kevin was enjoying playing yesterday. 10-9 suited, 7-8 suited, this kind of stuff. But obviously in that spot, quite a few players to act behind. I feel like that might have found its way into his flatting range in some circumstances. prudent to let it go here. Joseph with an interesting candidate here, pocket 8s against the wily Justin coming from UTG.
Yeah, I was going to say, have to imagine this particular hand. It just feels like such a natural peel from either of the blinds. First the under the gun range. Even though Justin likes playing maybe a few more hands from each position than the other players, you have to give him respect when he opens from under the gun 9-handed as one of the shorter stacks at the final table. Oof. That is a strong flop if you're holding pocket 8s.
Yeah, and I wonder what Justin's perception of Joseph's range here, calling the under the gun open from the small, is. It's quite a condensed range. It's quite a strong range, actually.
Yeah. A number of suited aces that might connect as well with this flop in the form of the wheel draws. Some backdoor flush draws, some flush draws. Although Justin is doing a nice job of blocking the backdoor flush draw aces.
Neither player with much 7x here.
And now that Justin's bet the flop and Joseph's called.
6.8.
Oh.
So fully repping the big pocket pair here is Justin. Trying to put pressure on exactly this portion of Joseph's range here. Maybe the pocket 6s, the pocket 8s.
This puts Joseph to the test right away. And Joseph has got to understand how far up in his range he is right now. He doesn't have much better than pocket 8s on this board. Wow, and he just lets it go. This is such an effective turn bet by Justin.
Who shows it?
If your opponent is folding pocket 8s.
Sorry. Most of my fans aren't potty trained yet.
Nice hand, nice hand.
He's an intimidating presence, Justin.
Yeah.
He has, on more than a few occasions over the last 2 days,
Well, he should.
pushed players around. There's another example of it.
That was such a nice spot for it because you expect your opponent to be quite capped.
Sorry.
They don't have the jacks through aces or 10s through aces that they might have from other positions.
And do you think he was sizing them up there for like okay, I expect him to call with the 8s or 9s here, but fold river and actually win an even bigger pot by following through?
Yeah, I mean, you probably expect it at least most of the time, but there is that non-zero chance that people just don't want to have to make a river decision, so they make their decision on the turn.
Yes.
And
nice.
just if you're folding pocket 8s there, it's really hard to have anything better than that. Like you said, you don't have any 7s. Sure, maybe you have pocket 2s, pocket 3s that made a full house and you slow played on the flop, but not very often.
No. Zach's turn to get back in the action here with the pocket queens. Sized up a little bit here. 2.7 million. Saw that from Zach yesterday. Likes to put a little bit extra on top, earning maybe a few more folds from the blinds.
Whoa. That's a...
How do you feel about that very small alteration in your sort of pre-flop strategy where you maybe find the 2.2s and 2.3s rather than the bare minimums?
Yeah, I don't...
What do you mean?
I'm not hating it or anything. I do think as you move away from the pack and become a larger chip leader, you really want to open as much as possible. And in theory, you'd like to just make it the smallest raise size possible to do so.
You might have had a good time and I want to.
But it's such a minor thing that if you ever think a specific big blind or maybe this table plays in a way from the big blind where they fold a little bit more because you've made it slightly larger, then that can be really effective as well. So just so hard for me to know without a lot of experience with these players.
2.4.
Well, speaking of effective, Kevin's got the aces once again. Second time on this final table. Just picked up the blinds and antes last time. Opening now from +1, giving ample opportunity to quite a few foes here to wake up. Oh dear me. This is a disaster for Justin.
I mean...
Wow.
I don't know how this doesn't go all in.
No, this is going to be, unfortunately, 3-bet Justin. And I suppose Kevin could theoretically find a flat, but,
he just
or we're
crams.
just going to, yeah, there we go. Oh dear, what a disappointing situation here for the seasoned professional. Justin Young, our only former WPT champion here. He took down the seminal Hard Rock Poker Showdown back in 2016, and he is going to need some help
Ace king at risk.
to put his name on the trophy for a second time.
This is so unfortunate. I kind of feel like we're going to see some diamonds. I don't know if we'll see 3 diamonds on the board, but it feels like we'll have a sweat, doesn't it?
Ace king.
Sweaty moment for Kevin here. Obviously, 87%, but that 11% always feels a bit bigger when you're the one sitting there with the aces. Well,
that's one. That's 1 diamond.
3 of diamonds, 5 of diamonds.
10 of diamonds.
Yeah.
Jack of diamonds. Oh. Brutal for Justin.
Absolutely brutal. He bows out in 9th. I don't think any of us expected this, but the deck was cruel on this occasion.
It was a pleasure, man. Nice meeting you.
Really?
Kevin with a big hold, and now a big chip lead. On this final table, we say goodbye to Justin Young.
Yeah, I don't want
in
to
9th position, 114k.
You're trying to mush me. That's
Nothing he could do.
That guy can hit.
By the way, if you're Kevin, is there a bigger dream than opening aces and having your opponent just say all in?
Oh my goodness.
Not even a smaller 3-bet where you have to think about what's the best way to get the chips in here.
I could kiss you on the forehead right now, man.
I forgot. Dude, I keep giving you a page.
Could kiss you on the forehead, yeah.
And crucially, I think, for Kevin,
Yeah, I mean,
not just picking up that very, very big pot, but eliminating one of the real threats at this final table
Absolutely,
in the process.
yeah. For sure, you're thinking that exact sentence in your head. Also, moving him away as the clear chip leader again, instead of sort of being tied with Zach, that's a big factor as well, especially when you have Zach 2 to your left. With these really short stacks at the table, that means you get to open up a ton, as long as they're sticking around.
Perfectly clubbed.
That was a big shift in momentum.
10 of diamonds would have been fun.
Massive moment here.
No. Come on, man.
I like pain.
2.7.
All of these players now guaranteed 145k at a minimum.
Yeah, I'm wearing that shirt.
Next pay jump, just over 40k.
Oh no, Steiner's heads up buddy is out. He's thinking, how can I get heads up now? The guy I planned this out with.
Steiner giving this one some thought here. Pocket threes. Not a huge amount of fold equity. I like the fold. Good discipline from Steiner.
I saw you check your cards.
Those pocket threes certainly would have made their way in. First in, but
Especially the face cards. It looks
very
similar
tough
sometimes.
when you've only got 10 bigs.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Even 12 bigs, you'd feel a lot better about shoving pocket threes. 12 bigs feels a lot like 15 or 16 not at a final table. And once Kevin folds, you would expect Zach behind him to just start opening a ton as he's the next biggest stack. So you think you have a lot of fold equity there for sure. But when you're on 10 big blinds, you're not as certain that your opponent will fold all of those hands that they will when you're on 12 or 13.
Absolutely right. So we see now Malik defending his big blind with the Jack-8 suited, flopping a lot here on the King, Queen, 8-2 spades. Zach is going to fire that sort of rangy sort of C-bet here with second pair.
Oh man, there is a run out of decisions by Malik where Zach will be very upset that he C-bet. You can see Malik finding the check raise right away. putting serious pressure on, and Zach wishing he had just controlled the size of the pot. This is a very
it's a
small.
clicky one.
Yeah.
Wow. Definitely agree with you, Jesse. I would not have been surprised to see this sent northwards, maybe to the tune of 7 million. 3.5 is very small.
That's the best flop I
Would have to imagine.
It's uncomfortable immediately for Zach here, who obviously has a fair bit of value, but
Scary comment.
sort of not a huge
Scary.
holding here. Has to flick in the 2 million. Not going to love a lot of turn cards.
By the way, shout out to Zach for saying scary, scary while putting in the call. That's not in my arsenal.
Well, we talked about him being willing to drop his own guard, maybe to pick up on something. Can you get a read off Malik right now? That's what he's going to try and do. Try and figure out, is this ever a flush draw? Combo draw as we see it is. Or is it always value?
Pretty cool to see a player have the level of confidence that they're willing to talk like that in the middle of a hand. Sort of reveal the strength of their hand a little bit, but use the information that your opponent gives in response to saying that to your advantage, and think that that's worth more than giving away the strength of your hand.
Cool. Can I just say again, Malik with a very small size here on the turn.
Yeah, if he keeps this up, it's not going to go well for him. Interesting river card.
Very tough out of position now for Malik. Does he want to represent the 10 jack? Go big. He's been sort of repping, you know, a 2-pair type combo all along. Can he keep that story up even in the face of this very plausible connector to his opponent's range here with the ace of hearts on river?
He's about to bet very small again relative to the pot. Oh no, I'm sorry. 10.4. That's a fairly chunky bet. A little over 40%.
Zach with a bluff catcher. He does have a jack in hand if you maybe has to figure out some devilish options.
Zach
does have range advantage here, let's be honest. He does have range advantage. It would make sense to take the aggressive line now.
Yeah. He has the sort of hand that could certainly bluff. Blocking the best 2 pairs.
Zach completely uncapped right now.
Yeah.
Has these options available to him. I don't think is liking the idea of hero calling anymore, and I think is contemplating raise. Although you never know.
Yeah, he might sniff it out and call. There are a number of lower flush draws that missed. He lets it go. Wow.
Show the bluff. Show the bluff.
Sick from Malik.
You show me one, I'll show you later.
Don't show, Malik. Don't show.
No, show it. No. Oh, dirty dog.
It's a good bluff.
I mean, he was begging him to show.
No.
He even said, you show one now, I'll show you one later. How do you not show the bluff?
Hey, you told me to show you. I showed it to you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wow, Malik.
Yeah, really
Malik, you got
unconventional line.
A white one in the orange.
You advocated for maybe the raise on flop. I think flatting flop fine, raising flop also seems like a great option. But the size was weird, and the size on the turn was weird.
Yeah.
And then, okay, he did find a better size on river to tell that story in a complete way.
I didn't even necessarily think it would be better to raise so much as the way Malik's been playing, I thought we might see a raise. And when you specifically have Queen Jack, you hate seeing the check raise. Malik went so small that you don't really mind seeing the check raise on the flop. But he had the foresight to keep following through, because if you're going to bet small as a bluff on a street, you probably need to follow through on the next street.
Yeah.
Since you can't really depend on your opponent to fold the street that you've bet small on. James has just stayed out of the way so far. He's enjoying the show.
2.5. 2.5.
Yeah, and what a show it has been, in fairness. These players all bringing an entertaining brand of poker to this big stage.
Steiner in a very similar situation as last hand. Just
really is. Really wishing he had those 3 extra bigs now, I think,
oh
Jesse.
yeah, he'd be getting away with a lot of crimes right now if he had 3 more big blinds.
No. Are you? You're getting food?
It's always something in No Limit Hold'em, isn't it? You don't have quite enough to bluff them. You have too many to get it in. This is a great hand to 4-bet, but the wrong player to do it against.
Yeah.
There's just so many factors, and they all have to fall into place sometimes to make the play that you want to make.
So Kevin in a very advantageous position chip-wise, and now also on this 10-8-4 texture. Flopping top 2 here. Joseph, King of Hearts in hand, some backdoor potential, 2 overs. But that 10-8, 10-9 board texture always sort of elicits some careful procedures. Does come with 2.6.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Kevin.
It's always frustrating when you see bet a hand that would like a fold, and your opponent picks up the chip, but it's just to look at his hand. It's not to
just to make sure it's as good as he thought it was. Yeah. Does he go raise right away here?
I'd have to imagine so. It's a pretty dynamic board. The type where you want to shovel money in now, rather than have a heart come off and you don't get value from something like an overpair or top pair.
I like that. I think players can be sometimes a little bit too careful when they flop a quote-unquote monster, that they actually end up slow playing it and taking away all the value. Boards can run out, which can actually lose you value. And as you say, let's get some chips in now if he's got a real one, or suspects larceny from me as the big chip leader. Maybe he plays back.
Yeah. If you have an opponent who's properly aggressive or even overly aggressive, maybe this becomes a nice one to trap sometimes because you're just blocking so much of their value having top 2. But most of these final tables against most players, I think you just want to raise now.
And raise he did. Kevin Colenso, star of the show so far, 110 million now. He's got almost 30% of the chips in play. Sadly, we did say goodbye to Justin Young, the victim of the coldest of cold decks, it must be said. Ace-King suited running into the pocket aces of Kevin earlier on. We're going to take a break. Myself and Jesse are going to get some caffeine into us as we look to burn the midnight oil, potentially with you guys here. Please do join us in just a few moments.
Most Americans, their memory of online poker is stuck in the past. A desert filled with unsafe options, or no option at all. Well, not anymore. Club WPT Gold is bringing poker back to America. It's a sweepstakes model website, sweeping the nation, and it's available to try out now. Sign up now using code YouTube and enjoy the return of safe online poker to America. The newest online poker site, Club WPT Gold, is available to try now. And coming soon, Club WPT Gold ambassadors will be hosting meetup games. Brad Owen, Rampage, Xuan Liu, and Wolfgame Poker will all be there. Sign up using any one of their codes, and you'll be able to play alongside them as you check out the newest poker site, sweeping the nation. Join us coming soon for Club WPT Gold meetup games.
I'm interested to see how Zach proceeds in general here. He showed up in town for the NAPT 4 weeks ago, won the cup just right away, fired one bullet, won the cup, easy game.
With honey and lemon.
Wow.
And has been enjoying a purple patch of late.
That's such a fun run to have.
What's up, boys? Thanks for coming.
Colin looking down a little ace jack suited.
Good.
A flop, maybe.
Just calling. How do you feel about the just call here?
I'm okay with it. I think in the small, certainly these very playable suited aces, it's okay. Obviously, functions nicely as a 3-bet sometimes as well.
That's all in my range.
Yeah, I would have to imagine that being solidly middle, like upper middling stacks, and being this deep, you want to pot control pre-flop a lot more often than maybe some of the other stacks would like to.
Absolutely. These guys, not the top stacks, but kind of in that second tier, in that middling tier. I think maybe sitting in third and fourth, something like that. They really can apply almost the same amount of ICM pressure against one another and are probably very disincentivized to create a big pot. Although, I think we may be seeing certainly a larger pot now.
Yeah, that ace of spades is quite a turn card.
Nothing too greedy as of yet. Zach probably aware that there are some ace-X here. Will be emboldened to believe such now. Can maybe go quite large here on rivers.
Yeah, such a tremendously difficult spot for Colin. If he were to show up with something like ace-4 suited, maybe some heroic fold could take place, but with ace-jack, you can easily convince yourself that you're just beating value hands.
Yeah. Would not be surprised to see something around the pot here. Zach, you can see his chest pounding right now.
10.2 million.
10.2.
Yeah, here we go, pot size.
Well, if you're calling, you hate seeing this size. Obviously, your opponent can be bluffing, but he's unlikely to choose this sizing with ace-10 or worse.
Sure.
So now you're just somewhat purely bluff catching, I would imagine. Unless
Same
you,
hand, maybe?
Yeah, it's certainly possible. I think it becomes a lot easier to decide that your opponent is somewhat polar here. And now you have to decide how often he actually has the bluff side of that.
Yeah.
Not having a spade, obviously, not your favorite thing. But again, that said, you know, you expect Zach to c-bet a lot when he has the flush draw.
Do you think Zach would have been better served here? Well, it looks like he has got paid, so well done to him for that. Do you think maybe on balance, though, better served to target all of the ace-X there and go for something a little less greedy, 60%, something in that region?
Sure.
A kind of a catch-all. Like
Kevin is a cash game player. He's played live cash around town for many years, and I think he feels extremely comfortable in the post-flop situation, and I think he likely expects his opponents who mostly play tournaments to feel a lot less comfortable in some of those situations.
Look at this.
6.4.
This could play out in a lot of different ways.
It could actually, because James may be not incentivized to bloat here. If he does 4-bet, obviously he's committing himself.
Almost.
And Joseph won't fancy facing a 4-bet here either, because it's going to be putting him potentially at risk.
Just kind of one of those classic spots where you certainly can 4-bet your hand, but once you do, you're not excited as to what you're up against if your opponent continues.
No, which, like you said, means that we're often going to see a flat here and get to play down the streets where maybe one of these guys can steal it from the other. James was savage yesterday with one particular bluff spot, worth noting.
Yeah. Something like a river.
Oh, he just to turn second pair into an absolutely ferocious turn river bluff.
Love seeing stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, slight advantage Joseph here with the ace of clubs in hand. Their player relishing this texture.
If you're playing as James, certainly enough
5.8.
to stick around with, having the club in your hand especially. Obviously, ace-king is a bit under-repped as it is, but...
Yeah, this does feel like a call once situation and maybe give up unimproved on a later street.
Sure.
Club could make this quite spicy.
Yeah. On turn or river, really. I could see some check, river club, check, big bet shenanigans.
Sure. Stacked pot ratio now just 1.3. Joseph clearly a little uncomfortable here. Maybe.
Oh, we might get it.
Well,
this is interesting from James's point of view as well. I think both players are highly incentivized to just see showdown with their particular holding.
Yeah.
But you never know.
This is a fun one. Obviously, James could have a hand like, I don't know, pocket tens here, and Joseph maybe been thinking, how often could I get him to fold something like that?
Yeah.
But in the end, happy to take
you blew it.
the showdown he had.
I think Kevin should have to take the hat off every time he scoops a pot. We should make that the first unofficial rule of this final table. Knowing Kevin a bit,
I don't like you on my left, man. Shit.
I don't even know if he would be against it. He's a pretty fun,
I'm so happy.
easygoing guy.
I mean, I got him on my left, but I'll take that, I guess.
I'm easy.
No, you're not.
Frustrating start
You were
for
on my right
Steiner.
yesterday. I like that.
He has drifted back to sub 10 bigs now.
It's always frustrating to start a final table that way because it's nerve-wracking. So if you have to play on 8 to 10 big blinds for multiple hours and then you run up a stack, it's almost like your emotional side is cooked a little bit.
Yeah.
And you feel far more drained than if you were just chilling on 40 big blinds or something.
Leaves. Gotta get one. Can I get one pot just to see? I just want one pot to see.
If you want to win one, I would suggest playing one. But
I wish you could have seen what I've had.
Yeah, you're so locked in.
I'm not saying
Every
gotta
chip
play
is so
12.
precious
1.6?
that you really do kind of double down on your focus.
And every jam is so important that you are, every time you get dealt a face card, you're sweating that second card super hard. It's just, there's an extra element to every hand and every deal.
4.3.
Oh, interesting here. Malik taking it upstairs.
So it is 30 seconds post, yeah?
Top pair. Poor kicker. Kevin with the ace of clubs in hand. Some backdoor potential. Straights and flushes.
Oh, Malik, man.
Looks like he
You
is
are a
going to
tough guy.
lay down though.
Tough player.
Kind of an informational bet in that sort of old school sense there from Malik, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, check that.
Seems larger than that can be really effective as well. So just so hard for me to know without a lot of experience with these players.
2.4?
Well, speaking of effective, Kevin's got the aces once again. Second time on this final table. Just picked up the blinds and antes last time. Opening now from +1, giving ample opportunity to quite a few foes here to wake up. Oh, dear me. This is a disaster for Justin.
I mean,
wow.
I don't know how this doesn't go all in.
No, this is going to be, unfortunately, 3-bet Justin. And I suppose Kevin could theoretically find a flat, but,
he just
or we're
crams.
just going to, yeah, there we go. Oh dear, what a disappointing situation here for the seasoned professional. Justin Young, our only former WPT champion here. He took down the seminal Hard Rock Poker Showdown back in 2016. And he is going to need some help
Ace king at risk.
Put his name on the trophy for a second time.
This is so unfortunate. I kind of feel like we're going to see some diamonds. I don't know if we'll see 3 diamonds on the board, but
What?
feels like we'll have a sweat, doesn't it?
Ace king.
Sweaty moment for Kevin here. Obviously, 87%, but that 11% always feels a bit bigger when you're the one sitting there with the aces. Well,
that's one. That's 1 diamond.
3 of diamonds, 5 of diamonds.
10 of diamonds.
Yeah.
Jack of diamonds. Oh.
Wow.
Brutal for Justin.
Absolutely brutal. He bows out in 9th. I don't think any of us expected this, but the deck was cruel on this occasion.
It was a pleasure, man. Nice meeting you.
Really? I'm just saying.
Kevin with a big hole.
Raise. Malik went so small that you don't really mind seeing the check raise on the flop, but he had the foresight to keep following through, because if you're going to bet small as a bluff on a street, you probably need to follow through on the next street.
Yeah.
Since you can't really depend on your opponent to fold the street that you've bet small on. James has just stayed out of the way so far. He's enjoying the show.
2.5. 2.5.
Yeah, and what a show it has been, in fairness. These players all bringing an entertaining brand of poker to this big stage.
Steiner in a very similar situation as last hand. Just
really is. Really wishing he had those 3 extra bigs now, I think,
oh
Jesse.
yeah, he'd be getting away with a lot of crimes right now if he had 3 more big blinds.
No. Are you? You're getting food?
It's always something in No Limit Hold'em, isn't it? You don't have quite enough to bluff them. You have too many to get it in. This is a great hand to 4-bet, but the wrong player to do it against.
Yeah.
There's just so many factors, and they all have to fall into place sometimes to make the play that you want to make.
So Kevin in a very advantageous position chip-wise, and now also on this 10-8-4 texture. Flopping top 2 here. Joseph, King of Hearts in hand, some backdoor potential, 2 overs. But that 10-8, 10-9 board texture always sort of elicits some careful procedures. It does come with 2.6.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Kevin.
It's always frustrating when you see bet a hand that would like a fold, and your opponent picks up the chip, but it's just to look at his hand. It's not to
just to make sure it's as good as he thought it was. Yeah. Does he go raise right away here?
I'd have to imagine so. It's a pretty dynamic board.
8.1.
The type where you want to shovel money in now,
rather
than have a heart come off and you don't get value from something like an overpair or top pair.
I like that. I think players can be sometimes a little bit too careful when they flop a quote-unquote monster, that they actually end up slow playing it and taking away all the value. Boards can run out. A very warm welcome back to the WPT Prime Championship final table. Kevin Calenso is on the march here on day 4. An aggressive player, playing well, running well. He's going to be looking to press that advantage, and in the short term, the fact that there are these 2 pesky short stacks, Ryan Steiner and Ralph Marquez, still in there creating some ICM misery for the 5 middling stacks of Hong, Ozimok, Caseman, Van Kuren and Saman. Dave Lappin alongside Jesse Sylvia.
He took the
And
good one.
I gotta say, I am
He's a
fascinated
nice guy.
That was the good one. that
by
he took.
how the next passage of play
Hopefully get a
will
cocktail wager. I got a thirsty
go.
rail here.
Two very short stacks, really creating the ideal environment for Colenso to push himself way clear of the chasing pack. And I'm very keen to get your opinion, Jesse, actually, on exactly that idea of pressing your advantage when you can put your opponents under the cosh, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wow, you're dominating.
wait, was that an ace we just saw? I think that hand was misread. It's ace-3, right?
Ace-3 in the bin.
But it said
Starts with the
6-3 on
first
the...
card you look like.
Yeah, what's going on?
You know?
I'm not sure.
6, I would've been okay.
I need some
I think
VAR on this
occasionally
one.
there is a card misread in there, but I want to confirm that because there was a hand that was folded yesterday that I thought couldn't possibly get folded.
I think he wanted me to. Well,
Right?
2 6-3s according to our graphics. But we definitely saw an ace. Could the ace have been Kevin's?
Yeah, I believe it was because you said
Okay.
you're dominated
What's your name again?
and then showed ace-3.
Yeah,
Oh,
graphics
yeah.
showed
You
6
did
of
my
clubs,
name.
3 of diamonds, 6 of hearts, 3 of clubs in Ralph's hand.
I did my research.
Okay,
So-
this is making so much sense because I watched Berkey make a fold a couple days ago in cash games. And I know Berkey and his game pretty well. And I said, surely
Your name was-
the hand reader misread his hand. There's no shot Berkey ever folds this hand.
So tell me, was it a 6 or a 3?
I don't know about that. I don't remember now.
I wonder if it's the...
I feel like it was like a 10-8 suited or something like that.
Okay, well, we'll investigate that. In the meantime, Joseph is going to kick things off here, +1, staying active with the suited ace, despite the fact that he is one of those players in that middle pack under all the ICM pressure. Got to stay active with these suited ace blocker hands. You've got to stay active with maybe with these kind of queen jack, queen 10 type stuff, even from early as well. Suited naturally.
Yeah, absolutely in terms of staying active with the ace hands. It's so important as ranges get tighter, a little more polar, to have that ace blocker. Ooh, interesting flop for Zach because traditionally this is a flop where it's a little favorable for the big blind. They certainly have more of the nutted hands.
Dare I say lead could be coming here.
Yeah, the fact that Zach should probably fold a little more often than in a non-final table scenario makes me think that maybe the advantage is back in Joseph's favor slightly. He doesn't have those 3-4 offsuits always.
Love this from Zach. Sort of immediately setting up a kind of a threat to Joseph's stack across 3 streets by coming out betting himself here. Does have that 9 of clubs working in a couple of ways, which is useful. Obviously has 2 overs as well, and can immediately put pressure on these sort of like ace X's that are, you know, Broadway, or indeed we see here obviously using the A7. He is going to flat though.
Wow.
So not giving up just yet. Zach is going to have to walk this high wire well. It's made a little bit easier now. Nice outcome here. Zach maybe.
High wire over.
Yeah. Although I wonder if he continues betting himself here or checks it over for a little bit of pot control. I think small bet probably works quite well again. But
Sure. I feel like all options are sort of on the table. The queen is a really nice card. If you had the queen of clubs, you'd feel wildly confident that you have the best hand at this point.
Yeah.
Obviously, you could lose sometimes, but you feel quite good about it, just knowing that your opponent doesn't have the flush draws or the backdoor flush draw with a queen.
Lots of me really does wish that that wasn't the queen of diamonds and we see how Zach would have proceeded on a few different cards.
Yeah. Yeah, same here. I would have really liked to have seen that as well. I imagine, having seen Zach play a little bit, that he does follow through on quite often.
5.4.
And gets it done in doing so.
So Joseph now firing 5.4 into this pot of around 13.5 million.
This is going very poorly for Joseph. He made a nice float, had his opponent hit the 6-outer. And now his opponent's trapping him.
I guess he is going to shut down here. Zach's not going to come with raise and probably check it on over one more time. So maybe this is the limit to the damage. Oh, well, 5 of clubs. Pairing flopped second pair. Now trips and obviously a flush completer.
If I were to guess, I would say Joseph doesn't bluff this river, but I don't know. Maybe he's decided once he's called on the turn, his hand can't possibly be good. The river club perhaps feels like a nice one for him when he just calls the flop.
Yeah.
Queen.
He just shuts it down right away.
Yeah, I don't think he had anywhere to go there, Joseph. It was sort of a dark, tunnely situation for him there, betting that ace-7. He obviously was trying to make, well, what was actually a pretty good read, given that he was up against the player trying to use that board texture against him out of position.
Yeah, wrong players, exactly.
As you said, it did sort of go pear-shaped, unfortunately for him on that queen, but he will be feeling to himself a little hard done by that. Maybe he made quite a good flop read and just got a little unlucky.
What the fuck?
Certainly unlucky there. He looked very frustrated to see the queen 9 offsuit as well. Still looks frustrated. I'm digging his hat, though. I didn't know Playboy had a tennis club. But I'm intrigued.
There has been no waitress.
On a break, probably.
She came on
Different
break?
kinds of
No, I
strings
think,
normally.
She went on a break with us.
Wow.
But her break is a little longer.
Yeah, no. We're not tipping enough like this.
I'm honored to share the couch with you, sir.
I didn't even do this. Right. I forgot
Colin
about that.
waking up with the jacks here, +2. Again, one of those stacks. Anyone in that sort of 30 million, 35 million zone is in a spot of trouble overall. From an ICPM perspective, people like Kevin lurking behind can drop the hammer and really put pressure on. Maybe not with a hand like 8-5, but he's even giving it some thought. Probably recognizing that Colin is one of the tighter players at the table. Now that sort of works in two ways. One, it may not be a light open for that reason, but two, maybe there's
11.1.
a tight fold. And here we go, Kevin really trying to press that advantage.
It does feel as though he picked the wrong guy.
Oh, would you look at what's lurking behind Zach?
This is actually pretty sick.
This is really dirty because you are very worried about Kevin being the one who can knock you out here in 8th place, which would be a catastrophe.
This 3-bet is going to be extremely win-win for Colin, because if Zach finds the cold 4, Colin may get away from it, and he would have just lost his stack if Kevin hadn't made this 3-bet. And if Zach finds some massive hero fold here, then Colin will probably shove against Kevin.
Yeah.
And win a bunch of chips. So regardless.
Oh, this is so gross for Zach, actually. Like we see, he's obviously got an amazing hand for this situation right now, but he won't be feeling like it is.
If I'm Zach, and I'm cruising so far at this final table, I am certainly considering the fact that Colin seems very tight.
Yeah.
From what we've seen, I believe, across the last couple of days. And Kevin's 3-betting in spite of that to a huge size.
Yeah, I thought if we were going to see a 4-bet here, it was going to be like 23.
Yeah, or even 18 or something along those lines.
Good fold from Kevin. Oh, sorry, from Colin, I should say. And we're going to get a fairly easy fold from Kevin.
What do you think? Both.
Truly unfortunate timing by Kevin.
Yeah.
Oh, Zachary.
I will.
But he saved Colin in the process.
Yeah. He did.
So far.
Who I think was doomed there versus a Zach 3-bet.
I'd have to think so. Zach's coming off to me as a very intelligent poker player. Seems to have a good understanding of dynamics and situations. So that said, you would imagine that he's going to be quite careful in 3-betting one of the tighter players at the table. So if you notice that, now, of course, when you're one of the tighter players at the table, you often aren't aware of it, right? Because you think you're just playing some standard poker and you're playing a little on the tight side.
If you fold it, it's a great fold.
But if you could figure all that out, maybe you think your jacks are in a bit of trouble.
Probably not. Not that one. Could have been in the streets.
Or maybe I'm
Sorry, how
just
much is that hand?
way on a branch here. None of that's...
No, I think you're absolutely right.
I literally don't even know. Maybe like 70.
Oh, Ralph has a spot here. Look, only 4 bigs. Not even
Yeah,
4 bigs.
getting every hand.
3.5 big blinds. In they will go. Queen 10 suited, more than qualifying here in the cutoff. He has the
Ralph
least...
just saw the 10 and he's ready to go.
Exactly. He has the least ICM concerns here. He is the person most likely to be at risk first, so needs to take a spot when it is presented. This one would be a little murkier in the hands of Steiner, who's looking to outlast Ralph. From Ralph's perspective, absolutely standard to get this one in.
Sort of interesting that he's burning a couple time banks here, because not only is this seemingly a pretty clear jam, but also it's very clearly giving away the strength of your shove, like it's on the weaker end, which you really don't want to do when you have a hand on the weaker end.
Yeah.
And in an unnecessary way, too. I think that it's a pretty clear shove from the cutoff in such a short stack.
Yeah, and you don't want to feign weakness.
Yeah.
Situation. Anyway, what I would ask you here, because there's some sort of technical issue here as well, is do you hold back a blind? You don't have many to hold back here in this spot, but you hold back just in case it kicks off after and you get some ladders. I think you maybe do that.
I think you can. I generally like, if you're going to do that, I generally like putting half of my stack in or something like that so you can save more, but you can't do that.
You can't do that with 5 bigs.
Because it's a min raise, and now you actually get peels from the big blind, which you really hate seeing.
Sure.
Yeah.
Ooh, this.
I'm gonna need one after
this. This is the king jack offsuit that might flick it in here. This is.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. You can call this one, and you know if there's action behind, you might even end up in a sort of implied collusion spot with the big blind, who's happy to call and maybe knock somebody out.
Also, you have maybe some information from those time bank chips. There are a lot of ways to feign weakness when you have a strong hand.
Oh, Zachary.
But in my experience, burning time bank chips is often very straightforward. People don't like wasting those.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there.
Yeah, Zach's going to be in a great situation here.
Yeah, all is not lost for Ralph here. Getting the double up would get him back to 15 million. It would almost be a triple up, given that the blinds and small and big blind have folded.
Good spot for a double. Yeah.
He has 40% right now.
Other way.
That was a wild 3-bet a moment ago from Colenso, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just played fairly straightforward and then
Make it spicy.
went after him with the 8-5 offsuit.
Make it spicy.
Did not predict that.
No. 9 of hearts.
9 of hearts.
Yeah, you'll take that. Can we do that?
No, I don't know what color.
What's coming?
I think it's going to be 5. I don't know what color.
9 of hearts.
Well, that will shut the door here for Ralph on the turn. King of clubs. Zach picks up a fairly small pot in the context of his tournament, but it was everything to Ralph, who bows out now in 7th place.
Good game, man. Congrats, man. Congrats.
Now we spin.
Ralph
Now we spin.
cashes this tournament for $145,000. Incredible run here, all the way to the final table. Credit to him for that.
Thank you, bro.
7 remaining players, all guaranteed at least 186K. And the next ladder jump, well, a very, very tasty prospect indeed. 54K for just outlasting one more player. There we see, obviously, bottom of our screen, Justin Young. Well, it could have gone so differently for him today. Arguably the best player, the most seasoned player, the most experienced player at our final table. Would have been hoping for so much more coming in one of the middling stacks, but he got coolered out of this one in 9th place. Ralph Marquez and Steiner came into this one pulling up the rear. Steiner's managed 2 ladders. That's already maybe as much as you could realistically have hoped for, coming in more or less joint last.
I don't know. When you're closing out final tables in 3 hours coming in 8th in chips, you might be expecting a lot.
Okay, but you know what you are then? You're already feeling very good. Like you already feel like having locked up that extra 80K or whatever it is. Now you're feeling like the wind is at your back. If you can get the spin up from here, wonderful, but already sort of one big job done.
One of my favorite final table predictions of all time was Vanessa played out a final table where they had like a month and a half delay at Partouche. I don't remember that series.
Yeah.
And she had a very aggressive set of players the final table, and her and like the other top 3 chip stacks were battling all tournament. And she said, I'm either going to get 9th or 1st. I can feel it. And she shows up for the tournament, and somebody had been disqualified for having gotten caught cheating.
I remember this. I remember the blogger who was behind the player. We're going to have to jump into the action here. A very large open from Malik here. He's almost 3x'd it, and Zach has picked a very inopportune moment to 3-bet to 10 million here. Malik,
I know you are trying to.
Will probably give Zach a fair amount of credit for a hand in this spot. May come with 4-bet. Flat is definitely an option, but I think 4-bet much more likely here from Malik, who has tussled with Zach already. They've got a dynamic.
Absolutely. By the way, Malik just exhibited one of my favorite speech sort of tells.
Oh?
They were talking, and he was like, Zach said, I've been aggressive. And he said, I know you have been. And it's like you're almost verbally giving yourself a reason to 4-bet outside of what your hand strength is. It's quite often a good hand when somebody does that.
Yeah, Zach, I think, is honing in on exactly that read.
Yeah, Zach just looks amused by all of this.
I think it was just like, yeah, that was a bit too much Hollywood.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
For sure.
You deserve a rail.
You deserve an Oscar for that one.
Let's go.
They gave me a...
Zach's got a little sass to him, man.
Golden Globe.
Let's play.
There we go. There we go.
He's been downgraded to a Golden Globe.
That's brutal. That Emmy got snatched away from him very quickly.
Yeah. Not to be cruel, but I feel like it was more like one of those MTV Movie Award standard
You didn't get the memo.
performances.
5 big.
Oh my goodness. He gets a surfboard or he gets slimed. Which one is it? Oh no, that was Nickelodeon. He gets a surfboard for the MTV Awards. I think that's what they gave out.
Some fun dynamics here at the final table. 7 left, all vying for $1.162 million up top. Things are going to get very interesting down the home stretch here tonight.
3.3.
Talking about award shows just reminded me that Eminem has a new album out, and I'm going to listen to it on the drive home.
Oh.
Fairly new, last summer. You know, if you were sitting at the poker table and didn't have access to every hand like we do,
Indeed.
you might think Zach is playing quite loose and aggressively at this point.
You would. Colin's going to make the defend here. Okay, really interesting. I'm getting a flashback, almost like a PTSD moment to yesterday when he decided to flat the 9-3 or maybe 9-4 of clubs and then gave up when flopping top pair. I'm wondering if Colin's addressed that imbalance in his game between pre-flop stickiness and then post-flop surrender.
That was the top pair?
Correct.
You said? That was the hand I thought maybe was misread on the reader.
Perhaps.
And now I'm starting to feel like it must have been.
Well, fortunately for Colin, he hasn't connected in any way with this one because Zach has got a huge piece here with pocket eights middle set.
There's such a gap between the type of player who would fold top pair to a continuation bet on the flop and the type of player who would peel 9-3 suited pre-flop.
Yeah.
That it's
oh, dear me.
It's
Colin,
hard to believe that it exists.
Colin.
Wow, Zach.
No, Colin. Oh, no.
I mean, Zach has such a strong hand, he's just going to let Colin hang himself.
Of course. But also maybe are you thinking, well, Colin is quite tight. Maybe he wouldn't do this light. Like, this is quite out of character for us. Now, maybe he's been doing this off stream quite a bit, but from what we've seen, this is out of line.
No, it's true, but it's just such a dry board. There's nothing.
Yeah. What are you scared of?
Yeah, and if your opponent has a strong range, he's just going to put it in on the turn, throughout the turn and river anyways. Oh, that's a problematic card for Colin. That's a slow down type of card, at least for him, but...
Yeah, does he come with small bet himself here now?
6.9.
6.9, that's...
So it's very kind of mergy almost now. Zach, you know, obviously just trying to figure out ways to get all of these chips in. Does he go for it now? Is this board getting a little wet now? It was quite dry to begin with. That 10 of hearts does wetten things up.
It's funny, this is one of those situations where I feel like theory and reality deviate the furthest in how you want to approach it, because in theory, Colin should have no bet folds with a lot of equity, right? So no flush draws, no open-enders. But in reality, when people have a 9, they just continue to barrel.
Oh my goodness me. Well, Zach in Dreamland right now. Quads. Has been checked too. Gonna have to do his own dirty work. Was hoping that all those chips were just gonna be sent in by his opponent.
Something like that.
I guess at this point you're maybe just hoping your opponent has a hand like Ace Jack.
Quads.
No way. There we go. Quads. We got another ladder.
Let's go. Wow, indeed. Colin.
Good hand.
What a misstep here.
Yeah, that's surprising.
In a high-pressure situation. Steiner's rail erupt. He gets another ladder. Colin had a dead-on read that his opponent was at it. Well, he absolutely wasn't.
He was as far away from that as you can be. He had quads. He had 4 of a kind. You go your whole life and not be dealt 4 of a kind. Assuming you don't play that much poker.
Look, first up, Colin, what an incredible run. Colin Hong, we could not find information on this man ahead of this broadcast. Bit of a mystery man with no prior caches. We weren't sure what that meant. Maybe an online battler. What I would say is extraordinary run to get through this almost 10,000 runner field. He deserves a lot of credit, and obviously he's walking away with $186,000. It is hard, though, from this booth perspective, not to be a little bit critical of that final hand, and maybe specifically as well the river situation. He took no time. We expected it to not play out in about half a second like it did.
That is true.
He immediately snapped called. Why not just take a little bit of time and have a look at your opponent? It makes no sense to make that decision quickly.
Absolutely, but you know, these guys have been playing some very stressful poker for 3 to 4 days straight.
Four big blinds.
That stuff wears on you.
Just beautiful.
Funny things happen in the moment that wouldn't happen your first hour at a poker table in a cash game, you know? Shout out to Steiner, by the way, the true MVP of Last Hand, making $41,000. watching it go down. He is 7.6 million right now. Just laddering away.
Yeah, he's locked up almost $250,000, which is nigh on equal his greatest ever score in this game of poker.
Oh, buddy, you made it. Glad you made it. I did. Yeah, yeah, I got about 50.
Zach looks confident. He has now retaken chip lead by a decent margin. Around 120 million to 100 or so. He has position on the other big stack. There is a wildly short stack at the table, so he can abuse all of these middling stacks quite well. This is really nice for him.
Yeah, Steiner's presence right now more than pesky for these guys.
Oh, Andy's card racking, by the way. If all that other
3.3
stuff wasn't enough.
Yeah, Zach on the attack once again. This time, another premium ace-king. Easy decision for Steiner, who is going to just remain cockroach-esque here.
Steiner's like, I'll just fold. Somebody will probably go out. That's what's been happening.
I'll take top 4 from here.
Yeah. Sounds nice.
So, Kevin now in second place.
Just quads.
Just quads.
Just quads.
Wait, king.
That's what that's your new nickname. I'm calling you that from here on out. Zach, just quads. And then whatever your long ass last name is.
It's Dutch. It's super long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your last name?
Van Kuren.
Okay.
Yeah. It's Dutch.
Ryan Steiner now,
They gotta kill
5
the
big
drone.
blinds. Has added
You got it.
about 125k
Check
they
this guy.
pop it
to his bank balance in the last hour and
Looks
a
like
half.
he'd be something serious, man.
Sounds
too
pretty
shabby.
nice. Yeah,
The way he
take
plays
it.
poker, for sure.
I don't know how much we're getting paid, but it feels like he's making,
At least equal.
yeah, at least as much as us.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe more. I don't want to step out of bounds and say maybe more, but perhaps more.
Are you being paid to do this?
All right, I was bluffing.
I'm just here for the best seat in the house.
Yeah. Just here for the free coffee.
Steiner probably going to take this spot here. King 7 suited, enough kit to commit these 5 bigs.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think so.
That's a great way to announce an all-in, by the way. Yeah. Yeah, I believe I will.
I'm a big fan of Steiner now.
7.7.
He has brought
7.7.
Yeah.
a real Roy of the Rovers attitude.
You should
Sort of sportified the last couple of days.
Karma.
Okay.
A lot of
He
karma.
loves the rowdy rail. He's going to get looked up here by Zach
7.7.
in the big blind, who has more than enough to flick in these 4 bigs.
I mean, less than 5 big blinds.
What?
Oh, my goodness.
What did we just see?
7.7.
Oh, unless this is almost like
Oh, you think
a
Zach
little bit where
yeah.
he wants to keep it going.
Maybe.
I still call it off with the ace-3 here. I'm not gonna let that one go. But that is the
What a ninja over
counterpoint.
there.
Is that keeping this
It just so
almost
happened at
bubble-esque
7.7.
situation going?
I think
is
it's
to his long-term
a very
advantage.
reasonable
me a
argument
lot
at
of-
the very least. Yeah.
WPT have launched Club WPT Gold. Poker is back in America. You can sign up today using code YouTube. Head on over to clubwptgold.com, where good things can happen. Maybe you get put in a free roll for $5 million. It's been nice. It's been a nice weekend. Some people are going to get rich.
Listen, Lappin, I know where you're from. You have poker all the time, but for us, poker is back in America.
Yeah.
That's big. All right?
I remember Black Friday. I remember how sad it was to lose 40% of the global playing pool. We want you guys back. We're big fans.
Yeah?
Yeah.
We have an open seat anytime we want.
11.5.
Oh, how the American poker players have fallen.
Those are big.
It's just
big jumps when you steal some blocks.
You know, I remember when I was first playing professionally in 2010 online, I would stay up late to play with the Germans. Back then, the Germans were the fishy ones. Things have changed quite a bit.
James
Decent start to
has
the day.
been the guy, you mentioned it earlier as well, Jesse, has sort of just sat back. He played a couple of hands early, but pretty much has had card distribution so poor that he's just stayed out of the way.
I was trying to decide if he's played a hand so far at the final table. He must have, because his stack isn't that different from before, but...
Yeah, he played the first one, and that's it, I think.
Oh, wow. The very first hand, he re-raised Kevin. I think the right off the bat hand was Kevin open Jack 6 suited, and somebody 3-bet the Ace 10 suited. Was that him?
Maybe play the second one. It was one of those, though. It was very early on.
Wow. And then after that, he just
I think
he just coasted to victory, baby.
It does feel like he has been sort of, card deathed out of the action. But, nice for him. 3 players have been eliminated. He's still got 30 bigs. Every opportunity to build from here if the deck is a little kinder.
One thing that's starting to blow my mind is the folds that are being made versus Steiner's micro stack shoves. The king-queen suited.
That was a big moment, actually. When you think back, what a sliding doors moment that was.
Oh, yeah.
That call gets made. He's going to be eliminated in 28%, 70% of worlds. And instead, he's managed these 3 ladders and is still in the tournament.
Yeah.
Okay, now, James, time to get involved, maybe?
I would have to imagine. And it looks like he's cutting out a 3-bet. This is nice.
I like this. He's going to get a lot of credit.
Kevin
here.
should generally be opening quite wide.
Just extra 20s, correct?
Correct.
So when you play a pot with him, especially when your stack size is not incentivized to play too many hands, you really want to be playing 3-bet or fold from the out of position.
Yeah, and if Kevin's internal HUD is working correctly, he will be thinking to himself, okay, this man has not put too many chips in the pot tonight.
Yeah.
We've got to give him credit here, even though ace-4 suited is one of those sort of magic hands.
It really is, though,
gets
yeah.
put into that cheeky 4-bet range.
I can't think of a hand that likes 4-betting more than ace-4 suited, except maybe ace-5 suited.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the premiums. But, yeah, it really is kind of a magical one where you feel like you can do no wrong.
Just one, please.
The blunder ratio is low.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll take those beers. I'll take them to my rail. I'm not drinking all these, I promise.
You had a water, right?
Yeah, 2 waters. Yeah, please.
Yeah, chat is alive with analysis on that Zach fold. A lot of people really scratching their heads here, wondering if it is indeed just an overly nitty fold, giving far too much credit to Steiner, or if it is that sort of meta level where he just wants to keep this very good situation going a little bit longer, where he has a pesky short stack that allows him to abuse the other players.
Thanks for coming, guys.
It's good. Okay.
Thanks for coming, man. You got the shirt. Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming.
By the way,
you guys want beers or?
Talk about a dream scenario. If you're ever folding
Who wants the other
a
one?
clear-cut call,
Yeah,
because it allows you to abuse your
You only
chip
bring
lead
2 at a
that
time.
much longer. That's beautiful right there.
Yeah. 2.5xing here is Zach from the cutoff.
What if James just fired in the 3-bet with the Queen Dewey offsuit? I'd really enjoy that one. Oh, Joseph pocket 7. This. Whoa, that is a tight fold.
So
against the chip leader.
Exactly. This 2.5x very much designed so that Steiner can call and sort of go with equity as comfortably as he would like to off a shallow stack here.
Have to imagine Zach is opening an ungodly wide frequency.
Yeah, but you're sitting there in 5th place, hoping the guy busts in 6th. He's sitting there to your immediate left. He's only got 5 bigs.
But you just get the fold so. I mean, we know that Zach has ace queen here, but you get the fold so often.
Oh, you're not wrong.
It's not even that high of a variance play. You just pick up 8 million chips, quite a bit.
Yeah.
Which represents a lot of your stack.
Here's an interesting one for Steiner. He obviously wants to get involved with this Jack 10 because he feels like Zach's opening so wide that maybe he's just in really good shape against it. But he's also worried about, well, what if I flat here and whiff and then get blown off the pot, and my hand was actually the best hand? That's a bit of a disaster too. So I think he's actually trying to work out if his hand has enough to just go with it against the range here.
That's interesting.
How good?
See, my brain just immediately goes to, I can't think of a hand that's more fun to peel out of the big line than something like Jack 10. It's just so easy to play post-flop. But you do have a little bit of fold equity, I imagine. Zach has made it 2.5x, kind of indicating he won't be folding to you.
Yeah.
So that would certainly sway me towards just calling. I think Steiner's considering a fold.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what his facial gesture is telling me, at least.
When you've sat there for best part of 2 hours and watched other people get eliminated, making you a richer man, it is tempting to keep that going, but he is going to just
you're
commit.
right. He just sticks it in.
Yeah, I think he was just worried he was up against a, maybe even like a 6-high or something that was going to then suddenly find a way to win on a queen-high board.
Yeah, fair.
He's got his queen. He opens wide a whole bunch, hoping maybe it was 60-40. I could be ahead. I seen this dude. I see you raise with 7-8, 5-6.
Good luck. Good luck.
This was the problem. Steiner sort of summing up.
I do win flips.
Yeah,
and
this is a flip in Steiner land.
I win 60-40s too.
I'm shocked to find out the guy who won the Arizona State Championship back-to-back years wins flips.
Let's go. Let's go.
That will make life very difficult for Steiner here.
Brutal flop. He doesn't even have the backdoor heart draw.
No, it's going to have to be running jacks, running 10s, or some form of straight. The door is closing on this incredible run by Steiner, who bows out now in 6th place for 240k. An incredible run. He cockroached his way through the early going of this final table to get lots of ladders.
I know, right?
And I think when all is said and done,
what's it like to be, bro?
And he shakes off the initial disappointment now as he exits stage left.
What'd you take this morning?
We'll realize that he did a really good job this weekend.
I mean, he could have easily taken 9th place. So just at the final table, he did a really good job of getting his shoves through.
And then they were 5. Joseph Ozimok takes up the mantle of short stack now, 14 big blinds. Managed to get that outlast of Steiner. We talked about the pocket 7s, how differently it would have played out had he gone with those 7s. Would have got snapped off by the ace-queen, and it would have been him departing in 6th place instead. Ryan Steiner takes home 240. All these guys guaranteed at least 320k. But look at that number up top, 7 figures, 1.16 million.
And by the way, if we were to look it up and find out that 7s is mixing, 6s is folding, I wouldn't be shocked. And I'm not saying that the fold is bad or anything. It just felt very nitty.
Sure.
There's just so much to be said for foregoing
rail's
anything
going
close.
I got my rail.
At
Yes.
a final
We
table,
own the
and
rail,
then somebody
baby.
else do something silly.
We own the rail.
We own the rail.
There's no dinner break.
Yeah, the Steiner rail has left with their man, hopefully to celebrate. I know his mom made the trip, his brother made the trip down here, and I hope they have a jolly nice weekend in Vegas.
Does Kevin's rail just have a T-shirt print operation ready to go at all times?
How do they do this? I often see this World Series do the same thing. Guys have their T-shirts ready to go. There must be very fast T-shirt printers here in the city.
I guess so. I didn't know you could get our T-shirt printed in 12 or so hours, but apparently it's very possible, and they can do more than 30 of them.
Malik now, King
Something
Queen.
like that.
He's been min-raising in these blind v blind situations against Kevin. So far, we saw similar procedures from him yesterday.
4.8.
He's going to 3x now, though. So even from the small sample size, the read I would make here is it seems to be 2x with the weaker portion, 3x with the better ones.
Now you got your big blind back.
Yeah, there you go.
You know, there's a lot of value in just tuning in and listening to the stream. Like, I feel like you're probably right about what you just said. And if they were to listen in and just hear you say that, like, that's a lot of value. Just for Kevin, noticing that that's going on. Maybe a 6-figure dollar value amount. No joke. Because as they get short-handed, he's going to be playing so many blind versus blind situations.
Yeah, the one caveat I would add to that, just so that I'm not presuming to know everything about Malik's blind v blind game from such a small sample is that he may be balancing that 2x range with some of the really premium stuff as well. It might be the junkier stuff and the premium stuff in that range. We just haven't seen him with the premium yet.
Yeah, could be. That would be a nice way to go about it, I think. Keeping it a little more polar with the smaller sizing. I don't know, just going the smaller sizing or raising a lot into the chip leader feels very difficult to make work against a tough big blind. Obviously, there's plenty of people out of the big blind you can get away with it against, but Kevin is, as I said before, really sticky.
Gotta say, I'm already interested by how this hand is proceeding. James has gone for a light open here, Jack 9 from the hijack. He has been our tightest player. Malik has just decided to flat here with the Queen 10 offsuit on the button. Very surprised to see this particular holding in there. He has flop best though. James, every reason to fire a c-bet here. He's only got Jack high, but he does have that gutter and that backdoor flush draw to the Jack working for him. Malik has made a kind of awkward little bed for himself here by getting involved here with the Queen 10. Certainly has to come with call so far. Probably has to come with call on a couple of streets with top pair now.
Very action-inducing flop if a diamond comes off. James probably feeling compelled to fire multiple barrels. There is a diamond. That's a problematic diamond. I guess both players don't have that many 8s, so probably not that big of a deal as it would be against, let's say, big blind.
Yeah. And I think James probably ranging Malik to more pocket pairs here than maybe Queen X, although obviously King Queen is the more looming possibility here, not Queen 10 off. That makes less sense. Malik now could just fire a sort of a slightly defensive advanced blocker here.
Yeah, check is interesting from James from the point of view of what do you do if they bet now? You have a hand that has a lot of equity but can't really call. So if you're ever betting this turn texture, you would certainly like to throw in some bluffs, and Jack 9 with the Jack of Diamonds seems like one of those.
Yeah, it does. I wonder if it was looming in his mind that a lot of the unpaired calls from Malik there on the button would be suited hands, and maybe just got a bit concerned about the range containing too much of that stuff. Although Jack of Diamonds in your own hand sort of removes a lot of that stuff.
There's also the issue of just when Malik calls a flop, he has mostly flush draws, a queen, maybe some other pairs, some of them being an 8. So you're betting into a very strong range on the turn.
Yeah. Yeah, and really only targeting those pocket pairs that decided to be sticky ones. Yeah, makes sense.
And some of those have a diamond and might get sticky again.
Indeed.
How high variance do you want to play? Are you really looking to triple off with the Jack 9 and risk your tournament on hoping your opponent goes call, fold with 7s with the 7 of diamonds or something along those lines?
Zach just limping in here with the ace-8.
Yeah, this seems nice. Just, oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was blind versus Kevin for some reason.
Check.
Probably likes putting a lot of pressure on James. The ace-8 is a nice one to put in both ranges, because if you raise and James finds a jam, you're a little sad that you have to fold the ace.
Correct, I checked.
Ace-8, that's a little too strong to raise fold.
Yeah, it's a deceptively strong hand for Zach to have here in an unraised pot, and he will be hoping that pays dividends down the streets. As it is, Jack 5. Ooh, 2 clubs. He's got the ace of clubs, just checking that very fact, I'm sure, there.
That said, if Zach were to develop a strategy here where he's almost exclusively raising out of small blind with these stacks, I think it would be quite good as well. Or could play out really well. You just get to lean on your opponent so much when they have 50 million and there's a player at the table that's much shorter.
Yeah. Now, in Zach's shoes, do you do a little bit of equity denial here? Maybe just fire out one big blind?
1.6.
Yeah, I think I like that. You can even get called by worse hands, right? There's some king highs, some ace highs that you're beating that will call you.
Yeah, and I think the flush draw is probably disinclined to raise ever. So, again, all of
Yeah,
those
getting value
you're
from
beating,
some
you're
of
getting
that
some
stuff.
value there.
Getting value from some stuff like 8-6 that turned a straight draw but don't want to raise right away. Don't feel like they're representing that many strong hands when they raise because they would have bet a jack on the flop a lot.
Pretty huh? You got both sections you can use. So can I actually. Lefty righty.
A wide shot here of the right side of our rail. I want to take this opportunity actually to give a lot of credit to our boys at Sharehand, who are the best in the business producing these streams all around the world. World Poker Tour, very lucky to be partnered with such a professional operation, really bringing out the best, creating these beautiful stages and these sumptuous pictures. Like, would you believe Zach, for example, is not actually a very handsome person, but with our beautiful cameras, he's quite the dreamboat.
Yeah, you know, I didn't see that one coming, but I believe you. I believe you.
You probably hate me.
I hope his parents aren't tuning in. His mom will have some unkind words for you.
In person, it was like meeting Quasimodo. Wow. But then as soon as I saw him on the big screen, I was like, oh my goodness, it's like Superman.
They're really good at editing out that hunchback that he has.
Well, showing a balanced range here. Our camera crew now giving some love to the left side of the rail.
Brad Owen on Kevin's rail. He's a good friend of Kevin. One of his original friends from when he moved to Las Vegas. Probably really exciting for him to see Kevin doing so well. If anyone knows how hard Kevin works and how many hours he grinds at the poker table, it's Brad. Joseph's starting to get down to it, huh?
Yeah.
Gotta pick something up.
And fair to say, Zach has definitely switched gears too.
Yeah. Zach is so comfortable with the position he's in right now. You can just feel it.
Yeah, and I also feel like Kevin wanted to be that guy. And that huge pot, that pocket eights, rivered quad situation has just sort of spoiled his party a little bit. Not to say that he won't navigate his way into an interesting threesome maybe at the end of this one. But I think he wanted to be doing ruffle stomping right now.
Absolutely. And again, I know I'm sort of beating a dead horse here, but it just sucks so much to have a very strong player on your left be that guy instead of you when you were so close to getting to be the runaway chip leader. I feel like Malik's going to be the wild card, five-handed down. He definitely mixes it up and plays more uniquely than the other players at the table. And how that plays out from here on out is really going to determine
3.3
who gets heads up, in my mind. Obviously, you know, you can get coolered. People can run good, but there's just a lot of variance in how Malik decides to navigate hands and how people decide to respond
I never
to
looked
it.
at my card yet.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Hold on. Yo.
Oh, that's sick.
That's amazing.
Make sure. Make sure. I had eyes on it the whole time. Like I'm
most likely because they had to go over
I
the
don't wanna
cards
screw him
because
right
mine
here.
were just sitting like that.
That's when you don't know your own strength, I guess.
I mean, if somebody else at the table killed my hand at this massive of a final table, I'd have a few things to say to him.
Oh, we're not sure if it's the right card now.
Okay.
He sent it all the way across the felt on top
The cards probably got mixed up.
of Kevin's whole cards. Wow. Intriguing stuff. Not easy for our TD now to sort this one out. I don't think I've ever seen this.
Yeah, this
You're
is
probably gonna win this hand because this is like
this is brand new territory, Mr. Lappin.
Oh, and he has.
No, this
Oh,
is
he will play.
This is sick.
Yeah.
This hand's correct then, right?
Me?
Oh, yeah.
That hand is correct.
They do something?
he didn't have either of those.
He did not. You saw his hand. I don't even remember his hand.
I hope it's the right cards. Man.
If you lose a huge pot here and you have to sit wondering if this is the hand you should have been dealt in the first place, that's a strange emotion to have.
Yeah, 10-4.
Okay.
We had. So.
I want his cards. I bet
all
that
is
would
right
pick
in
up
the
more.
world.
Yeah.
Looks like Kevin's just folding.
Pretty good.
I mean, you could certainly make an argument for floating flop with the 2 overcards, strong king high, backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, I totally agree.
But I think he might be a little shook from what just happened. You just
Funny, 'cause
there's
like
some
this.
weird
I
psychological
always play
thing
chip on top.
where
I just didn't that
anytime
time. Yeah,
there's a potential misdeal or something,
What was your hand?
and this hand shouldn't have been dealt, you don't want to lose a bunch of
See, I got
chips
the
that
right
way. I know it sounds almost dumb, but we
No.
all feel that.
Yeah, might have got the heebie-jeebies there.
Wow, your squad's got shirts made? That's sick.
Dude, they're fucking rough.
Yeah.
Malik with the ace-queen on the button.
Really? They printed them this morning?
Yeah. I don't know where she went.
I tried to find a print shop around here, actually. They were all closed today.
Yeah, it's tough on a Saturday.
4.2.
Yeah, I don't know how she got it done.
It's just like fun to watch Malik play hands because I don't know what raise size he's coming with.
I have zero.
I don't. He mixes it up so much more in every way than the other players.
We
For
get
better
heads up, I'll
and
give
for
you a shirt.
worse.
Yeah?
Win or lose, all right?
Appreciate it. I'm having some hoodies made, too.
Zach showing a lot of
Gotta be heads
comfortability,
up.
just casually peeling off the 6-3 suited. Versus the larger raise size, I feel like he just wants to play post-flop pots with every player here.
Oh, wow.
Look at this flop. He almost flopped too much of it, in a sense. He needed Malik to have a little more happening there. Assuming he check raises, which he doesn't have to check raise. Bottom 2 is quite often a great combo to check raise. You're unblocking all of the top pair type of hands. It's interesting. I've noticed that every player, when they flop a big hand before they check raise, have rechecked their cards. And I'm not sure if they've always rechecked their cards in all of the other situations.
14.3?
Yeah, I think what's really important in this spot is there would be a certain expectation that Zach, on a texture such as this one, would play back actually quite wide, would find a lot of those maybe like double backdoor combo, check raise bluffs, and therefore obviously should be fast playing when he does have the goods. That is some photograph. Wow. Why isn't that on the t-shirts?
What is that printed?
Like,
It looks like it's on glass or something.
Yeah, for sure.
Nice time, man.
Thank you, bro.
The level of organization and coordination
I know
Kevin's
you
rail
got,
is
you
just
got
it's
one of
something that
those
doesn't exist
crap.
in most of the poker world. Let's put it that way.
What the heck?
Okay, Joseph, short stack, 12
Easy
bigs,
game.
let's
You
go.
saw Bottom 2.
Let's get the engine started here.
Not a lot of options. You could consider a min raise here, but with the offsuited combo, it makes a lot of sense to just pile in.
Thank you.
Fun to note that Joseph does have by far the shortest stack right now. So he is afforded a little more wiggle room in terms of doing stuff. He could find some raise folds pre-flop on the stack size.
I suppose the tricky thing with precisely an ace-jack there is, do you want to raise fold or raise call?
Yeah, that seems like one that...
It's a really weird one.
And even if it were somewhat happily inducing for certain players at the table, it's not a hand that's super thrilled to play post-flop against the big blind.
Yeah.
You kind of save that for the ace-jack suiteds and hands that can flop a little more often. Have a little higher equity when they induce. Zach is quietly chipped up to almost 160,000. This is wild.
Yeah. To put that in context, roughly 40% of the chips in play.
That's a good hand for the button right there.
I don't think I could have been ahead.
Okay, an interesting one here from Peter. I want to give it some love. Nice comment, Peter.
Was actually
Commentators
quiet.
are missing a chance right now to talk about the tech rules at the final table. Now, I was there on the rail just before these guys started today, and all of the people on the rail were given a proper telling off, or well, maybe not a telling off, maybe given a bit of notice that there was going to be no taking out phones on the rail. If a phone screen was seen, that person was going to be ejected. So in a very hardcore way, and we all know why. We watched the World Series of Poker coverage this year, laptop gate, etc. What I've noticed that at WPT events, the 10K events specifically in the last 2 years, whenever laptops or phone screens were starting to appear on the rail, Matt Savage was on it. Right away he was on it, and he doesn't want that in his tournament area. So I guess accentuated by what took place in the summer, WPT, in accordance with sort of these new TGA rules that have come in as well, which are always in adherence here at WPT with Matt, there is a big emphasis now on creating a more level playing field as it's perceived by not allowing players to have any access to coaching, whether that's because of a device of seeing the hands that we see right now on the delayed stream, if that's having your coach there who might give you a little bit of advice about what to do, and certainly with a big emphasis here on not having any technical help, whether that's going to be solvers, pre-solved ranges, what have you.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It was
people who use saunders are probably healthy people
pretty
in general,
bad
but,
luck this summer. I'm not even hating on them for doing it. It was within the rules. I'm just saying it's not a good look for poker.
3 to 4 days a week.
Okay.
If you're a recreational thinking about flying out and taking a shot at the main event, and you see some 20-something-year-olds running sims on the side, that might be a bit intimidating. I don't know. That's just me.
Yeah, I think one thing virtually everybody in the poker world agreed upon was the optics were really bad.
Yeah.
And we want to sort of fix that. Whether that means a change of language in the rules that exist already, whether that means actually going around policing and enforcing said rules. Well, what I can say is, you can play a WPT event, there will be some policing.
Yeah.
You do the ice bath and the sauna.
Just another reason I love the World Poker Tour so
I like
much.
it, like cold plunge. Yeah.
Cold plunge, yeah. It's the new fad. Everybody's doing it, right? Like, or if you're really into health.
They really are an elite series. Like
better than coffee.
Yeah, it's true.
No, it's not true. I don't know. I don't do it.
Yeah,
I love coffee, so.
I mean, I like coffee too. But yeah, if you can like sort of get your cortisol levels and like adrenaline levels up in the morning, and like dopamine levels from a cold plunge, it's better than like scrolling Instagram or,
You talking about
a bunch of caffeine.
You talking about cold plunge?
Yeah.
Dude, I did that the other day. It was amazing.
Felt great.
Your first time?
I have not yet.
You do it frequently?
No, I haven't done it.
I've got some
Zach was talking about
I recommend
future
it.
plans to
You
one
do
day.
You do it a lot?
I was just thinking about what is worse
wanna
than
get one
scrolling
now.
Instagram in the morning. You said
You can get some good ones.
Now you
you
can,
said
you can
an ice
afford
bath
one.
is better than scrolling Instagram, but I can't imagine that there's many things that are worse than waking up and immediately hitting the news feed on Instagram.
Well, Twitter maybe.
Yeah, get a little hate in the morning, you know? That's a great way to start it out. How's your relationship with Daniel Negreanu? You guys,
I could have used one right
you guys
now.
in the DMs chatting it up?
All right.
We, funnily enough, no.
No?
Yeah, I would describe our relationship as non-existent.
Lackluster.
Non-existent. Moving back to the action.
1.8.
Sorry if that's a weird subject. You always take everything like
You get me riled up here. You get me riled up here,
Yeah,
Jazzy.
you have such a good demeanor, you know? It's hard to imagine you being bothered by something.
Oh, wow. I'm so glad you have that opinion. I'm not sure it's shared by all.
Flop is so good today.
You had it there?
Good.
That's his first lie.
You had a good draw.
Yeah.
You had a gut shot to the third nuts. I mean,
what'd you have, like
it's true.
queen 9 off?
what more can you ask for?
Blinds are up here.
I'd,
1 million,
I'd
2
I'd
million
say
now.
draw.
2 million. Big blind ante. Wow, that is just such a huge blind level.
Let's spin.
If you, it's a good time to choose.
40,000 starting stacks.
Final table.
So
2
much.
million big blind.
So much.
Pretty sick.
Yeah, the price of poker has gone way, way up here as these guys battle it out for a
1-1.
7-figure score. A personal best for everybody here on the
It's gonna be a
cards.
long day.
Possibly already you've
Yeah, I think
locked
we
in
never
their personal bests. I think they all might have actually.
I think you're right.
So we're at 2.
Even
You have
Kevin?
two stacks of 20s, right?
I'd have to look, but
James,
I
right?
believe
James, yeah.
Thank
No
you.
way.
Yeah, no
from
problem.
what I saw on the sheet. Now let me have a small caveat here. My memory is far from exceptional.
Is that Tito's? My
Well, what is exceptional is this ace-king suited. Kevin very happy to open this one up, and he is going to find a customer.
That's pretty sick.
There is no escape route here. 23 big blinds, button versus big blind. Here we go.
Kevin just, every time he has a monster, somebody just piles it in on him. He doesn't even have to make any decisions, really. It's wild.
Okay. Obviously, we haven't seen the run out yet, but I am already feeling rather sorry for James,
queen.
who has not had much in the way of card distribution throughout this final table. Finally wakes up with a premium hand, and Kevin, whose button range will be very wide in this situation, actually has him pipped.
Queen 10, you're perfect. Good job, Kevin. On club, buddy. On club, buddy.
Oh, and there is a queen!
Wow.
A dagger to the heart of Kevin now, who needs to find a king on turn or river.
One more queen. Just one.
That's greedy. The rail asking for a queen? I don't know. He's playing with fire, really.
Spade in my hand?
Kevin calling for the spade to show up in his hand.
Let's go, baby. Let's
Huge
go.
double up for
Let's
James,
go.
who is now
Let's
a
go.
contender
Let's go.
on
Let's
this
go.
WPT Prime final table.
I spilled beer on my fucking
Israel
head.
have had
Jesus
not much to
Christ.
celebrate, it must be said, over the
Jesus
course of this
Christ.
final table. But
Fucking
that
got
is a
beer
big
all over me
moment. And he's got some beer on him
Thank
to
you.
celebrate.
That was champagne. Fuck.
I was doing it. I said a fade of queen. Yeah, I don't really care about you.
This is a really important moment for Kevin. To regroup,
Yes.
just take a second, big breath.
Damn it.
such a like right now he's having a crazy adrenaline dump too. It's so pivotal to refocus in this moment.
Feeling
Well,
pretty
speak
good
more
now.
to that. What do you do in these moments? Do you sort of, is it a deep breath thing? Is it a sort of psychological recentering of yourself? Like, how do you achieve that? Because you can't really control what's going on inside your body.
I think the best thing you could do probably is if you have any sort of close hand, fold and stand up and just move your body a little bit. Literally shake it off.
Great advice.
But yeah, moving your body is just so important. I might even like force myself to stretch a little bit just to reset my focus. If you have something that you do internally to reset your focus in general, maybe hit that 3 or 4 times. Whoa. Oh, I see. James and Joseph are.
Yeah, Joseph, the person who perhaps lost the second most in that all-in. Obviously, if James had busted out, he would have found himself
fucking
on the right side of a nice ladder.
Fucking stink.
He's still wiping alcohol off his
shoulder.
Oh, what a hero. Yeah,
it's all right. It's
to answer your question, there is no perfect answer, really, but look at this.
Yeah, poor old Kevin Colenso now down to just 18 big blinds, 35 million in chips. Had he taken that one down, he was going to be basically up there, joint chip leader with Zach, who has been running the show for the most part. All of these guys guaranteed at least 320k. 100k pay jump is actually the number.
That's so sick in a $1,000 tournament.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it really felt like Kevin was en route to a heads-up match a second ago.
Yeah. Okay, so now let's flip the script here. Great advice. I love it from Jesse there. What James needed to do, or maybe still needs to do, to settle his nerves, to get himself back centered, ready to battle.
4 million.
Well, he's just going to raise every hand since then, but that's okay because actually he's had opens. That's fine. But what does Kevin do when you take that body blow?
Oh no, I was speaking about Kevin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but oh no, for James, I actually think it's a great question about James because, sorry if I said James earlier, I was talking about Kevin, but for James, I think it's easy to just say, okay, let's keep going because I just won a big pot. I'm obviously not tilted.
Okay.
But you also have a crazy adrenaline rush, right? And a lot of people play too many hands or do something out of line because they have these extra chips to play with and they're feeling that euphoria of winning a pot.
Okay. Okay. I think we had a...
But I think that it is important to recognize that you probably just had a crazy charge of emotions and kind of let that slowly exit your body a little bit and just refocus as well. Because when you lose a big pot, you're aware that you just had a big emotional shift.
Mm-hmm.
And so you know to take a second, generally. But when you win a big pot, it's easy to forget about that, in my mind. At least for me. That's the mistake I've made.
She's not coming anymore?
Not refocus after winning a big pot.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, taking the mantle of Rowdy Rail, or James's Rail now, the departure of Steiner.
That was quite the rail. They had a guy in just socks standing on a chair in the background. Just a lot of disarray on that side of the room, it felt like. In a good way. If I saw that crew, I would not be looking to exit quickly. You know, they seemed fun.
Yeah. And I don't think you can ever begrudge a supportive rail that sort of exuberance either. It's a very authentic response to a moment, a sporting moment almost. We're sort of thinking about poker maybe a little bit extra in terms of sport these days. Obviously that great ruling by IMSA recently elevating our game to the level of mind sports alongside chess and Go and bridge and games of that nature, which of course we've known forever. Anyone who plays poker knows that's the category it belongs in.
Absolutely. I like mind sport too. I didn't like sport.
Yeah.
That seemed a bit.
I liked
off.
sport when it meant I could call myself a sports person to my family and
An
friends.
athlete. When you tell
I felt like that was very important to my identity.
Yeah.
And now that we are technically a sport, I am going to be mentioning that over Christmas dinner.
I like it. Tell your mom you gotta take a moment from the Christmas dinner table and go hit some sit-ups.
Yeah, gonna have to do
Stay
some
in shape for your mind
stretches.
sport. Yeah, all right.
4.
Or just even to just add that little adjunct phrase, as an athlete. Just throw that around.
When people ask my mom what I do for a living, she tells them I gamble on the internet. So that's where I'm at. By the way, she came to watch my final table, and she still says that.
Top 2 pair here for Malik, who starting to find a little bit of heat of his own here.
She doesn't even throw in there that I win.
I thought you did.
Just that I gamble.
Yeah, oh, sorry. Yeah, I tried.
4.
Yeah, I do genuinely think that IMSA ruling will, at least in some quarters, change the perception of poker. Bring it more in line to where I know we all believe it belongs. It's been, thanks to WPT in a large way, a really beautiful, televised, pseudo-sporting spectacle for the viewing public for a long time. But that sort of official recognition, putting it into the category of established games like chess and bridge, very apt.
What a disciplined guy.
Dude, it's brutal. It is brutal.
Yeah, people mistake variance with a lack of necessary skill far too often. They only see it in a very short-term way.
Are you talking to me like I'm your mom now?
Yeah.
Mom, variance.
If you're not going to let me sit here and practice my speech for next Thanksgiving, then why are we even in the room?
Fair.
14.
Zach doing Zach things here, finding the 3-bet with this ace blocker. Gonna leverage some pressure on Malik, who has the magic hand. The ace-5 suited, the one that often finds a 4-bet in these situations. But there is one short stack at this table that he desperately wants to outlast for a 100k pay jump. And that's why a move like that from Zach will work.
Yeah, these 3-bets are wildly effective if your opponent stops jamming any bluffs on you.
What did he show?
Probably a good fold down.
What did he show?
I showed an ace.
I have ace 2.
Oh, boys. This could be it. This could be it.
There's a request in the chat for Jesse to tell more mom stories.
Good luck, bro. Thank you. Thank you. Need to find something.
I'll think up a few. For sure.
Yeah, he was so. Yeah, he had a great personality.
Been a lot of quotables from Mama Sylvia over the years, I will say. She's a great lady. Kevin now sitting on the 4th place stack, I believe.
Yeah. Hovering not much more than 15 big blinds.
Yeah. Still significantly larger than last place in the sense that he's going to be trying to wait his opponent out. Joseph is really short now. Wow.
Thank you.
Good luck, bro.
Right, Joseph's
How much
going
is
with
it?
That's fair.
12?
And Zach is going to give him a spin
King 4
here
versus Queen 9.
with basically a coin flip.
Another spot where you could argue going with it or peeling big blind. I tend to lean into the peeling big blind situation, but against Zach, it's very forgivable to just shove the chips in and hope that you're ahead.
Yeah, I know I made a strong justification for it in the Steiner spot. I think it's more justifiable in this one, actually, but I think it is justifiable in both.
Yeah, I prefer Queen 9 over Jack 10, I think, since so many of the queens will be open.
That'd be fun. That would be fun.
Compared to the jacks.
A big exhalation there from Joseph, who is funking for a queen or 9 now on the river.
That's a really disappointing turn card. So many backdoor draws just disappeared for him.
That will be that. Joseph bows out in 5th place. A fantastic run. Probably not the way he envisioned the final table might play out, but still an excellent result. I think he came in 2nd in chips, has ended up in 5th. Obviously would have had dreams of a bigger score, but 320k is nothing to sneeze at, Jesse.
I mean, 320,000, 21 years old. You gotta be loving life right now.
Do you think he'll play another poker tournament?
Would I?
Do you think he will?
I think he'll play every poker tournament. If he's anything like me.
Now, who's going to double me up? Which one are you guys? From big stack to short stack.
Zach Van Kuren now 180 million in chips. He's almost got half the chips in play here. A very advantageous situation here with 4 players remaining. And now I suppose that role of short stack goes to Kevin. He's now going to try and outlast somebody else.
Yeah. Kevin's actually, I mean, he's obviously loving the knockout because he gets the pay jump, but he's loving that knockout because now he is very freed up to play poker again.
Yeah. Yeah, the last thing he wanted was for that 5-handed period to drag him maybe sub 10. He's still got a playable stack here with a few more weapons he can reshove with fold equity, stuff of that nature. Very important if he's going to make a comeback here tonight.
Yeah, he's paying the big blind every 4 hands, and that means a lot more opportunities to peel and open and play a pot, and you just have to fold so much more out of the big blind when there's that short of a stack present at the table.
And I have to say, I'm just so impressed by Zach here. What a great front runner he has become. Obviously, got that beautiful, you know, spot there earlier on with the pocket 8s, quadding up on the river, having his opponent make what is arguably the biggest misstep of this final table and hand him quite a nice little present there. But since that moment, he has just not put a foot wrong. He's picked his spots judiciously, but aggressively always, and has put himself in an incredible position now to maybe take this one down.
I couldn't have said it better myself. He's played
Someone was saying that?
really well so far.
Oh,
hard to argue with a single decision on any street.
And now the Django's, another gift from the poker gods. Zach hoping to find some action here, hoping to find Kevin with the hand. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Oh, and this is inevitable now.
Before you even said it, before Kevin even looked down at his hand, it felt like he was going to have something big.
Yeah, when it rains, it pours for poor Kevin here, although...
Well, he's not.
Silver lining, he will have 30% at least.
Yeah.
All in. I have kings. Good luck. Kings versus ace queen.
That's so unfortunate for Kevin, by the way. He's just... He is so far ahead of Zach's opening range. And even Zach's calling off range is doing quite well against.
Ace queen took Kevin's wheels off him just a few moments ago. Now it's his turn with the ace queen,
just a bunch of
needing help.
Just a bunch of coolers. You know?
Oh, of course. That's what it is.
Eight, 4 deuce, just that hint of a wheel draw for Kevin.
3 seems more than fair on the turn, right? Nice little sweat.
Oh, there is the ace!
Nice eye. 2 outers.
Quite a journey for Kevin at this final table.
Well, who would begrudge him that double up, Kevin? He has not put a foot wrong either
Thank you.
on this final table, with the exception maybe of that 8-5 move earlier on, which, to be honest, was just maybe a bit of unfortunate timing.
28.
A very
No.
fortuitous double up here with the ace-queen against the kings. Van Kuren, his first bump in the road to an otherwise smooth passageway to this four-handed affair.
Yeah, but look at his demeanor. He doesn't even seem like he's sweating it.
Are you going match to match?
Hold on.
Yeah, don't do
So
that.
confident. He still has a massive chip
No, not
lead.
too much. It's 28, and now you owe 3.
That's 6?
Yeah, because you gave me this, and this 2.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
And then you
You're
owe
right.
300. There we go.
I'm sorry, I thought that was a stack of 5 there.
I
Thank
should
you.
have taken it.
I know. Honest guy. Nice.
Some very cordial accounting there.
Indeed.
I've won every other hand. I mean,
Well,
That's a great
That's why I
perspective.
lost that, and
by
I'm
the
like,
way.
I've won every all-in shot.
yeah, such a good attitude
What?
here from Van Kuren, recognizing
chilling.
the sun run of the past 3 hours and able to, I think, better center yourself after a little bad beat like that when you sort of immediately take stock of everything.
Yeah. It's very similar
That's the
to the
first
getting
time
up
all
and
tournaments
stretching,
were
right?
against
Just
me.
reminding yourself how
No.
fortunate
I didn't say nothing.
Oh,
been.
man, I felt the negative energy.
It might sound corny, but gratefulness is
Did I say anything? No, I
a
did not.
really great tool at the poker table.
I'm completely messing it. Unfortunately, this is selfish.
Gratitude,
for all of us.
I should say.
8.4.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Well, we see now James and Malik likely to play out a pot here. Cutoff versus Button. Both of those guys obviously would have been funking for the holds with those kings there. They would have been
Space?
ladder jumped all the way up to
Jack
560k.
clubs again?
Instead, they're in a much more interesting four-way affair now with stacks much closer together.
Tiny 3-bet by Malik falling into your theory of small bet, weak hand. Notice, or remember earlier that he went quite large when he had pocket queens and 3-bet.
Yeah.
Interesting. Flop 10 would be quite a card.
Quick check from James there out of position with this ace-10.
And if Malik does go 3 small bets again.
7.4.
Oh, that's a little chunkier, for sure.
Yeah, going for the 1/3 sizing here, roughly. And James obviously with no intentions of going anywhere at this point.
Yeah, you're going to have to fire at least 3 streets if you want to see James folding an ace. Minimum, maybe 4, which is difficult in no limit hold'em.
Well, James will not know really whether he likes or dislikes that 7, because obviously now the queen plays as a kicker. He will be thinking to himself, well, was my 10 good? Or was it not good as a kicker, and have I been saved maybe if I'm up against ace-jack? Check back though from Malik. He's going to pump the brakes. And, well, James can feel very comfortable about his hand now.
Yeah, if you weren't sure on the turn, certainly you are on the river. That said, once it goes check-check on the turn, you're probably feeling like you're at least chopping the pot 100% of the time.
Yeah, and probably have to go relatively small here. Try and get a call from a queen. Is that like what you can maybe do here?
Makes sense to me.
He's gone for 10 into 37, so...
If you think about the way pre-flop ranges would be constructed here as well, it's very difficult to find that many bluffs. You've got some Jack-10 suited, some King-10 suited, maybe some King-Jack suited, but not that many bluffs.
No.
Some of them might even just try to show down. So from that point of view alone, you don't need to bet that large as a bluff. You have so many aces to draw from for value.
Do you ever go absolutely tiny and try and induce something?
That's interesting, for sure. You could also, maybe some small percentage of the time, go all in and
Where are you from, James?
force chops
How about yourself?
to have a tough decision.
Sure.
Although I don't really think they have that tough of a decision. It's just so hard for them to be beat.
Yeah.
So realistically, yeah, it seems like some smaller size is appropriate.
like almost that sort of 10 or 12% bet that could get the cry call from Queen always, because you know it's almost a curiosity call.
Yeah.
And then also could just induce the madness from the bluffs.
It's a great blackjack hand. Fantastic blackjack hand.
Also to note, and if this is delving a little deep into it, but
He had
the
ace
flop
queen last time.
c-bet size was not tiny.
No.
By any way, shape, or form. So some of those gut shots with the backdoor flush draw might be indifferent immediately, might find some folds on the flop. I don't know. Now you're really hard-pressed to find enough bluffs. You might have to get somewhat creative with it and find some sort of pocket pair that peeled the flop, which is, I mean, trying to find that bluff in real time. Good luck.
Malik going to defend this 10-5 of diamonds against the ace-3 of hearts of Kevin.
I mean, it would have been almost like 2 on
Ace
pair
Queen
if I
4.
just won every single
Kevin
hand.
gonna pretty much find a auto c-bet. No, he's not.
Malik has the somewhat unique double backdoor straight draw on
Yeah.
different sides. You don't see that very often.
Well, you need those 10s and those 5s to make straights. Every single straight containing one of them. Delay c-bet in the end from Kevin. Gets the job done.
Yeah, can I get like 3 Coronas? 3 Coronas? Yeah, how many Coronas? How many Coronas? Shaheen.
Beer o'clock here for the rail.
How many Coronas? 4 Coronas. 7 Coronas. Can you bring 7? I'll hook you up. And 2 waters. If you can
There
get
are
them all, yeah.
infinite Coronas back there. They could bring
Doing,
70.
Iced Americano.
I actually just snuck
You
around
guys
the
are crazy.
corner to where I
At least you
believe
can
they're
fit 27 Coronas.
going
and
to in the back so I could pick up a couple
You
coffees
get 3
from us.
waters
From
and like 6 Coronas.
the cart.
You want 2? What?
They've got a
I don't even see what
pretty big
Okay.
thing going on back
Sure.
there.
Could I
A lot of
get
floor
2
space
waters,
being used up to
one,
store all
like,
the drinks they
Perrier
have.
or, like San Pellegrino, whatever you have.
Yeah, I don't
What
know.
else do you guys want?
It feels a bit Wizard of Oz for me. I don't know if I want to go behind the curtain and
Three
see.
Coronas.
It's the magic
It's
of
okay,
the
yeah, for me.
waiter
Yeah.
or waitress just appearing
we'll,
with whatever
hook you up.
anybody
Thank you.
ever says.
Cheers.
I don't know. I mean,
And can I order? Can I
I've
do
been there
an
and
ultra
back,
in,
and I have to say it's quite the glorious operation.
Okay.
Worth taking a gander at. But that's just my experience. You might have a different. A few pretty hands here. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Nice flop for Kevin, by the way. He gets away from it relatively unscathed quite often. This is probably just going to go Zach bet, Malik call, Kevin fold, but we've seen Malik check raise these spots more often than others might.
4.2.
4.2.
With the stack size that Malik has, it's going to be a little difficult for him to get away from this one.
I was going to say, is Kevin ever tempted there with the King, Queen, King
Yeah.
of Hearts?
That's fair.
Oh no, Malik in trouble.
Yeah, that might be GG for Malik. He only started this hand with 20 big blinds. He knows Zach has a lot of incentive to get after every pot. Force folds.
Yeah. And he can target value.
11 million.
Zach is going to come again with a hand like King Jack, Ace Jack for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think maybe it just goes in here.
I think it would have to. Malik has surprised us before, though.
Come on,
support. No. That's
Wow,
that.
what a day for Zach.
Oh, fuck. God damn it.
5 trips.
Damn it.
First,
come on.
He has 2 pair.
4 outs once.
Come on.
Or we say goodbye to Malik, who has already announced his demise. Does not believe that the deck could find a jack or 10 here. Let's find out.
A second ago, Malik was a turn and river away from getting at least 3rd place money. Now he is in really bad shape and probably going out in 4th.
And it is indeed Malik,
Great.
420K to the good.
Hey, man. It was nice playing with you.
Great run and a fantastic score.
Amazing score. He was our
Hope to see you again soon.
loose cannon in some ways, our sort of hardest to predict player.
Not really.
You said early on, Jesse, that his contributions were going to create more dynamical stuff at this table
I don't know what
than anyone else's. And in the end, 4th place finish. That turn was rather cruel. Whatever chance he had of getting away was certainly foiled by the appearance of that 10. And then there were 3. Half the chips for Zach Van Kuren right now. He has gone above the 200 million mark. Next pay jump. 200K. And then a very chunky one after that. 400K.
Wow. Starting to get into some serious money here.
Oh, serious money indeed. Kevin obviously relieved to get those 2 ladders since that awful hand he experienced there, the ace, king, ace, queen. A few moments ago against James.
Me too.
For him to find himself now in a 3-handed contents, admittedly the shorter stack, but you know, very much in the picture here now again.
Absolutely.
I haven't checked my phone since like earlier, way earlier.
Can anyone stop Zach tonight, though? Does feel right now, at least, like he has a few letters of his name etched on that trophy.
I mean, it didn't take him 3 hands to get all of his chips back from losing with the Kings. I think that was maybe 3 hands later. Just when stuff like that happens, you just feel as if you're destined to win the tournament. Everything's just kind of moving in your direction. The setbacks are fleeting.
Cool.
Look at this float. This is quite creative.
Sure is.
Seems like a nice turn card to barrel for James. Queen has to favor him a little bit. Also, he has 5 high, so there's always that.
Yeah, now we're going to see how creative Zach is in this spot now. Is he going to try and rep quads?
Yeah, I mean, that would be...
He had quad 8s once before tonight.
Absolutely. This is something you see, if he raises turn, this is something you see from almost 0% of the population. Yeah, he just folds. The rail's just shouting out words at this point.
Okay, so I want to come back to something very important there. I didn't get a chance because the action heated up. So you went in behind where the bar staff are and you saw the operation.
Now we're getting to the important stuff here.
So in my mind, okay, so I will admit, full disclosure to the chat, I am a bit of a Star Trek fan. And I suppose how I've always imagined it is there's just a replicator back there. A technology that just produces any drink you ask for.
Yeah.
Because I don't think I've ever heard anyone come back saying we don't have that.
I saw it one time,
Wicked observer.
and it was crazy because this guy at my table asked for a green tea, and she said, we're out of green tea. And most of us would just be like, that's weird, but they're out of green tea.
Fuck,
and he just didn't believe her.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Immediately, it was almost
How
like a
many big blinds do we
conspiracy
have
theory.
right now?
It's like, they're not out of green tea. She just doesn't want to bring me green tea. We're like, why would she not? She's getting tips. Like, why would she not want to bring you?
That was swearing on the stream.
So he sits there, he fumes about 40 minutes. A different waiter comes by. This is at the World Series. He goes, can I get a green tea? He goes, yeah, of course. And just brings him a green tea. So he was right. It was the most bizarre situation.
Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not after you.
Can you imagine the parlay of
grandma always
events
tells me
that
not to swear.
somebody actually doesn't believe them, that they're out of the drink, and he's right?
She's not watching.
She might be.
Hope she is.
She just had hip surgery.
I never bluff
Doing
that
well,
guy
though.
all day, by the way.
Mid-80s? Sick.
Yes, very wise.
If you can't get the we're out of green tea through, no other bluff is working.
Cherish her. I lost all my grandparents.
Yeah. She's one of my favorite
I
people.
think James figures that a bluff wouldn't work in this spot either. Looks like
Sorry to
he
hear that. Sorry to hear that about
may
her.
just
Yeah, it's life.
surrender here, playing the board. Perhaps
Look at the
that gives
Corona
him one
tray.
more chance to
Wow,
bluff at
she
it.
got them all on there.
Yeah, sometimes these nut lows, no equity, play very well as a double check back, bluff the river
Where's C-Rail, bro?
type of scenario. Zach's
You
not
guys
going to
are
give him the
thirsty too?
opportunity. His hand's too good. He's just going to value bet it.
Hey,
Maybe
no
something
wars.
like an ace high or a weak 6 might check and do some bluff catching.
Friendly warfare.
It's funny. If you looked at the chips before we began this final table and you were asked who makes the final 3, you might guess these 3 players based on their chip stacks alone, but
yeah,
it was not in the way, in the traditional road that we thought it would be, right? There was a lot of swinginess to these stacks.
Yeah, lots of twists and turns.
2 of these players were all in at least once, maybe a couple times, against each other even. Also, we've only played a couple levels, and we're already 3-handed.
Yeah, I think we are roughly 4 hours into proceedings.
Oh, okay.
Time's been flying, Jesse.
Yeah, I guess, well, time flies when you're...
No, you're right. You're right. We're in the 4th hour.
Sorry, I'm disappointing you guys. The espresso's coming. Maybe I'll have a drink and get that.
Kobe.
2.4.
So, just a little equity denier here from Zach. Not going to work, obviously. Kevin has flopped best here. Top pair. Backdoor flush draw.
These are mine.
I'm a fan of this very small c-bet size.
Yeah. He's got the ace of spades in hand as well, remember.
Yeah.
So, barreling potential.
That's not the card you're looking to barrel on too often.
Yeah, pesky now. Zach has some showdown against the maybe Jack 9s, Jack Queens, stuff of this nature.
Interestingly, it's probably a card Kevin wants to lead a lot.
Yeah.
Although,
sense.
I think Zach's probably just continuation betting his entire range, so that becomes a little less exciting to lead on the 10. Still, though, I mean, Kevin just plays every 10 as a check call compared to some other types of hands like a king that he might check raise sometimes. Definitely a big 10 advantage for Kevin when they get to the turn, but checking your worst king seems nice. Just continue dropping one of your worst kings.
Wow.
While I see your point, I do quite like this bet here because I think, you know, miss flush draw, miss straight draws.
Oh, no, I was debating the turn. I love this.
Okay,
Yeah, this
yeah,
river
yeah,
bet's
okay.
great. Zach might feel compelled to call every draw missed.
Yep.
I mean, we're talking about, wow, that's actually a really
actually
good
good
fold
fold.
by
Yeah,
Zach,
yeah,
and a tough fold because Queen Jack, Jack 9, Queen 9. I guess ace-jack, although ace-jack would probably check river.
Okay.
All of the spade draws.
I am relieved we're on the same page again.
What a member that is.
Yeah. We got there eventually. Lappin.
What a member of the row.
Oh, look at
Here
that.
come the Coronas.
That
The
is
replicator's been
that
working
is one
hard.
tray full of
You
Coronas
gotta
right
love
there.
it, man. Like, what a unique moment.
It is very unique. Played poker a long time.
Yeah, all of them.
Definitely.
Yeah, right over there, those guys.
Peak. Return peak. Poker peak.
Thank you.
When do we start the Coronas?
So we're gonna have to.
Do you want me to WhatsApp Angelica Hale?
She seemed to be,
4,000 or 4
if
million.
nothing else, promoting the idea.
I think she just,
the rail,
maybe it was
I'll get you in
a
a
sort
second.
of a you're Irish on
I don't know.
brand thing that I would be, I don't know.
It's like she finally met an Irishman and she was a little saddened to hear that you didn't have a drink in your hand.
Well, there is also that thing of like when you're, I think you use the phrase double fisted when you've got the drink in each hand.
That's some of the time we use it for that, yeah.
Yes, let's keep it clean. We call that Irish handcuffs.
Oh, I've heard that phrase before,
Yeah.
actually. That's a great phrase.
Yeah.
I like Irish handcuffs as a phrase far more than the other way to say it. I've recently become a big fan of the Irish goodbye.
Oh, well.
Traditionally, I have been the kind of person when I leave a party, I have to say goodbye to every single human being at that party, maybe twice. A fact about me that Ashley loves, let me tell you. She loves standing there for 40 minutes while I hug everybody.
Well, I tell you, James is loving this turn right
Actually,
now.
Just give it to my friend over there, but yeah, just thank you.
Completes the flush. Zach,
Yeah, whoever had the
an
parry
interesting
playing
holding here. I think when you've got one of these kind of combinations where you've got a decent showdown and a decent draw, you just don't really want to put chips in the pot yourself ever. James obviously in quite a different mindset. He wants to get loads of chips into this pot.
Zach actually has quite a nice hand to call a double barrel. You might find that this hand likes calling more than something like Jack 4 of diamonds.
For sure. Makes total sense. It's
Yeah.
essentially the same value, and you're...
Yeah, you
you
know
have some
your
potential.
opponent isn't betting ace 9 for value on the turn, so you're beating
8.5.
the same number of hands, but you have that backup flush draw. It's really nice. Yeah, so I recently have been employing the Irish goodbye, and there he calls.
Yep, that makes sense.
And I gotta say, just getting up and leaving without saying a word to anyone is very powerful.
Well, Zach has been very disciplined in these types of spots. It's been easy to sort of hone in, to highlight his aggression, his power poker over the last, day and a half that we've been watching him on this live stream. But actually, his ability to get away in these, narrow spots too has been very impressive, and I do expect him to get away from this one.
James fired this river bet in awfully quickly, it felt. This is a complicated board where you might need to think a bit before deciding to bluff river. Although your bluffs are somewhat intuitive,
Wait all day
right?
to
It's
bluff it
something
all
like
finger
king
jam?
10 with a club,
I don't know.
queen 10 with a club, king queen.
Fuck.
This size feels a bit milky as well.
Yeah, absolutely does.
You guys are too good with all your good sizings and triples. What's going on?
Oh, he's got chips in hand now. I do still feel like he's going to get away.
It's another one of those situations where if you feel like it's this
Good bluff,
razor
good
thin,
bluff.
and you are just enjoying the edge you feel like you have on the table, yeah, you just flick it in.
Yeah,
Or sorry, you fold. Not flick it in is usually
Sure.
reserved for calling.
Attaboy.
I had the
Mr.
9 of
Van
clubs.
Kuren putting on a bit of a masterclass here tonight. No one-trick pony here with the raw aggression
Thank you.
He's found some really
good?
deft
9 of clubs?
folds as well.
On the what?
He's made some
Is
good
9 of clubs
reads. He's
good?
played above the rim in a variety of ways.
Oh, there's a 9 on the board.
Second pair.
No.
Really? Nice hand. I was so close to paying you off, man.
I believe it.
I was like really, really close. I don't know. I feel like that's the hand like a robot just calls, you know, but I don't know.
Action on Kevin here on the button, King 9, very openable. And James now with 150 million roughly.
Still the blinds. Oh, I gotta pay for him right away. I gotta pay him back right away. Yes.
That is tough.
Yo, what time
you
is
think
it?
just a
You know?
few moments ago, and it really was just a few moments ago, that ace king, ace queen confrontation
Well,
would have sent James packing.
This thing out, or?
And now what, just 30 minutes later, he's not too far behind Zach.
Yeah.
I actually thought I was gonna win that one. I'm not gonna lie.
Sometimes you know.
Yeah, I really thought I was gonna win that one.
Also, sorry, Grandma. Sorry, that's swear number 2. Unbelievable. I'm happy you're still in.
Thanks, man.
Wow, the camaraderie's.
Yeah, hopefully it would become a fun battle. Well, it already is. Actually.
Is he gonna apologize to Grandma for lying, or?
Butter me up. Butter me up.
I'd prefer to still be playing poker rather than it being over and I won the tournament.
Yeah. Okay.
Whatever happens from here on out, these three players have played tremendously well.
And you too can play tremendously well.
Beautifully done, Jesse. I left that little pregnant pause in so that you would find that moment.
Play tremendously well at clubwptgold.com. Poker is back in America. And that means it's back for you, assuming you live in America and are listening. clubwptgold.com.
Oh, yeah, is that right?
Sign up today.
How's that working out for you?
Ooh, Kevin with pocket kings. Seems like, oh, I like this limp as well. Although, this would be a much more effective limp in generating value if
Let's see 3.
James was a little bit shorter, so he was sure that Zach would just be going after him.
Yeah.
In a weird ICM situation. As is, it's still a very good limp in general, and something that you need to do sometimes against the chip leader.
I might have checked this one myself in Kevin's shoes. He's obviously going to go for this sort of limp stab line.
Yeah. I think that makes a lot of sense to me. You could make the argument if you've been getting the info about Zach, that Zach does like to float quite wide, and so you actually generate a bigger pot from Zach's bluffing range by betting. But I think the general idea that you keep in all the hands that are drawing dead, like 3-4 offsuit, is quite strong and hard to argue with.
Well, he did choose your sort of player-specific line in this instance, and it's potentially going to work out very well. He's obviously turned about here. His opponent drawing completely stone dead, and can he find another check is the question.
Did you see Zach's check back just now on the turn? He looked wildly skeptical that Kevin checked. It was almost like I'm not buying this anymore, man. I'm not going to put any chips in the pot.
$5.5.
So
yeah, look, and he snap folds. I think Zach...
He picked up on something, right?
I think Zach identified, you know, if you were bluffing, why wouldn't you continue on the king? Even though It's kind of a funky card because there's 2 jacks out there. Like, I think he just was under the impression that the snap check on the turn on an overcard that often gets represented is a sign of an actual hand.
Do you think if Kevin had checked, though, he would have gone for that bluff now, sort of a delayed bluff after floating flop?
He's got heaps.
Maybe, but the way he checked back, it was just so...
It was like, I know I've figured something out here.
Yeah, and also it kind of gives away information about your own hand, right? You check that quickly and look at your opponent skeptically. It's like, I can't beat anything that's trapping here.
Okay, interesting gear switch here. Kevin now up to 35 bigs. Going to limp in with the 7-8 suited on the button. Limping strategies are deployed in short-handed play.
I did not see this one coming.
On occasions.
This is cool. Oh, look at this flop. This could get very spicy.
Yeah, this is fireworks, I think. Kevin also has that 6-7-8 working for him as well. James, having just checked out the big blind, just going to call. Okay.
I like this. I think top and bottom often... Oh, wow.
Wow.
This is going to go very poorly for James. Top and bottom is often a hand that plays well as a trap. And then on top of it, he just knows that he doesn't have that much ace-x when he just calls. Yeah. This look back at your cards just always seems to happen for every player when they have a big hand. I'm trying to pay attention to the times where they don't have a big hand, but...
Well, James with nowhere to go here. He's going to have to stick around. And this one could get expensive by the river. I feel like he's probably going to have to call on most rivers. He's
yeah, hard to imagine he can find a fold when worst 2 pairs are probably just betting for value, right?
Absolutely they are.
Not that there are that many worst 2 pairs because...
It was a limp on the button, which suggests either like super premium trapping or maybe one of those hands that likes to see a flop, a suited connect or a Broadway, something of that nature.
Yeah, actually, maybe no worst 2 pairs. Because Queen 9 suited, for instance.
Yeah, that might be the only one. And
yeah, and that would check
really
the turn, I think.
Yeah. Nonetheless, a tough spot for James. I agree. I think you could go deeper into the analysis there and try and compute that one, but I think with ace deuce it is still hard because, you know, Kevin well capable of bluffing too.
Yeah. Yeah, either way, massive pickup for Kevin there. He's, I think from what I saw, nearly tied with James now, or a little, maybe a little below, but he's up to almost 100 million again. I think that was around his peak before he lost the ace-king, ace-queen hand.
Yeah, and with that, we are kind of deep again. If this is going to be a sort of a maybe 50 big blind effective 3-handed affair. Obviously,
could have been a lot
the
worse.
attrition on this final table has been fairly rapid. We would have expected to get down to maybe 5 by now. Getting down to 3 already is ahead of schedule.
I started with, 96. We're all deep, boys.
Yeah.
Deep poker, 3-handed.
You said it.
Very deep poker.
Zach going with the opposite of a limp here, the 2.5x. Not hating that.
James going to activate here, probably to the tune of about 16k, maybe more, 19k.
20. Just barehanded stack and threw it right in there. I like his style.
You start with like roughly
over 100.
This is awkward for Zach.
120.
Yeah, very awkward. You really hate to just...
I surrender these spots personally. I think it's just almost like you've nowhere to go. Flatting's pretty horrible. There isn't really a 4-bet amount that you can find unless it's very clicky.
Call.
Oh, he is going to try and navigate this one, relying on his physical reads, I feel, and maybe a little bit of an awareness of betting patterns, because you know, you are going to be in a dark tunnel in an awful lot of situations here. Oh!
How about this situation?
Not this one. Not this one.
Boy, this just feels like Zach's tournament, doesn't it?
Wow.
You might be unfamiliar to this, but I spent 3 days in this booth watching Berkey flop trips every hand, so...
So a check from James. Obviously, an incredibly bad board for his ace-8. There will be a lot of king jacks and king queens in the range of Zach when he makes this call. There'll also be some pocket pairs. Probably expect them to be bigger than pocket fours. Say that particular holding has been discounted now.
By the way, nice check by James.
Wow, just straight away gave up.
Yeah. I mean, not a lot of places to go when you have the ace-8, no spade, but...
But firing a c-bet, not unreasonable.
Oh, yeah, of course. I think he just recognized that the 3-bet probably generates a good number of folds, and so when your opponent calls,
that was a while ago.
The king-queen flop just hits their range so often.
Really hard, yeah.
But still, you could fire a 5th pot, quarter pot, something around there.
Something that will make like pocket 8s feel a bit miserable.
Exactly, yeah. So walking away completely unscathed post is kind of impressive, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm super impressed by these guys. You know, we're seeing a lot of fairly standard stuff when it comes to ranges and aggression and whatnot, but then whenever we see these deviations away from what maybe the book per se would say, it tends to be correct in game in this particular situation, which lends it to believe that maybe these guys have solid reads on each other.
Yeah, very possible. Or at least a decent understanding of where they're willing to go. You know, like what, just sort of a general outline of their ranges in different spots. Like, okay, I 3-bet pretty large. He called me.
Dave, you got your bag with my bag?
I think he's just going to be centered around this king and queen quite often. Which is almost like a read, right? Just the understanding of your opponent's capabilities and when and where they will be loose and when and where they will be tight, relative to maybe how a solver would play. It's like some people have good reads, never look at their opponents. They figure things out from sizing and from... Such a beautiful game. There's so much going on for a game with so few rules.
James with a mandatory defend here, queen 9, more than enough kit.
How you been, bro? How
Another nice opportunity for Kevin, by the way.
Oh, wow.
Oh, forget that.
Hey, don't touch my route, please.
Kevin finds the check back. That may be hugely important overall.
Oh, yeah. Nice check back, by the way.
Yeah, minimizing the potential damage in this particular world. Obviously, there's a lot of chips can be lost in this one regardless. 6 million for starters here on the turn.
I think this is a nice choice of hand to check back if you're going to play some check backs.
Yep.
Jack 10, Queen 10, 8-10 make a lot of sense. God, that's such a bad run out for Kevin to get away from it.
Yeah, and I think James knows he's supposed to go very big here. I think we're going to see maybe in excess of pot, but certainly around pot here.
Yeah, I think if this wasn't a final table, he might have found overbet turn, overbet river. But given what we've talked about earlier and how you want to size a little bit smaller, the ICM environment,
yeah,
just keeping it slightly under pot. This is a really healthy bet. Kevin will think about this quite a bit, I would imagine. He's no longer feeling great about it, that's for sure.
Yeah, and he'll be worrying about the perception that maybe James thinks he capped himself on the flop.
Sure, absolutely.
And now this queen 10 is far too much hand to surrender on a board where flushes have missed, straights have missed. The likelihood of a deuce being in his opponent's hand is very low.
Yeah. He's also thinking about the fact that this is probably one of the best hands he ever checks back on the flop.
Yep. I don't see how Kevin gets away from this spot. No.
There it is.
And that will be the last hand of this particular frame. James pulling in a large one there. Kevin will be back with a little over 20 bigs, I think, when we return. Going to take a short break, about 20 minutes now. Quick look at the leaderboard before we go. Confirmation that when those blinds go up to 1.2 million, 2.4 million, Kevin will have 26 big blinds. James Casement, thanks to that nice juicy pot right there at the depth of that frame, 131 million. But the man who has been leading the way from almost the start of play today, Zach Van Kuren, 80 big blinds and still in the box seat to take this one down. Please come back in 15 minutes or so.
The newest online poker site, Club WPT Gold, is available to try now. And coming soon, Club WPT Gold ambassadors will be hosting meetup games. Brad Owen, Rampage, Xuan Liu, and Wolfgame Poker will all be there. Sign up using any one of their codes, and you'll be able to play alongside them as you check out the newest poker site, sweeping the nation. Join us coming soon for Club WPT Gold meetup games. For most Americans, their memory of online poker is stuck in the past. A desert filled with unsafe options or no option at all. Well, not anymore. Club WPT Gold is bringing poker back to America. It's a sweepstakes model website, sweeping the nation, and it's available to try out now. Sign up now using code YouTube and enjoy the return of safe online poker to America.
To follow through on the next street.
Yeah.
Since you can't really depend on your opponent to fold the street that you've bet small on. James has just stayed out of the way so far. He's enjoying the show.
2.5. 2.5.
Yeah, and what a show it has been, in fairness. These players all bringing an entertaining brand of poker to this big stage.
Steiner in a very similar situation as last hand. Just
really is. Really wishing he had those 3 extra bigs now, I think,
Jesse.
Jesse.
Oh, yeah. He'd be getting away with a lot of crimes right now if he had 3 more big blinds.
No. Are you? You're getting food?
It's always something in No Limit Hold'em, isn't it? You don't have quite enough to bluff them. You have too many to get it in. This is a great hand to 4-bet, but the wrong player to do it against.
Yeah.
There's just so many factors, and they all have to fall into place sometimes to make the play that you want to make.
So Kevin in a very advantageous position chip-wise, and now also on this 10-8-4 texture. Flopping top 2 here. Joseph, King of Hearts in hand, some backdoor potential, 2 overs. But that 10-8, 10-9 board texture always sort of elicits some careful procedures.
That is
Does come with 2.6.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Kevin.
It's always frustrating when you see bet a hand that would like a fold and your opponent picks up the chip, but it's just to look at his hand. It's not to...
Just to make sure it's as good as he thought it was. Yeah. Does he go raise right away here?
I'd have to imagine so. It's a pretty dynamic board. The type where you want to shovel money in now rather than have a heart come off and you don't get value from something like an overpair or top pair.
I like that. I think players can be sometimes a little bit too careful when they flop a quote-unquote monster, that they actually end up slow playing it and taking away all the value. Boards can run out, which can actually lose you value. And as you say, let's get some chips in now if he's got a real one, or suspects larceny from me as the big chip leader. Maybe he plays back.
Yeah. If you have an opponent who's properly aggressive or even overly aggressive, maybe this becomes a nice one to trap sometimes because you're just blocking so much of their value having top 2. But most of these final tables against most players, I think you just want to raise now.
The strings normally.
She went on a break with us, but her break is a little longer.
Yeah, no. We're not tipping enough like this.
I'm honored to share the couch with you, sir.
I didn't even do this. Right.
Colin waking up with the jacks here, +2. Again, one of those stacks. Anyone in that sort of 30 million, 35 million zone is in a spot of trouble overall. From an ICPM perspective, people like Kevin lurking behind can drop the hammer and really put pressure on. Maybe not with a hand like 8-5, but he's even giving it some thought. Probably recognizing that Colin is one of the tighter players at the table. Now that sort of works in two ways. One, it may not be a light open for that reason, but two, maybe there's
11.1
a tight fold. And here we go, Kevin really trying to press that advantage.
It does feel as though he picked the wrong guy.
Oh, would you look at what's lurking behind Zach?
This is actually pretty sick.
This is really dirty because you are very worried about Kevin being the one who can knock you out here in 8th place, which would be a catastrophe.
This 3-bet is going to be extremely win-win for Colin, because if Zach finds the cold 4, Colin may get away from it, and he would have just lost his stack if Kevin hadn't made this 3-bet. And if Zach finds some massive hero fold here, then Colin will probably shove against Kevin.
Yeah.
And win a bunch of chips. So regardless.
Oh, this is so gross for Zach, actually. Like, we see he's obviously got an amazing hand for this situation right now, but he won't be feeling like it is.
If I'm Zach, and I'm cruising so far at this final table, I am certainly considering the fact that Colin seems very tight.
Yeah.
From what we've seen, I believe, across the last couple of days. And Kevin's 3-betting in spite of that to a huge size.
Yeah, I thought if we were going to see a 4-bet here, it was going to be like 23.
Yeah, or even 18 or something along those lines.
Good fold from Kevin. Oh, sorry, from Colin, I should say. And we're going to get a fairly easy fold from Kevin.
What do you think? Both.
Truly unfortunate timing by Kevin.
Yeah.
Oh, Zachary.
I will.
But he saved Colin.
Right, because you think you're just playing some standard poker and you're playing a little on the tight side.
If you fold it, it's a great fold.
But if you could figure all that out, maybe you think your jacks are in a bit of trouble.
Probably not in the streets. Not that one. Could have been in the streets.
Or maybe I'm
Sorry,
just way on a branch here. None of that's...
No, I think you're absolutely right.
I don't even know. I literally don't even know. Maybe like 70.
Oh, Ralph has a spot here. Look, only 4 bigs. Not even 4 bigs. 3.5 big blinds. In they will go. Queen 10 suited, more than qualifying here in the cutoff. He has the
Ralph
least...
just saw the 10 and he's ready to go.
Exactly. He has the least ICM concerns here. He is the person most likely to be at risk first, so needs to take a spot when it is presented. This one would be a little murkier in the hands of Steiner, who's looking to outlast Ralph. From Ralph's perspective, absolutely standard to get this one in.
Sort of interesting that he's burning a couple time banks here, because
Do I get that back, or is it too late?
not only is this seemingly a pretty clear jam, but also it's very clearly giving away the strength of your shove, like it's on the weaker end, which you really don't want to do when you have a hand on the weaker end.
Yeah.
I'd give it back.
And in an unnecessary way, too. I think that it's a pretty clear shove from the cutoff in such a short stack.
Yeah, and you don't want to feign weakness.
Yeah.
Situation. Anyway, what I would ask you here, because there's some sort of technical issue here as well, is do you hold back a blind? You don't have many to hold back here in this spot, but do you hold back just in case it kicks off after and you get some ladders? I think you maybe do that.
I think you can. I generally like, if you're going to do that, I generally like putting half of my stack in or something like that so you can save more, but you can't do that.
You can't do that with 5 bigs.
Because it's a min raise, and now you actually get peels from the big blind, which you really hate seeing.
Sure.
Yeah.
Ooh, this.
I'm gonna need one after
this. This is the king jack offsuit that might flick it in here. This is.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. You can call this one, and you know if there's action behind, you might even end up in a sort of implied collusion spot with the big blind, who's happy to call and maybe knock somebody out.
Also, you have maybe some information from those time bank chips. There are a lot of ways to feign weakness when you have a strong hand.
Oh, Zachary.
But in my experience, burning time bank chips is often very straightforward. People don't like wasting those.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there.
Yeah, Zach's going to be in a great situation here.
Yeah, all is not lost for Ralph here. Getting the double up would get him back to 15 million. It would almost be a triple up, given that the blinds and small and big blind have folded.
Good spot for a double. Yeah.
He has 40% right now.
Other way.
That was a wild 3-bet a moment ago from Colenso, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just played fairly straightforward and then
Make it spicy.
went after him with the 8-5 offsuit.
Make it spicy.
Did not predict that.
No. 9 of hearts.
9 of hearts.
Yeah, you'll take that. Can we do that?
No, I don't know what color.
What's coming?
I think it's going to be 5. I don't know what color.
9 of hearts.
Well, that will shut the door here for Ralph on the turn. King of clubs. Zach picks up a fairly small pot in the context of his tournament, but it was everything to Ralph, who bows out now in 7th place.
Good game, man. Congrats, man. Congrats.
I'll take it to my rail. I'm not drinking all these, I promise.
You had a water, right?
Yeah, 2 waters. Please.
Yeah, chat is alive with analysis on that Zach fold. A lot of people really scratching their heads here, wondering if it is indeed just an overly nitty fold, giving far too much credit to Steiner, or if it is that sort of meta level where he just wants to keep this very good situation going a little bit longer, where he has a pesky short stack that allows him to abuse the other players.
Thanks for coming, guys.
It's good. Okay.
Thanks for coming, man. You got the shirt. Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming.
By the way,
you guys want beers or?
Talk about a dream scenario. If you're ever folding a clear-cut call, because it allows you to abuse your chip lead that much longer. That's beautiful right there.
Yeah. 2.5xing here is Zach from the cutoff.
What if James just fired in the 3-bet with the Queen Dewey offsuit? I'd really enjoy that one. Oh, Joseph pocket 7. This. Whoa, that is a tight fold.
So
against the chip leader.
Exactly. This 2.5x very much designed so that Steiner can call and sort of go with equity as comfortably as he would like to off a shallow stack here.
Have to imagine Zach is opening an ungodly wide frequency.
Yeah, but you're sitting there in 5th place, hoping the guy busts in 6th. He's sitting there to your immediate left. He's only got 5 bigs.
But you just get the fold so... I mean, we know that Zach has ace-queen here, but you get the fold so often.
Well, you're not wrong.
It's not even that high of a variance play. You just pick up 8 million chips quite a bit.
Yeah.
Which represents a lot of your stack.
Here's an interesting one for Steiner. He obviously wants to get involved with this Jack 10 because he feels like Zach's opening so wide that maybe he's just in really good shape against it. But he's also worried about, well, what if I flat here and whiff and then get blown off the pot, and my hand was actually the best hand? That's a bit of a disaster too. So I think he's actually trying to work out if his hand has enough to just go with it against the range here.
That's interesting.
How good?
See, my brain just immediately goes to, I can't think of a hand that's more fun to peel out of the big blind than something like Jack 10. It's just so easy to play post-flop. But you do have a little bit of fold equity, I imagine. Zach has made it 2.5x, kind of indicating he won't be folding to you.
Yeah.
So that would certainly sway me towards just calling. I think Steiner's considering a fold.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what his facial gesture is telling me, at least.
When you've sat there for best part of 2 hours and watched other people get eliminated, making you a richer man, it is tempting to keep that going, but he is going to just
you
commit.
were right. He just sticks it in.
Yeah, I think he was just worried he was up against a, maybe even like a 6-high or something that was going to then suddenly find a way to win on a queen-high board.
Yeah, fair.
He's got ace queen. He opens wide a whole bunch, hoping maybe with 60-40. I could be ahead. I seen this dude. I see you raise with 7-8, 5-6.
Good luck. Good luck.
This was the problem. Steiner sort of summing up.
I do win flips.
Yeah,
and
this is a flip in Steiner land.
I win 60-40s too.
I'm shocked to find out the guy who won the Arizona State Championship back-to-back years wins flips.
Let's go. Let's go.
That will make life very difficult for Steiner here.
Brutal flop. He doesn't even have the backdoor heart draw.
No, it's going to have to be running jacks, running tens, or some form of straight. The door is closing on this incredible run by Steiner, who bows out now in 6th place for 240k. An incredible run. He cockroached his way through the early going of this final table to get lots of ladders.
I know, right?
And I think when all is said and done,
What's it like to
these guys battle it out for a 7-figure
Most
score.
Americans, their memory of online poker is stuck in the past. A desert filled with unsafe options or no option at all. Well, not anymore. Club WPT Gold is bringing poker back to America. It's a sweepstakes model website sweeping the nation, and it's available to try out now. Sign up now using code YouTube and enjoy the return of safe online poker to America.
Welcome back to the Win Las Vegas. This is the WPT Prime Championship final table. We are down to just 3 players, would you believe? It has been bish bash bosh all evening. As you can see there, Zach Van Kuren, James Casement and Kevin Calento are making up this menage a trois. 81 big blinds for Zach Van Kuren. James Casement, middle of the pack with 55 big blinds. And Kevin Calento pulling up the rear, having one spin, our chip leader in the early going on this final table. He is looking to get himself into a heads-up affair. 1.162 million at stake. I'm David Lappin, joined by Jesse Sylvia, and boy oh boy have we been entertained.
Yeah, they were coming in with some short stacks to start today. Some big stacks, a lot of medium stacks, then a couple short stacks. I thought it might be a boring-ish day, just a waiting out of the short stacks, if you will. We didn't see any of that at all. All we saw were fireworks nonstop, it felt like.
No, you're absolutely right. It did feel like one of those days where if we lost those 2 shorter stacks early, which is sometimes what happens, actually normally what happens, we were going to end up in a very kind of compacted 7-way affair with no obvious front runner and maybe quite tippy-tappy poker at that point. Instead, we got an early front runner in Kevin, and more recently, of course, Zach. We've had the spin up by Casement. And that is why these 3 are here right now.
This feels like deja vu.
I know, the Queen 10, Queen 9 again.
Yeah.
72,000.
Queen 9 out flopping the Queen 10 again. Menage a trois, huh? Dropped a little.
Well,
nice.
I am the sort of, what is it called, DEI hire? When they have to, have somebody from, somebody has to put the world into World Poker Tour is what I'm saying. Can't just be an American affair. And
you're just flexing your ability to
yeah.
utilize the entire spectrum of the language.
Yeah, I'm an Irishman, but I'm also European.
Yeah.
I thought I would.
We're not just a 3-syllable word type of commentary group anymore. we can move beyond that. We have evolved. A Queen 9, Queen 10 hand perhaps came at the best possible time for Kevin right before the break. Let him block it off a little bit. I'm not saying he's a guy who flusters easy, but always nice to have a break after that hand. You can go talk to your friends. Sometimes you get a little too caught up in the moment. You forget how fortunate you were to just get there. And then you talk to your friends on the rail, and you realize that all of them were dreaming of making this final table, this final 3. Helps you refocus a little bit.
Indeed. I think as well as that, there's a kind of a tendency that if you are away from the action for even a couple of minutes, you sort of come back to the situation as it is now and not so connected to the journey of how it got you there.
Mm-hmm.
The obviously
absolutely.
recent past being you losing chips to now be in a worse situation than you were a few minutes before. You almost just come in and go, okay, 25 bigs, that's what I got, let's go.
Beautiful. All we can ever hope to be in this world is 25 bigs in a dream. Lappin.
Well, we can sometimes turn the ace ball in a very disguised situation where we've just flatted pre.
That turn came out of nowhere. Just a clean offsuit ace.
And I think problematically for James here, he's not going to fear that ace and he's going to pursue value here versus diamond draws some 7x.
Yeah.
Oh, he does find the check. That's a little unexpected.
Even so, likely to pay off a river bet as most of the draws miss. Obviously, 10-8, 8-5 getting there. Still some other hands like Jack-8, diamonds. We'll see. You might not be thinking about the ace-8 of clubs when you're considering what Zach has on the river as often, but you know he's got some ace-high with a diamond, like ace of diamond type of hands and stuff, so.
Yeah, more worried about something like 6-7 having got there on you, but look at this, polarizing bet.
Big bet from Zach.
Not an easy spot for James, bit like the last one, where it was James putting Kevin in the blender. Not easy at all. Diamonds missed.
So easy to talk yourself into a river call when you flop top pair bet and then checked back the turn.
Yep.
River relatively blank. It's not a, offsuit 3 or anything, but it's one of your better river cards.
Yeah, and it's a risk of being a little bit picky. That's why I feel like a 10 million bet by you on the turn when you're uncapped.
Set the price
sets your own price here.
Wow, but he again gets away.
Every time they deviate in any way, shape, or form, they're right. Their feel for it is good.
James has had a couple spots where he saved as much as he could possibly save in the hand. It's been really impressive. Now, if he was up against a different class of hands, it wouldn't look as good, but
let's go, bro.
His timing has been unbelievable so far.
Yeah, it really has.
8-10 was the nuts, right?
To flip the script a little bit there, too greedy by Zach, or absolutely right to polarize in that situation?
It's good, right?
I'd imagine you want to go big on that blank of a river.
It's on me.
Yeah, it's on you.
Jeez. Sorry.
You're representing a very good 9 or better, probably. Maybe even a little stronger, so big makes a lot of sense.
Look at that one.
Zach with a little glance over to his rail there as he looked at these queens.
Check this out, guys.
Yeah, just a little bit like, get a load of me.
$8.5 mil.
Going for the 3.3x here. Gets the quick fold from James.
I would say that's a bit frustrating. He's had a number of big hands that have not been paid off whatsoever, the set earlier. But he keeps picking up more hands, so it really helps the tilts that can sometimes create.
Persisting with these two uncomfortably large shaky towers right now rather than a more traditional triangle, power triangle. I'm worried for spillage.
It sort of looks like he's building an Atlantis of sorts.
Yeah.
Where you just need the middle.
The bridge to come across, yeah.
You're right, the construction.
I'm worried every time. Look at this shaking away.
Yeah. He is no civil engineer, Lappin.
And more worrying in a sense is he keeps adding to it.
You like the Kobe level, huh?
Quite confidently, too.
Kobe level, yeah. Double down?
Double down. Triple dipple. Who said triple dipple? You know that one.
James Casement.
That was a good one. Triple dip.
Gonna kick things off here with Kojak.
It's 5 even?
I really appreciate the speed that all three are playing at.
Well said.
Check.
Possibly a spot where James either one big blind bets or checks back.
Yeah.
Has gone small.
If you want to play some check backs, I'm not going to fault you there. It makes a lot of sense to check back the king jack. It's the type of board where usually it plays out perfectly fine if you just play the one big blind c-bet all the time, but if you get a aggressive opponent who starts check raising a lot, things can get very difficult very quickly. Start kicking yourself for not checking certain hands back.
Yeah.
Hey,
A couple waters would be great.
What?
The rail is growing.
Thank you. Can I get 2 of those?
Kevin with just 20 bigs now.
Thank you.
Roman.
Jack 3 not going to cut the mustard here. Zach. King 9. Interesting to see, will he come with raise or limp?
10
Looks like the latter.
Watch your carbs. As many
I always find these situations dynamically really interesting.
Right.
Zach just raised, and now he puts in the limp.
On my rail, baby.
And how the big blinds
right?
decides to take advantage of that, or how they think about that. I think can speak to what type of player you are quite often. Now, James just checks back with pretty raggedy offsuit hand, very reasonable to do so. But I would love to see this happen a few more times and see how often James attacks it.
Oh, okay. The whole hand?
Yeah, maybe in this spot feels like 9-6 has a little bit of playability, not a huge amount, but, you know, modicum. If you had something like the 9-4, maybe decides to
Sure.
Go for the raise in that spot. Zach stretching out to 225 million now.
I do like how Zach seems to be constructing out of the small blind so far. It seems like a lot of his very clear middling hands have been limping in, stuff like ace-8 off, king-9 offsuit. And then he's raised the queens. I think another strong hand. We haven't seen too many of the bluffs raised yet, but I imagine he's polarizing a little bit.
I got that yesterday when I was on the stream. It's been number 3.
It's a good number.
It's a great number.
$20 bigs effective here between James and Kevin.
All in.
Just going to send it.
I haven't looked yet.
Oh, wow.
Oh, we might have. We almost definitely have liftoff.
I don't think we fold here.
No. Can't imagine we do.
Ace-8 versus Jack 10
Good
suited.
man. Kevin just flings it right in there.
Yeah. Fair fight. These guys with roughly even equity in this spot. Big moment here for both.
Kevin finds the holds here. I think that they're close to even stacked.
What do you want?
So far, so good for the short stack. Kevin trying to fade a jack or a 10 here. Doesn't want to see a club or a 9 either. Any cards bring more outs. Oh, there is a 9. Never easy. I love these guys. Look at this.
I mean, this is sweaty, but
this is brilliant. $500,000 banked already. Playing for a 200K pay jump. And there will be a double up for Kevin, whose rail goes ballistic.
What a time to be alive.
What a rail.
I can't tell you how many dollars that all-in was worth.
What a rail. What a rail.
But the number of buy-ins it was worth. There's very few tournaments that will compare to that. This really is a special one.
Yeah, really beautiful moment between the two guys there, arm in arm, railing that river together.
Yeah.
Nice hand.
Amazing.
Good spot, good hold.
Camaraderie, I want to say, between all the players. Sportsmanship, it's just...
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, it's very special. I want to ask
still
you,
pretty
actually,
sweaty.
obviously, very famously, you got heads up in the World Series main event. Playing a final table of that nature with so much on the line, do you end up having this sort of bond with everyone, like a shared experience that no one else can really compare with? And, you know, the only people who can understand it are the guys that are actually your villains, your opponents?
I think so, at least to some extent, especially in the main event final table, because it's quite unique in a lot of ways, but not the least of which is you leave for 3 months and come back to play it out, so that you have all this time to kind of experience this very unique thing that only the other 8 people are going through. I also had a weird situation where one of my best friends in poker was at the final table with me.
Right.
And then also, I had played every day with Greg in the Bellagio cash game, so I knew him extremely well. Greg was staking my roommate up till the main event. It was just like I knew all these guys very well. Jeremy and I played every day at Bellagio.
Yeah, I think sometimes you do see that happen, where end stages of a poker tournament with so much on the line, more on the line than there has been up until that point.
Yeah.
It's almost like at the end of a boxing match or a cage fight where the guys are sort of hugging it out almost.
Yeah, there's a grown mutual respect through the experience. I love that about UFC and MMA, especially. Even the bitterest of rivalries often end with them hugging if they go the distance against each other.
He doesn't have that kind of rail.
I remember very famously
Fire.
Usman versus Colby Covington. They had a lot of bad blood going into it, and they just spent 50 minutes in the cage together across 2
What's your
fights. And
specialty?
by the end of it, they were hugging because it was like, what else can you do, you know? But these guys just seem to have a great demeanor about life.
I hate you have to go to my
All three of these guys.
Yeah. It's a bit awkward.
They know how fortunate they were to get here. They all believe maybe that they're the best player at the table, but they also know that they got very lucky.
Zach with another one of those middling hands.
3 stacks of orange?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Presume we're going to see limp here, but don't want to jump the gun. This is the kind of hand that can limp call, so usually that is the procedure.
Things change a lot now, right? James is...
So we have one of those more junky now, 9 deuce, far less playable, and will he come with raise here?
And he's going for it. This is nice.
It's really nice.
Things change a lot as James gets down to around 30 big blinds. Zach has to be a little more careful about hands shoving on him. 8-6, great example of a hand that would be a bit of a disaster if James were to shove over and open.
Orange?
What do you mean?
Like, I only see 2 stacks of orange, but you have a
I
third.
have 3,
okay.
correct.
Yeah, thanks.
I have to imagine Zach's just limp calling here, but...
Yeah, that has to be the plan here when you get involved with 8-6 suited. It's got a lot of playability. So bloated pot now, 19 million in the middle. Not a complete whiff here. Zach has the gutter. James with the betting lead, presumably going to come with something in the region of 1/3.
Just enough to stick around in some capacity for Zach. The rail felt very silent for this hand. I feel like this whole rail just locked right in.
What is the bet? 7?
Wondering now, is Zach contemplating a raise with this good shot? There it is.
Right, very nice by Zach. He is just firing on all cylinders, isn't he? Kind of the perfect hand choice for it, right?
Oh
You don't want to check raise open enders because if you're shoved on, it feels terrible. But the gut shot, enough equity to check raise, but not so much where if you get shoved on, you feel that bad about it.
Exactly, yeah. I think those double backdoor hands and those gut shots are exactly the right amount of equity.
Yeah. You can, of course, check call, but you do risk getting bluffed off of your hand or other bad things happening. This Kevin picture in the background is killing me.
I know. And it's being held so lovingly.
Yeah. It really is.
Like a photo of a dear departed.
You have
Yeah.
no red stacks, right? Just those
No,
two? And the
just
small-
that.
Yeah, he's doing just fine. He's got 90 million. This is starting to become, if it already isn't, but it's starting to become the dream scenario for Zach where he just gets to mash the table.
All in? All in?
All in. Fold.
Nice hand choice from the small blind raise. And then, of course, a great jam by Kevin, but I like the king 5 offsuit there to mix in as a raise. Things have begun going south for James as of late.
Yeah, his ship is a little bit leaky at the moment.
Can't be having a leaky ship at the final table, you know. It's a big no-no. How does Kevin want to play this?
16 million.
Oh, taking it upstairs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a fan of this. Very reasonable choice of hand.
Yeah, it tends to be the heuristic where you pick something just right below the calling range, maybe, for this one. Like Queen 10 suited, Queen Jack suited, certainly falling into favourable call situations, and maybe you just take the Queen 9 and take that one up.
Yeah, he ran into the perfect hand as well. Very easy raise fold. He's maintaining in a situation where he is wildly handcuffed by ICM. He is maintaining, chipping up a little bit. It's only been a few hands, but still. These things matter a lot.
Yeah, a reminder for everybody, it's a 200k pay jump followed by a 400k pay jump up to first. So still reasonably significant ICM issues, although that factor has been waning as this final table has gone on.
Interesting situation for Zach because Kevin has pulled away enough from James in terms of stack size that James becomes relatively unhandcuffed.
Yeah.
So Zach can't just be shoving all these light hands with impunity against him. Again, strategies have to shift so quickly from orbit to orbit.
Splashy little 2.4 here from Zach. James gonna construct a minimum defense frequency that includes this King 4. Seems reasonable. Both pairing their 4 now.
This feels like a everybody get to showdown type of card, doesn't it? James could put in some kind of min-ish bet here. Just buy himself a cheap showdown. Chooses to just check. That's very fair.
Yeah, and I certainly don't see any more chips going in now. Feels like having gone check, check, turn, both are indeed, as you said, Jesse, looking to get to showdown. Obviously, all the draws have missed, so both can somewhat reasonably expect to drag this one. Oh, what have we here? A tiddler from Zach.
Oh, he's trying to eke out a little extra value. I like that from Zach. It's not going to work, but I mean, James very well could have just had the King 5, right?
King 4? Chop, chop.
Chop, chop.
Nice hand, nice hand.
First,
Everybody loves a chop.
That's the first chop at the final table, I think.
I think so.
I'm pretty sure it's the first chop.
Well, Steiner said no chops allowed.
Yeah, but he's gone.
Damn.
No chops allowed. He had 9 lives, though.
Yeah, that's why we got rid of him.
Yeah, that was incredible.
At least that's what I heard. I wasn't at the other table.
He survived so many all-ins.
Yeah, I heard.
You know? Like, all-in at risk, like where he got called too, but like so many all-ins where he never even got called too.
Right, just
you know,
got it through.
Yeah.
It's always nice.
Oh no, the photo is gone.
Is that a bad omen?
I mean, it might be.
James finds a hand here to reshove out of the small. Kevin, I don't think we'll be tempted by this ace-8 suited versus the 3-bet. Certainly, had it gone blind v blind, I think we go to showdown. But with Zach behind him, I can't imagine he goes with this. Interesting to even ponder where the line would be, Jesse. Probably somewhere around the ace-10, ace-jack.
Yeah, I was thinking either ace-10 suited, ace-jack offsuit.
That sounds right.
Or 1 pip higher.
He is going with that. Wow, I'm really surprised by this. I think we are a couple of pips lighter than we should be. Not just in this instance, but maybe in theory too. But
I think if Kevin had opened the button, he would call off ace-8 suited probably. But with the chip leader behind him who can wake up with a hand, it's really risky.
Okay, so big one here. Ace-10 with 62%. Kevin, 28%. It will chop 10% at a time. And, well, that door has just opened a little more.
2 chops in a row. We just said no more chops. 2 chops in a row.
James is like...
Kevin's making deals with somebody. I don't know who it is.
Maybe the devil, maybe.
Maybe the shuffler. Ooh, that looks like... You know...
Big double up for James. Going to get sprayed with beer, I presume, once again now.
Let's go. Let's go.
He stayed pretty far away from the rail that time. Safely away from the rail.
Fool me
outside
once.
of the splash zone.
Plays out. Great spot, but
And it's time to regroup once again.
Yeah.
Swingy, swingy, swingy.
You said it, Kevin.
Yeah, they've essentially flipped roles here.
That's what Brett said.
Casement now finding himself in that more enviable chip stack position, but maybe less enviable ICM situation.
Yeah. Happy to trade 50 million chips for...
That's a nice rail.
For an occasional bit of discomfort.
Yeah, certainly.
Sixes.
But Zach is one big pot
Felt like a pair.
off of James away from just
I really felt like a pair.
getting to absolutely
From him?
smash the table.
or just in the big line.
If he ever wins a big pot off of James, it whittles him down to 60 million,
Yeah, for sure.
65 million or less. Now he gets to play the ICM handcuff game nonstop. It's really a thing of beauty when you get to that situation.
Well, back on the horse, Kevin. Gonna get to work here with this Jack 10. Zach probably gonna leverage his stack here with a small 3-bet.
Imagine so. He'd prefer to do it, obviously, against the bigger of the two stacks, but
16.4.
There it is.
yeah. I think he just imagines Kevin is going to be raise folding a bit too often. Zach's ascent has just been so steady.
Yeah. Very small bumps in the road. That 30 million chips going to his right.
I do like Adam the Doer, though.
Kings, less than ace
Like
queen.
I mean, I run good with Adam.
Almost nothing else.
Adam, the guy was your
Really enviable journey
biggish.
so far.
I don't know if I know him.
The white guy. He was dealing.
Oh, the guy dealing, yeah.
I run good with him.
Yeah, get him back.
You want me to run good? You're a sick fuck, man.
I like the battle.
Question from the chat. Can they do deals in this
it's
tournament?
fun.
Jesse, you're probably the man to ask
It's a
that
dream,
question.
man. It's going to be over soon, you know?
You're right. We're all very
I don't
lucky right
know
now.
if WPT facilitates it. I'm not 100%. I thought they have in the past. But I don't recall a tournament recently where they facilitated it. I know it's much worse for the players, so I'm not advocating either way. But I do think it's much better as a general product to not watch deals go down and see them play it out. It's so much fun watching players actually play for these huge pay jumps.
Yeah.
God, the audio team hates me here. I'm the worst. Yeah. It's the worst.
Well, looking at here at this, Kevin with an absolute monster. And
James just checks once again. I mean, this is a more intuitive hand to check, but he's been a bit of a master at getting away from these hands. I mean, obviously he hasn't folded yet or anything, but
Kevin has so much to target here, though, on this texture. So likely that his opponent has a piece and will pay at least one bet.
yeah.
So you got to start building a pot now, Kevin, going 4.8 into 15.
Have to imagine James peels one off.
Yeah, it's an ugly holding. Bottom pair, no draw, but probably just got to keep Kevin honest for one at that price.
Yeah, you have equity against hands that are beating you generally, obviously. The King 9's a tough one. You also just, your opponent could be taking a shot at the pot with something like 6-4 suited. You have drawing nearly dead.
I presume Kevin going to look to size this nicely for a river jam. Something around
8.8.
12. Oh, he's going to go 9. That would have done the job too.
By the way, James putting in the muck before the chips even come out. Obviously, third pair, no kicker, not the strongest hand in the world, but that was a great price.
Yeah.
He was being laid on the turn. Nice fold.
He's here for a good time, not a long time.
It's not my style.
I know it's not.
Okay, I'm gonna look.
Super impressed by James here.
As Kevin and
8.8.
James stacks draw closer to each other, I think Kevin wants to play much closer to a pure limp strategy here.
Makes sense.
Now, obviously, depending on who's in the big blind, you can do whatever you want. But Zach is not coming off so far at this final table as the kind of player you can abuse.
No, and I agree with you. I think just limp and sort of playing a deceptively disguised ace-x holding, and actually these kind of ace-4s, like low aces, are quite nice to have in there. You don't want to have
to start, right?
no aces in your limping range.
Exactly.
Yeah. They also become reasonable candidates for the limp jam if you think that the big blind starts abusing you too wide.
Yeah, good point.
The biggest problem for me is that if Zach defends a wide range of hands, you feel really lost on boards like this one, or almost any texture where you don't flop top pair.
Yep. And presumably with this middle pin, backdoor flush draw, Zach is going to take the betting lead with something small. Is he at all suspicious of the check, do you think? Maybe anticipated a c-bet and is now a little concerned?
Certainly possible. He didn't give him the look that he gave him that other hand, like, I know what you're up to, but also 8-5 backdoor flush draw plays pretty nicely as a check.
Okay.
You have some visibility on certain turns. You know you're not getting anywhere close to 3 streets with a hand of that strength, so I shouldn't say anywhere close, but on most runouts you're not getting 3 streets, so you got to put a check in somewhere. Checking the flop makes a lot of sense.
So Kevin hoping to get the showdown with this ace high by the looks of things. Zach, will he pursue value?
Yeah, I can't imagine he misses value here. I actually expect him to go with a decent size. I think he would expect his opponent to have bet a king or a 10 by now. So his hand fares to be the best quite often. Yeah, nearly half pot. And for Kevin, this specific run out feels a little easier to find a fold on. The 10-7 both hitting a lot of Zach's defends.
Be a weird bluff for you.
Yeah, so many of the hands that bricked would have
You
turned
got some value
some
there.
kind of equity.
Well played from
Probably a
both
good
again.
fold.
Zach understanding where he was at.
Probably a good
Goes for that slightly larger sizing, yet also at the same time thin value bet.
Sly smile.
And Kevin sussing out where he was at too.
Don't worry, you'll see it.
If I watch.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, so I have been very neglectful. Jamie Kerstetter, our colleague and friend, sent me loads of these lovely live reads things that I was supposed to be reading out during this exact promo moment. I'm going to read one of them now. There's a new site launching for Americans in 2025. Sign up for free at WPT Gold, Club WPT Gold, I should say, with code YouTube to experience the gold standard in site security, great action, and once-in-a-lifetime player experiences.
That was impressive for a few
4 stacks,
reasons.
right?
One, I've never
Correct.
seen an ad read where somebody quoted the writer of the ad.
Well, they deserve some love.
Yeah, they do.
Also, it just dawned on me that she probably spent like 20 minutes writing all these, and I have ignored them.
Well, it's kind of a little
8.1.
metaphor for life in general.
Yeah. She's a hard taskmaster, too.
Is she?
Cracks the whip.
What's that? 2 whites?
There's something beautiful about the fact that all 3 of these players have fought quite hard. for every pot. And then when they're all in, it's all smiles and hugs. It's like they're battling, but then once it's out of their hands, they can just relax around each other and enjoy the moment a little bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't even be surprised if they celebrate together.
Yeah, I could see it.
After it's all done and dusted. Zach now with the ace-9 suited. He's got 250 million. And again, you made this point earlier, Jesse. It has been kind of plain sailing. He's just been nerdling his way up the chip counts.
Yeah.
To the point now where he is sitting with what? More than 60% of the chips in play?
Yeah, I'd say so. A little more than. That's a nice feeling.
It's such a nice feeling. And what you're really trying to do in these situations is flop top 2 pair. Now, what you're really trying to do in these situations is create a race for second. You want to sort of whittle down both guys if you can. If you can get them into a situation where they're both sub 20, you really can just push away as they try and get that 200k ladder. And then, you know, I'm not saying lock up the win, but, you know, make the likelihood of you taking down the tournament so much more.
I thought for a moment he found the actual min bet, and I was loving it so much. 3.3, perfectly acceptable as well, but just top 2. So often you have your opponent drawing dead with this particular hand, and you just block so much of the board. You almost want to check back as a trap, but you're the chip leader. I think that sets off way too many alarms that you're not continuation betting.
Yeah, particularly on that ace-high board.
Yeah.
For those of you joining us late in the evening here in the Wynn Las Vegas, this is the WPT Prime Championship final table. We are three-handed with Zach Van Kuren, Kevin Colanso and James Casement. They've been putting on a show for us over the course of the last 5 or so hours. Even though we are down to 3 right now, I have no expectation that this one ends anytime soon. We are playing fairly deep poker here. Obviously, Van Kuren's big stack skewing it somewhat, but I would not be surprised if we bring you exciting poker action for quite some time.
Well, Zach's looking down at the Robbie. This could be a fun one to ISO.
Check.
Got a bit of a blocker in the form of a jack.
Let's C3 with my guy.
I like that.
C3 with my guy. Oof. Bit of an action-y flop here.
3.3.
Yeah, trouble for Kevin here. Although Zach maybe unlikely to raise this weak jack. What do you think, Jesse?
Yeah, I think if we're mixing jacks one way or the other, we lean heavily towards just calling with the jack 4. Maybe some arguments for raising the weakest of jacks that don't interact with the board at all and calling some stuff like jack 7 that actually covers some backdoor straight draws. Kevin checking here, identifying that he's probably just checking the flop with ace high a lot. So while that card looks like a more him card, he doesn't have a tremendous number of aces when he bets the flop.
I love the body language and the casual looks side to side. Van Kuren
Feels like a somewhat important river card to bet. If you're Kevin, you have 8 high. Zach has a number of 9s and 6s here that become 4th or 5th pair. You can very comfortably bet a jack on the river, and if you pick the right size, you know, a number of your better 10s.
Yeah, 10 million here into 13. Chunky bet. Zach giving this one some thought. He has generally landed on the correct answer tonight.
That's some psychological salesman shit, that bet.
The old 9.9. Have to imagine Zach will call. He has one of the better hands that gets to the river. He's certainly under-repped the strength of his hand. I think he verbally said call, yeah.
Yeah, good call in the end.
Yeah, well played by Zach. He's just had
really wanted to fold, but it felt too nitty.
Really strong execution and just flawless timing with everything he's done.
Your hand's too strong.
Yeah, it's too strong.
You get a jack.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to net roll you.
No, you're good.
I really thought you
I'll take a quick glance at the leaderboard. That has changed things somewhat now. It is really becoming the Zach Van Kuren show here at Win. James Caseman, 34 bigs, in a bit of an ICM coffin right now. That Kevin Colenso is sitting with just 13 bigs. He's going to have to tread very carefully over the course of the next few orbits. Really hoping that Colenso bows out in third and he can get stuck into a heads-up contest. Quick look at what we are playing for here. All three players guaranteed at least $560,000. 200k jump imminent. And then a 400k jump to 1.16 million for our winner.
Yes, sir.
Who's this guy on the inside of the rail having a drink, and how do I get those seats?
It's like the table that's in the kitchen in a restaurant.
Yeah, just right up in the thick of it.
Well, I think this is it for Kevin.
Would have to imagine.
Not sure you want to raise call or raise fold this one. I think it fits quite nicely into the just shove situation.
Yeah, I prefer to just play it safe and raise call slightly better.
Yeah.
Ace-X suited, maybe.
I need change.
Getting it through feels so good until you realize that you have to post those blinds
all the heroes are
immediately.
here. What's up, Tony?
What was it, 2.4?
Sorry about it. Nice to see you.
At some point,
Running pure.
we'll have
Running
been
pure.
playing three-handed longer than
The
the rest of
janitors
the
are doing
table.
God's work, man.
Yeah,
In
that's
terms
right.
of actual time length. It feels like we've been playing three-handed for quite a bit, but
All in.
All right,
whoa!
get the sweat now.
Oh! I'm sorry. I thought that James was on the button. It's like, what just happened here? James has a great rail, I have to say. Very encouraging set of friends.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
I don't know if I've ever witnessed an Irish rail.
Oh.
Like, the, you know, the Brazilian rails are very famous in the summer.
I call you Matty
The
Action.
Brits, obviously. I'm sure the Irish mix into the British rails fairly heavily.
Yeah, there's like a rivalry between us, but also there's a sort of shared culture and
Cheers.
sensibility when it comes to having a good time.
Yeah, and well, and also, you know,
Yeah. Blessed.
I
day.
imagine there's a lot of friendships between the British poker squad and the.
There absolutely is.
But
Don't you dare confuse us.
Not sure if I've ever seen a strictly Irish or a primarily Irish rail.
I was calling.
want that again.
Love to watch that.
Come to the Irish Open.
Maybe it will. When is it?
April.
April?
Yeah.
Could take a trip. I actually.
There's a time and place for things.
My mom just had a milestone birthday, and we were, at the risk of her ever hearing this, we were secretly talking about taking a trip to Ireland, all of the kids and her.
Queen Jack suited.
Well, I just knew before you looked at his cards, I knew.
We've always wanted. I've never been to Ireland.
Oh yeah, damn.
We've all always wanted to go to Ireland.
Had nothing to do with my hand.
Definitely visit.
Yeah, it
and
would
no
be,
better time than Irish
How about
Open time.
energy?
You can have a little taste of the Irish poker scene at the same time.
I was gonna say maybe I'll go early for that because I would love to. I would love to travel around Ireland without having mostly poker commitments. It's a country I'd really like to see a lot of without being inside of a poker room most of the time. But I would love to go to the Irish Open as well. So if I can just extend the trip for that. That'd be great.
Kevin all in once again here. Queen 9 suited this time. Gets the fold from Zach, and we'll get the fold from James as well.
I appreciate the invite.
I'll take it. I'll take it there. I'll take it.
I assume that you're.
Well, I'm an ambassador.
I was about to say. I mean, as far as I know, you're the ambassador. You're the ambassador of Ireland. So
that's it.
You're in the UN. Who's the ambassador to American poker in your guys' mind? Is it Helmuth?
That's the best picture.
Certainly is not.
Do I need a beer?
It was Mike Sexton for sure.
After I'm done.
Oh yeah.
Mike used to come to the Irish Open quite often, actually.
Really?
Old friend of Porrick Parkinson.
He was such a legend, man.
Mike was the man for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know who has taken over that mantle, frankly. Obviously, we lost Doyle last year.
Yeah.
Mike a couple of years ago. And yeah, not sure there is another person at that status level when it comes to always being so good for the game. James lamping into the short stack of Kevin here for about 14 effective.
Kevin just not quite finding it so far.
It's probably pretty close, isn't it? Oh.
What'd you have?
Can't tell you.
Oh. I thought you were referring to the Jack 7 offsuit. I was like, is that what he had?
No. Me? No. Oh, shit. 1.2, right? Yeah. Okay, Zach.
Oh, here we go, Kevin.
Yeah, waking up each orbit with
almost
a shovable one, keeping the head above water.
Yeah. Almost strong enough to trap with, even. But
Yeah, I actually quite like that idea.
Nice.
I need an open from him.
Nice hand, nice hand.
very reasonable to shove as well, of course.
Yeah, Zach. Yeah, Zach.
I'm going crazy here. I wish I had headphones.
That's a fun round.
Yeah, they parts of gold.
Parts of it are?
What's that?
Most of those guys are yours? Oh, he's got some.
Yeah, a lot of my friends here.
Oh, yeah, we all have a good round. Our friend showed out for us.
Yeah, it's pretty special.
Do we know where Zach is from?
Where's the celebration, you think?
Tonight?
Zach is American.
Doing anything?
Saratoga Springs.
Nope. Ah, okay. Well, he had a
Yeah,
decent-sized rail, so
I'll get your number.
I assumed he was from not that far away.
Definitely down to link up.
Kevin, local. He's going to come
What's
with a big
that mean?
rail.
Oh, okay.
I need one more of those chants. Special K. That was a great chant. I wish I had a freaking my phone. Huh?
This seems like a spot where Zach can just go to
God.
town on his opponent.
Yeah. Yeah, great spot to just
really?
7.5.
open things up.
So the
Create
way
that sort of implied threat that I will get your stack in.
yeah,
In an
yeah.
uncomfortable sort of way
He
here.
didn't
And
make
he's
my
got
40D.
like 6. It is an awkward one for James. Probably not quite enough in there to want to risk it all to pick this up, even though he knows Zach will be at it quite wide.
Does feel close though, doesn't it? Because he's going to get a fold so often.
Just lets it go. And that is exactly what you said, Jesse, how he can be picked upon now.
Yeah.
And this is the race for second that you want to create. Zach is doing exactly what he needs to do to increase his chances of that top prize right now.
Such a win getting an ace to fold, blind versus blind, when you raise just above 3x. Yeah, I mean,
it's closed.
Just shows how abusive the situation can really become. If your opponent's is folding a hand as good as an ace, it's very high up. James has shoved the last 2 small blinds, so now how does he play 5-4?
Despise sitting there.
Kevin with the mid king high. Could shove, could check.
Owen?
Yeah, I think this is a very reasonable choice. I think the likelihood that your opponent is under trapping is much higher than they're trapping too often. So leaning into shoving any sort of hand that might be close
On this shelf right here.
becomes really valuable.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
This hand?
Yeah. Yeah. 3 million big blind.
Blinds are up.
That's
That was like a nice day.
1.5. And then 3 million.
That's so crazy.
Now.
Things are becoming quite dire for Kevin.
Yeah.
I think that'll put him on about 10 or 11 big blinds to start this new level. James not that much higher, by the way. 25 big blinds. Far from comfortable. And Zach is creeping towards that zone where he just gets to shove any 2 every time it folds to him.
Wow,
Or
nice. Everyone loves that hand.
Yep.
For the memes, had to show that one.
For the memes. Ay, ay, ay.
Oh, actually, Kevin had more than I thought.
My bad.
Nearly 13 blinds.
And 3 stacks of. Okay.
Correct.
No reason to change the game plan here. Just keep pummeling with these 3x opens.
Yeah, I often like to think about these situations as which hands do I hate raise folding, and I shove all of those. So it's like this nice middling category of hands that I'm shoving, and then I'm min raising that top portion and that very bottom portion.
Well, once again, James waking up with an ace, and it is actually a limp from Zach, who...
I'm just your stack balls.
At 40.
Thank you.
I'm a bit surprised to see the limp there.
Yeah.
Oh, you got it.
And this kind of goes to show why that middling portion wants to shove, because a hand like ace-3 would just be in the muck immediately. And a much better ace would be in the muck immediately. I think you really want to save your non-all-ins for hands that you just don't mind folding if they shove exclusively. Queen 7 is very much in the category of hands that don't love not seeing 5 cards. I don't know if that sentence, there are too many double negatives in there. We're approaching that time of night.
I'm with you, I'm with you. Okay, well, Zach, aware that Kevin will be reshipping fairly wide here, but King 10 more than qualifies. Got to keep his foot down on the throttle right now. And yeah.
Fortunately for him, Kevin, just looking down at nothing, but King 10's right around, I'm not saying he shouldn't min-raise, but King 10's right around that super awkward.
Where he could almost ship that one in as well.
Yeah, and it's, yeah, he could for sure ship that one in, and it is that super awkward, like, I don't think he really wants to call it off versus Kevin's stack if Kevin jams, but he doesn't like folding either.
Yeah.
Yeah, shoving's certainly an option with that hand. He's playing a more of a small ball game, and I respect that. You know, he feels very confident in every situation, it seems, but...
Well, it has been such an incremental rise to this 250. Like, I don't really remember him winning an enormous pot. Obviously, that 8 stands out. That was the big one. But actually, it's been a kind of a grindy one all the way up.
Absolutely. It's been very, very small and consistent.
The most thing about the new cold plunge he's going to
get. Where we started, he had ace queen versus ace king. Where we talked about it.
Yeah, right before.
We were discussing it.
Kevin with the hand that could certainly shove.
Yeah, blind on blind. That king is a big card. Don't really see another way to go here. Don't want to limp fold it. Don't want to raise call it. Just gets fitting right into that shove range, and it's the king 4 to fold.
Yeah, Kevin with the benefit of Zach liking keeping him around.
Exactly.
That becomes,
thank you for folding.
You know, more powerful even now as those two stacks get closer together.
What a battle.
Yeah, there's no way that Van Kuren is going
about that one longer, actually.
Really?
I think
say this out loud, but it is absolutely part of his strategy here to maybe edge pass against Kevin, keeping him in while pounding on James.
Yeah.
Oh, you thought it was the button?
Maybe, just maybe, he can create a situation where both have 10 big blinds soon.
It was King 4-0.
But if you're trying to create that situation, maybe you should be shoving the small blind with Queen 7 suited.
Yeah, I would have seriously thought about it.
That makes sense.
Ensuring that you're getting the maximum number of chances to win uncontested chips.
Well, I feel Kevin will be all in once again here.
Owen.
Ah, okay. Deja vu. There we go. Actually in the small blind.
Close enough. King 4, King 6.
Not sure you should be revealing your hand when you said you had King 4 last hand and then go.
Did he say what he had?
When he just said deja vu. Which is, I suppose, technically not saying I have the same hand, but kind of
that's a little
hinting to what.
You're treading a fine line there.
I don't know.
No malice intended, I am sure.
All right, note to self. Pay attention to the positions.
You have too many chips, you don't even care. You're like, well, who am I going to play heads up with?
Maybe some
Crazier
reverse
things
psychology mind games from Kevin.
Kevin's really basting this turkey right now.
So.
Yeah, this, for example, might be a reasonable shove candidate.
All in.
All right, we found it.
Well predicted, Jesse.
Okay.
Beautifully done
like
here from Zach,
How much is in play
just
right now?
nudging his way up towards the 300 million mark.
This is right there.
86.
It has been a bit of a masterclass thus far. No doubt
Exactly, just
he has run well today. No doubt the cards have been very kind. He's made quite a lot of hands.
Let's pause the clock and count down. I want to see what he has.
He has been playing flawlessly too.
Really? Wow. Wow.
Nothing James can do with these hands, I don't feel. Oh, he is reaching. Okay, staying active.
Wow, this is...
I'm a little surprised here. I thought we would see a fold from a hand like King 3 into Van Kuren's big blind.
To be fair, Zach so far has played quite straightforward versus opens. This is a good situation to see how Zach wants to respond, because if you think James is opening anywhere close to wide, and I'm not even talking about like King 3 offsuit wide, I'm just talking about opening King 8 offsuit or King 9 offsuit as the bottom king.
Sure.
You just get to shove an ace with impunity, knowing that he can call very few hands off. There is such a tight range that has enough equity to call off given the ICM situation that they're in.
And for that reason, perhaps, Zach adjudicating in his mind that James is going to be fairly tight here.
Yeah.
Deciding, I'm actually going to tread carefully.
I mean, if he knew he was opening King 3, he would certainly...
Oh, he absolutely should. But I think the perception maybe is that James has been circumspect. And this is going to work, I presume.
So can you take one off here?
You reckon?
Well...
Under-wrapped, 5 million, yeah.
Such a dry board. You know your opponent's betting 100% of hands. Or you imagine they are.
Well, from your mouth to his ears, Jesse. Taking one off with this A6. Gonna test James out now. Can he find another barrel here? Take down this 26 million pot. No, he can't. And it just gets uglier for James.
Jack might open some bluffing opportunities for James. He
high.
suddenly has... No, he just checks it back. Suddenly has one of the worst hands that he gets to river with. That's going to leave stacks in a very unfortunate place for the two players not named Zach.
Bro. But it's alright. It's perfect. Wouldn't be want wouldn't want to sit anywhere else right now. I'm biased. I hate sitting in general. You know.
Yeah, he picked a tough profession if he doesn't like sitting.
Is it? I can stand?
Suppose you could crouch.
One of those junky ones I think we're going to see get 3x'd.
Yeah. Oh, just a limp.
Okay.
He's playing a lot slower than we have initially expected, but he's not really seeing any resistance when he does that. So, I mean, fair enough.
Domination rotation here as Zach hits the front. Pairing his 3.
James just appears to want no part of this pot, which is fair. He's getting free equity. He doesn't want to do anything but incentivize his opponent to just play this way in the future. Let him see flops that he would maybe not otherwise see. his opponent plays more aggressively pre-flop. And also, obviously, keeping the pot as small as possible is great for him as a general strategy. He is very close now in stack size with Kevin. Kevin has, I think, 38 million, and he has 52, so.
Yeah, it's a really tough spot now for James. Obviously, the door is open here for him to take a stab at this one, but all these big blinds, very precious right now, giving him that small lead over Kevin. He is going to take a shot. Repping that queen quite well here, actually, having taken a passive line the whole way.
Well done.
Fair play to James to recognise that. Cheeky one. Got one through.
Yeah, when the river showed up, I was like, man, the big blind looks a lot like they have queen high.
Jimbo.
Just happily going to
What
showdown,
about?
and then
It's been a while,
second
right?
pair.
Three-handed?
Yeah.
Eke out some value. Well, nicely done from James. That's a big pot in the context of his world right now, trying to keep that distance between himself and Kevin. That little buffer zone. Ooh, and a real one for James here. Well, of course, never love rejamming 20 bigs here when there's a shorter stack behind, but ace queen is so pure, so premium, and your button opponent is going to be opening so wide. Here we go, a little bit of momentum, dare I say, for James now.
Yeah, two very crucial hands in a row for him, just getting that gap between him and Kevin back.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Oh, and an ugly one for Kevin here with 10 bigs. Problematically for him, he's only got 4 orbits worth of blinds. This would be a particularly nasty time to go card dead.
I wonder if he ever attempts a limp here. No. Zach has been less punishing than he might be.
10-6.
10-6.
So trying to sneak a limp in there becomes a little more exciting.
Must have probably had him beat too.
I feel like Zach's plan is just to get these guys down to about 3 bigs each before he decides to finally send one of them to the rail.
I mean, fair enough. That's the way you want to draw it up, I think. You get to about 200 big blinds, your opponents have 3. Suddenly, losing an all-in doesn't feel nearly as painful.
Oh. Frustrating times for Kevin. Zach. Well, I'm not going to make a prediction anymore because I thought he was going to continue with this sort of what was quite successful for him, 3xing out of the small with kind of maybe just like huge chunks of his range just because of the situation. It doesn't really matter maybe necessarily the hand strength, just that your opponent is so handcuffed. But he has come with limp a couple of times. Now he's come with shove for 24 bigs, 23 bigs, something in that region. Gets job done.
Yeah, it's funny. I think the shove's probably great.
What was it?
Or the correct play.
Jack 7.
But if you're shoving that one, I feel like a couple other ones could have been a shove as well. Especially when James was slightly shorter in terms of big blinds.
I don't think I beat too many jacks.
It's possible that prior to this last hand, Zach was just thinking, you know, I've been getting away with murdering these small ball pots. And then he lost a couple pots. He's like, yeah, I'm just going to start putting them to the test every hand. I mean, that's a very fair way to go about it.
I don't know if mine was or not.
It was still a terrible hand.
When I peeled the 5 first, I said,
No, you justified it.
It was an atrocious
Probably
hand,
a
but it was
shove
suited.
once again from Zach here.
Yeah, we're about to see how committed he is to putting max pressure on his opponents based on this hand. This is very similar to the ace-8 offsuit that he had a moment ago.
Yeah, virtually identical spot.
All in.
Don't expect any
we
other
go.
procedure.
And look at this. James has a beautiful hand that has to hit the muck.
Oh, if you're James there, like ace-9, ace-10 does not feel very nice.
No.
Feel actually quite nasty.
I think you have to get out of the way with the hand. I've been surprised in some of these scenarios just how tight you have to be, but it's scary tight.
Yeah, it's extreme.
It's no satellite spot, don't get me wrong, but it's it gets close.
Well, James has a pair now, but it's not a particularly fun pair. Sailboats.
Have to imagine.
He's just going to lamp it for 22. Wow. Well, he is just hoping and a praying here.
This is terrifying.
Oh my goodness me!
You just have to close your eyes and hope that Zach doesn't say
Oh my goodness me! I don't think Kevin can call here.
This is so painful if you're Kevin. Blinds are going up next hand. You have this beautiful hand that isn't really thrilled to call off an all-in.
No.
You are by far the shortest.
He is giving a lot of thought here. I think.
Respect to Kevin for thinking about this, because I do think my initial thought was, oh, you have to auto-muck this. I think it's closer than we actually believe it to be, because it's up against the other person that you want to play pots with.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm not saying it's a call. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I think we need a lot more kit than Jack 10 suited here.
Yeah.
I think it may be just a force of Kevin being a little frustrated on this downward spiral in recent hands and just feeling like he needs to make a stand. Wow. That is what he's decided in the end. And Zach actually had a hand that might have called Kevin's shove had James ignored these 4s, but as played now, Zach going to have to get out of the way. And we're going to a race. The Jack 10 suit actually ahead mathematically here. And this is a good outcome for Kevin, you got to say. You know, he has found himself in a flip situation, you know, with some extra money in the middle, but
dead money in the pot. He's up against the player that he wants to be up against by far.
Yeah, I want to get my money in first in these spots. Calling off just doesn't feel great, but
absolutely,
he has decided to draw his line in the sand. Pandemonium on the rail here. Some the rail demanding a club here on the turn for maximum sweat.
Let's go.
That's a really bad one. We've only got a chop possibility here with the 4. Oh no, James is celebrating early. I guess, well, he can celebrate that he can't lose. That is it. Kevin is going to bust out here in third.
Amazing run for Kevin.
Yeah, it really was an incredible run. Kevin bossed the penultimate day here at the WPT Prime. He stretched out his lead here in the early going tonight before getting very unlucky, it must be said, in a crucial spot versus that man, James Casement.
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck. Yeah, let's go.
We're going to get set up for heads-up play. Kevin Colenso walking away with 560k. His head held very high indeed after a valiant performance here on this final table. James Casement far from out of this one. One double up and they're level. Zach Van Kuren very much still in the box seat though. And we're going to be back in just a few short minutes. Please don't go anywhere. We're going to have a thrilling heads-up contest.
Most Americans, their memory of online poker is stuck in the past. A desert filled with unsafe options or no option at all. Well, not anymore. Club WPT Gold is bringing poker back to America. It's a sweepstakes model website, sweeping the nation, and it's available to try out now. Sign up now using code YouTube and enjoy the return of safe online poker to America. The newest online poker site, Club WPT Gold, is available to try now. And coming soon, Club WPT Gold ambassadors will be hosting meetup games. Brad Owen, Rampage, Xuan Liu, and Wolfgame Poker will all be there. Sign up using any one of their codes, and you'll be able to play alongside them as you check out the newest poker site, sweeping the nation. Join us coming soon for Club WPT Gold meetup games.
Is playing quite loose and aggressively at this point.
You would. Colin's going to make the defend here. Okay, really interesting. I'm getting a flashback, almost like a PTSD moment to yesterday when he decided to flat the 9-3 or maybe 9-4 of clubs and then gave up when flopping top pair. I'm wondering if Colin's addressed that imbalance in his game between pre-flop stickiness and then post-flop surrender.
That was the top pair?
Correct.
You said that was the hand I thought maybe was misread on the reader.
Perhaps.
And now I'm starting to feel like it must have been.
Well, fortunately for Colin, he hasn't connected in any way with this one because Zach has got a huge piece here with pocket eights middle set.
There's such a gap between the type of player who would fold top pair to a continuation bet on the flop and the type of player who would peel 9-3 suited pre-flop.
Yeah.
That it's
oh, dear me.
It's
Colin,
hard to believe that it exists. Wow, Zach.
No, Colin. Oh, no.
I mean, Zach has such a strong hand, he's just going to let Colin hang himself.
Of course. But also, maybe are you thinking, well, Colin is quite tight? Maybe he wouldn't do this light? Like, this is quite out of character for us. Now, maybe he's been doing this off stream quite a bit, but from what we've seen, this is out of line.
No, it's true, but it's just such a dry board. There's nothing...
Yeah. What are you scared of?
Yeah, and if your opponent has a strong range, he's just going to put it in on the turn, throughout the turn and river anyways. Oh, that's a problematic card for Colin. That's a slow down type of card, at least, for him, but...
Yeah, does he... come with small bet himself here now?
6.9.
6.9, that's...
So it's very kind of mergy almost now. Zach, you know, obviously just trying to figure out ways to get all of these chips in. Does he go for it now? Is this board getting a little wet now? It was quite dry to begin with. That 10 of hearts does wetten things up.
It's funny, this is one of those situations where I feel like theory and reality deviate the furthest in how you want to approach it, because in theory, Colin should have no bet folds with a lot of equity, right? So no flush draws, no open-enders. But in reality, when people have a 9, they just continue to barrel.
Oh my goodness me. Well, Zach in Dreamland right now, quads, has been checked to, going to have to do his own dirty work, was hoping that all those chips were just going to be sent in by his opponent.
Something like that.
I guess at this point you're maybe just hoping your opponent has a hand like ace-jack.
Quads.
No way. There we go. Quads. We got another ladder.
Let's go. Wow, indeed. Colin.
Good hand.
What a misstep here.
Yeah, that's surprising.
In a high-pressure situation.
was a pleasure.
Steiner's rail erupt. He gets... Yeah, chat is alive with analysis on that Zach fold. A lot of people really scratching their heads here, wondering if it is indeed just an overly nitty fold, giving far too much credit to Steiner, or if it is that sort of meta level where he just wants to keep this very good situation going a little bit longer, where he has a pesky short stack that allows him to abuse the other players.
Thanks for coming, guys.
It's good. Okay.
Thanks for coming, man. You got the shirt. Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming.
By the way,
you guys want beers or?
Talk about a dream scenario. If you're ever folding
Who wants the other
a
one?
clear-cut call,
Yeah,
because it allows you to abuse your
You only
chip
bring
lead
two at a
that
time.
much longer. That's beautiful right there.
Yeah. 2.5xing here is Zach from the cutoff.
What if James just fired in the 3-bet with the Queen Dewey offsuit? I'd really enjoy that one. Oh, Joseph pocket sevens. This. Whoa, that is a tight fold.
So
against the chip leader.
Exactly. This 2.5x very much designed so that Steiner can call and sort of go with equity as comfortably as he would like to off a shallow stack here.
Have to imagine Zach is opening an ungodly wide frequency.
Yeah, but you're
in the
sitting
cutoff.
there in 5th place, hoping the guy busts
Yeah.
in 6. He's sitting there to your immediate left. He's only got 5 bigs.
But you just get the fold so... I mean, we know that Zach has ace-queen
Sure.
here, but you get the fold so often.
Oh, you're not wrong.
It's not even that high of a variance play.
The newest online poker site, Club WPT Gold, is available to try now. And coming soon, Club WPT Gold ambassadors will be hosting meetup games. Brad Owen, Rampage, Xuan Liu, and Wolfgame Poker will all be there. Sign up using any one of their codes, and you'll be able to play alongside them as you check out the newest poker site sweeping the nation. Join us coming soon for Club WPT Gold meetup games.
A warm welcome back. We are down to 2 in the WPT Prime Championship. It has been enthralling stuff. James Casement just delivered the knockout blow, sending Kevin Clenso to the rail. That has set up a imbalanced but less imbalanced heads-up contest now with Zach Van Kuren. 32 big blinds, plays 97. $759,000 banked. They're playing for just over 400k right now. And I want to jump right in with a technical question for you, Jesse. Something that wasn't always the case, but is now very standard in the world of poker tournaments, is the big blind ante still being there. Changing quite a lot the maths of heads up. When I started out in poker, we sometimes just got rid of the ante for heads up.
Water would be great. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
Absolutely. It changes so much.
Yeah.
You just have an additional almost full big blind that you're winning. So you can open to a larger size. You can limp a lot more. And if you're the big blind and they're still trying to play the high-frequency min-raise game, you can't fold. So it opens up ranges a little bit. It causes players to have to play nodes that they're not used to. There's a lot of cool stuff going on with the big blind ante.
All right. Proactive guy.
Yeah, one of the things I am most intrigued by is actually what we find ourselves in right now, which is a 30 big blind game where Casement will be motivated to play a lot of pots when he only has to put in, another half a blind and get involved here. He's going to be very, very incentivized to be in the mix, and I think that sort of ends up sort of dragging maybe some would-be opens back into the limping range so that you can have more weaker stuff in that limping range because you don't want to fold.
Yeah.
Raise to 6.
Folding sucks when there's that much money in the pot. It's not very fun.
Well, happy to induce with this one. He would go all the way with pocket nines right now. Raises it up. Zach makes the call. So 15 million in the middle.
By the way, everything I said was just in theory, but in reality, you might, if you thought your opponent was a less experienced heads-up player, you might start out just playing a min-raise strategy and seeing if they fold out of the big blind too often. There's just so much going on. And then there's all kinds of exploits that you can attempt as well. I love heads-up no-limit hold'em so much. I think it's such a great game. Similarly, I loathe 9 or 10-handed, no ante, no-limit hold'em.
Yeah, both of these guys going to be forced to play wide ranges here. Mano y mano. Could be a real test of their hand-reading abilities. Of course, when you're just up against one opponent, you can really lock in for some of those live tells as well.
These are two players out of the entire field that we've seen in the last 2 days. These are two players who have exhibited some nice post-flop chops.
Yeah.
Perhaps more than almost anyone else in the field. It's a bit of a treat that we get to see them play heads up. You know, James very capable of running some somewhat intricate bluffs. Zach just so confidently navigating through all of these post-flop situations today.
Both players probably with enough of this to get the showdown. Oh, well, Zach may not be satisfied with a pot of 15 million anymore.
That was quite a card.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for James now, facing presumably quite a large bet.
It's interesting because James has what looks like a great bluff catcher, but I'm not sure how relevant the 10 of diamonds are after Zach checks back the turn. He's not really representing a straight or a flush anymore.
Sure. And beautiful for Zach here that if his opponent doesn't have a king, he'll often have a queen. Queen 10, queen jack. Will make a lot of sense here in this line.
Yeah, you'd almost rather have a queen or a king to bluff catch with just because that at least blocks your opponent having a queen or a king.
Call.
I have a 4.
James keeps him honest, which in heads up no limit hold'em, getting a good price. That's quite often just the right thing to do.
Struck once again by James's fantastically nonplussed demeanor there. He essentially got quite nastily rivered. Ended up having to pay quite a big bet in the end, but just doesn't seem bothered. It's just like, okay, that happened. Let's move on.
Yeah, if he is angry, he keeps it internal. It's impressive.
Oh.
I find myself wearing my heart on my sleeve a little too often. And
Nice,
you know, sometimes you regret
Thanks, man.
how you display that a little bit.
Pretty lucky, but it's all good. I was wondering, I was like, 4, I guess. Maybe.
But yeah, James seems to have a great demeanor. Very steady.
6. Raise to 6.
This will be a nice test to see how Zach plays. Because I don't think we're folding any 2 cards with the big blind ante. I could be wrong.
Oh, thank you.
I think against the min raise, we might be playing any 2 cards. Although, if you do fold a few hands, 6 deuce might make its way into that. It's probably something like 7 deuce, 8 deuce, 9 deuce first. The hands that can flop a straight are always a little stronger. We're starting to talk about the real dregs of poker hands here. This kind of stuff is important, though, because on a long enough time frame, heads up no limit quite often becomes who can generate more fold equity. You just have so many situations where it's bad hand versus bad hand. And so just sneaking your way into a few more pots becomes so important.
Yeah, and by extension, who can realize is so crucial.
Yeah. I saw an interview with Jungle Man the other day where he basically said the way he beat everyone at No Limit Hold'em up to a certain stake, and I've heard similar from Doug as well. Up to a certain stake, beating No Limit Hold'em meant just bluffing all the time, nonstop, because people have weak ranges, and it's hard to defend enough with weak ranges. You have to really think about where you're at.
What?
In your range. And then you get to the highest stakes, and you run into players who refuse to fold, and all of a sudden things change a little bit.
Hey, thank you. Just get one of my friends to give you some cash. We'll hook you up. They have my wallet. Yeah, thank you.
That's very fair, you know.
You got my tip. I got dinner. Yeah, for sure.
Just hit up my friends for a tip. I'm, you know, on the precipice of winning 1.1 million.
Thanks, man.
Or 850,000. Either way.
Where are we going for dinner? All right. McDonald's? Yeah, sounds good.
Might be the only thing open.
Late night trip to the Golden Arches in store.
I remember when I won my World Poker Tour, my rail was yelling at me to hurry up and win. They had some drinks, but they were yelling at me to hurry up and win because the steakhouse was closing in 30 minutes.
Priorities.
If you're playing heads up against me, that's got to be a tilting thing to hear, right? I had a big chip lead, so they weren't just being mean, but if anything, they were trying to tilt me.
James pumps the brakes. Board runs out of chop for these guys, but maybe Zach takes a stab here. I'm not sure. Hard to know exactly what you're targeting for folds.
I mean, usually the nut card, nut high card, like a queen here, is a check down sort of card. But he does have the worst queen, and he has a heart. Seems like a nice one to bluff with.
Yeah.
Or I should say, not a check down, but like a no bluff type of. Usually, if you're bluffing with the highest card to the board, you're bluffing too often.
He already gave me his 20-sided die.
I got like 60.
It's lucky.
Also, his friend just ordered the Uber so they can go to the drive-thru.
Nice.
So he's.
Can't wait to see all 27 of them scuffle into the same.
Jimbo for most of the tournament.
Call.
James with the real hand. Unfortunately for him, Zach doesn't have much of it.
Oh, Jim's too good.
We're calling him Jim. I like that.
Excellent
We're borderline shoe bombing now on the rail, are we? Certainly getting a little bit rowdy. Have you ever done a shoe bomb?
I haven't. I was just thinking about, I can't really lot in things heads up, but I'd love to have a third person in here to lot in things how many shoe bombs you've had in your life. I kind of feel like it's a lower number.
I'm too much of a shoe connoisseur. I love my shoes.
You don't want to waste a good shoe.
I wouldn't do it to the shoe.
That's fair.
No thought to my own esophagus. It's just about the shoe.
I have seen some epic shoe bombs on British final table rails. Oh my God.
Monster flop here for James.
Nice little miniature heater. Fortunately for him, his opponent's had the stone nothing. Whenever he has a hand, but just getting a little momentum, always nice.
Back to shoe bombs. I do think that is an interesting maybe tipping point for people where, you know, if you want to drink a shoe bomb, you would ideally like that drink to come out of a very clean new shoe, but you also wouldn't want to waste a lovely clean new shoe by pouring alcohol into it. Where on the flip side,
it's a real paradox.
You don't want to drink out of that really like worn trainer, but you also don't care about that trainer anymore.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to know where on the spectrum of shoe quality and cleanliness you want to
ever seen that video where the guy does the graph of hot versus crazy? This feels a lot like that.
Yeah, I think it is like that.
The old shoe bomb chart.
Check.
Zach limping in here with the 7-deuce off. James happy to take a flop here. Jack high will be good here. A decent amount of the time. I feel like Zach will try and steal this. And I feel like James probably has to hang on. He's got that 3-card straight, 3-card flush working for him. Jack high will often be good enough. Okay, does let it go.
But a perfect example of a situation in heads up where it's so easy to fold. You just have jack high, no kicker. You really have to conceptualize your entire range and where you're at in it in order to make a call like that. But like you said, I mean,
decent
you have
sweat, right?
almost nut high card, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. You kind of need to stick around there.
Oh, sorry.
$25 deep here. James looks to be opening this one up. Zach 10-6. So this is one of those pesky ones where you don't love the hand, but you really do have to kind of stay in there. It's an amazing price.
Yeah. If you want to fold a hand like 10-6, you're essentially telling your opponent,
Come at me.
Yeah, you can min raise a lot, get a great price on winning the pot, and win the pot a decent amount. Because 10-6 isn't, I mean, it's not a good hand, but it's not in the absolute rubbish section of your hands.
Definitely.
Very interesting flop. Both players have a uncomfortable piece of it they have to navigate. Somewhat unclearly. James actually had an interesting hand to maybe check flop. He has a little bit of showdown value and kind of that sort of flush draw where if you get raised, you're hating life.
Yep.
As played, probably going check on river. Have to imagine that most of the hands that would bet river would have already bet turn. Of course, James could have something like a weak queen and just play pot control in the turn and then bet river again. But
Zacky's going to try and eke out a little bit of value here. 8-4 into 25, 1/3.
You don't mind it. He's chopping with every 10 now, basically. He expects his opponent to maybe follow through a good bit on the turn with the queen.
Well, from the pen of Jamie Kerstetter, time for another ad read. If you're enjoying WPT live stream coverage from the Wynn Las Vegas, remember to tune back in on December 15th for the final table of the largest poker free roll of all time. That's tomorrow, by the way. The Club WPT Gold 5 Million Invitational, where someone will take home, this is not a misprint, $1 million for free. Go to clubwptgold.com and create an account today so you don't miss out on future events like these. They're promising more events like these. Poker is very much back in America.
I mean, you got to give something to the people, right? That was a decent ad, but I prefer Jamie's older stuff more.
Do you think she's probably peaked, has she?
Yeah.
Mm.
I think somewhere between ad 1 and ad 2, she fell off.
Well, depending on how long this heads up goes, we may not even get to ad 3 and ad 4. So apologies, Jamie.
Yeah, Zach limping in here. This is a good example of a spot where it's just so mandatory to either limp or shove, raise folding a hand as strong as queen 10. Such a mistake heads up.
Check.
Zach just attempting to get a showdown here. Shows nice awareness. Relative hand strengths on different boards and heads up. I'm not sure what he's considering on the river, though. I mean, I have to imagine that was a value bet.
Yeah.
But that's quite thin, obviously. He knows his opponent has almost no ace-x, if any. So he has right around the nut queen. Although I think, no, all queens were chopping there. Yeah, somewhat thin, but I think that was quite nice. Also, you can likely expect your opponent to just value bet a king or a 7 almost always. So if that's the case, it's nearly a free roll to value bet your queen 10.
James back up to 66 million.
Vámonos. It's going swimmingly. What's up? I know, right?
What a day it has been for these two. When it all kicked off, they had a little north of 100K banked. Now both taking home at least $750,000. James just going to raise this one up to 9 million here, hoping that Zach has some of those limp shoves in his arsenal.
Draw one.
Did you just say draw one? Man after my own heart, trying to play draw games in a no limit tournament.
Yeah, I believe they're your new thing.
Draw games?
Well,
Yo, what
mixed
time is it
games.
right now?
I do really like the draw games, especially. I think they're super fun.
Yeah.
Whether or not I'm good at them, that's another story.
I'm wondering if anyone back on the East Coast is still sweating or if it's like too late. Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody's still sweating, you boy. It's only, what, 2:30 on the East Coast?
6.
Yeah? No wonder he's running hot. He's got Kim Jong-un on his side.
Zach flops best. Well, we've said that quite a few times tonight. James will continue here with Jack High. He's got some backdoor straight and flush potential. Zach obviously has a mandatory call. Middle pin. 3-card straight. Oh, and a little pizzazz as he worked those cards back into position. Possibly considering raising this, Jesse? Would seem a little unnecessary. Just comes with call. Well, that 3-card straight is now a 4-card straight. Every reason to get sticky once more. James, it's getting a bit grim for him.
I could imagine that some 6s raise, and maybe this one does it at a very low frequency.
James has quite rarely fired that second shell in these sort of dark tunnely spots. Looks like he is going to this time, and we can see that it won't work on this occasion. The backup equity of that open-ender, more than enough for Zach to stick around. Large sizing here, 15 into 25.
This is nice, though, because if you're James, you don't want to be barreling a hand with a lot of equity, like an 8.
Sure.
Or a 4, or hearts. Now, you can bet some of your stronger draws and call off a jam, but bet folding's not really an option. Wow, what a river for Zach, by the way. So you need to use some hands that just have no equity.
No equity hands, yeah, okay.
So like your Jack 10s, those make some sense. You might prefer a slightly different combo, but just the fact that he's finding these no equity hands to bluff, I like that a lot.
Now, does Zach check it on over and hope that his opponent will do his own bidding, maybe with a good king anyway, and keep all those bluffs in, or will he take the initiative himself?
Just leads out. We'll never know if James is going to find that third barrel. It would have been interesting to see.
Running pure, brother. Running pure.
Feeling a little bit beat up is James right now.
You should have checked. You would have gotten it.
James claiming he would have shoved. I mean, seems reasonable.
Certainly doesn't get to river with any worse.
Yeah.
Now, Zach may just drop the hammer here. Remember, 7.5 million in the middle with this big blind ante in play. Just 12.5 bigs, 13.5 including the one that's committed. I think this might be just a shove, yeah.
Good luck, man.
I think we need to be way up the Queen X range here for James to call this one off.
Yeah.
Queen deuce off, miles away.
At the very least, it seems like you'd want an above average hand. So you get disastrously short, which we're not there yet.
Yeah, it does feel like a bit of a mountain to climb now for James. Stranger things have happened in the game of poker, but he is going to have to run fairly pure for quite some time in a fairly sustained way.
I just realized the winner gets 2 trophies.
You're solid, man.
Say what?
2 of them.
There's
There's 2 trophies on the table.
The win
Unless
trophy
there's a runner-up
and
trophy.
the
Yeah.
WPT. Oh wow.
Somebody, it might have been Jamie actually. Somebody tweeted years ago about how they should have every casino should have a trophy that looks like the casino, so you can collect all of the strip.
That is a great idea.
Yeah. Only the win does it.
10 total.
Zach is dropping the hammer right now. Relentless aggression, relentless pressure on James, who is going to have to find a hand very soon. This one could be close. I think Jack 8 suited is going to find its way into the middle, and Queen 9 is very close.
All in.
Right around the line, right?
Oh, if I were to guess, I would say call.
Let's go.
Queen 9, I have Jack 8 suited.
That is what James thinks too.
You know, he hasn't run as well heads up, but I do feel like James has navigated these tough decisions quite well.
Oh, he's played superbly well.
Yeah. Well, he could start the run good right here. This could be the beginning of something beautiful.
Zach striking a pose like he feels this is it.
He does look ready for it, doesn't he? That flop is all James.
So you're saying there's a chance. One more brick. And James will double up to 65 million. Here we go.
There we go. That's a little life for James.
We back.
Hey, he can kiss those cards all he wants.
Nice hand, bro.
Thank you.
Well, the longest journey begins with a single step. That is one step in the right direction for James. Take a quick glance at the leaderboard, see where that leaves us. Yeah, 65 million, playing 320 million. 17% of the chips. One more double up, certainly we have a contest on our hands. That is not to say that James Casement can't grind this 16 big blind stack for a while. These spots go back and forth, but yeah, one more double. This one gets a bit more interesting.
Absolutely. Blinds up, by the way. We are
32, okay.
on the precipice of what could be an epic night.
King Jack off, 10 million in the middle. Just gonna send it right away.
I'm starting to get the feeling that if these guys get 30, 40 big blinds deep, you could see some really nice poker.
Yeah. Oh, the quality has been so good.
Yeah.
James Casement in high spirits after back-to-back wins there. Can he keep the momentum going? Is there any such thing as momentum in the game of poker? Certainly feels that way sometimes.
Well, if there was ever momentum,
Yeah.
this might be a brick wall.
Yeah, this could be the momentum killer here. Zach very cutely limping in to trap his man. Here we go. 74% of the time this tournament is over. Zach in pole position to deliver the killer blow. Nothing James could do there. King Jack, a lot of kit here, heads up.
Yeah, 17 big blinds deep. King Jack is a hand that wants to be putting the chips in one way or the other. King for each. Kicker playing, of course. James funking for a jack right now. One card away from a momentous victory.
I'm hesitant.
And there it is.
What a fairy tale final table for Zach.
We have a champion here in the win. The WPT Prime Championship producing epic scenes right now.
Could you script it any smoother or more perfectly than that?
No, you really couldn't. Spare a thought here for James Casement. It took two to tango tonight, and I truly believe that he played out of his skin, not just tonight, but all across those 4 grueling days of poker. No title, but 760k, certainly a comfort. Zach Van Kuren, center stage now, has posted some solid scores in his career, it must be said. He put on a clinic tonight, never looking back as soon as he hit the front. He won his first bracelet online in July. He chopped the NAPT Cup a month ago here in Las Vegas, but this one is a real marker down for a man whose poker career is certainly in the ascendancy. He's been playing poker live since just 2018, but I really feel like we've just witnessed the birth of a poker star tonight, Jesse.
I don't know what I can add to that. He played lights out, ran great, obviously, but just played his face off. And really fun player to watch as well, just chatting it up in the hands, collecting tells that other people wouldn't, just doing a lot of cool things that are lacking in poker a little bit in general. It was a real treat to watch him play.
Well said, very well said. Look, on that note, we are going to bid you a farewell, but please do tune in tomorrow where there will be more final table action. We, of course, have the WPT 5 million free roll. That final table is going to be life-changing as well for someone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, guys, on these scenes, we're going to leave you here. Please do tune in. There's going to be live streams all during the week, every single night. We hope you join us. We hope you've enjoyed this one. Good night.